Devil fruits in Marvel. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151, Trading with Star-Lord. Happy times always pass by very quickly. Before they knew it, Roger and his 3 companions had spent an extremely happy week on Xandar. The developed Xandar allowed them to experience what a civilization should look like after it has developed to a higher level. Here, no matter how much money you have, you can live a good life. Of course, if you have enough money, you can enjoy more services. At the beginning, Roger did not have a particularly clear feeling about the purchasing power of 10 million new star coins. However, after this week of decadent life, he realized what 10 million new star coins really meant. A top-notch 5-story villa in the city is only priced at less than 2 million new star coins. As for luxury goods such as sports cars and jewelry, the price is at most only 100,000 or 200,000 new star coins. Roger and his 3 companions had no concept of saving money. The most they did this week was crazy shopping. Nami fell in love with the jewelry and special clothing of Xandar. Buggy fell in love with various weapons and equipment. As for Roger, his consumption items were much more strange and extensive. Special delicacies, rare antiques, technological products, young girls of different races. Anything that is not available on Earth and can arouse his interest is within his consumption range. Although he spent this week in a decadent way, Roger did not forget to practice the string fruit. After assimilating the power gem, he needed to adapt to the string fruit again and develop several new moves. However, he did these practices in secret, and even Nami and Buggy who lived with him did not notice. Days passed one by one, and just when Roger was about to stay on Xandar for another week, he saw a temporary report in the holographic projection news. This was a report about the peace agreement between the Nova Corps and the Kree Empire. A few months ago, it was reported that the Nova Corps would sign a peace agreement with the Kree Empire to end the hostility between them that had lasted for hundreds of years. But I don't know what went wrong, and this peace agreement has not been officially signed. However, just yesterday, the Kree Empire's army suddenly attacked the Nova Corps bases on other planets. What caught Roger's attention was not the attack of the Kree Empire, but a familiar name he saw in the report. Ronan the Accuser. The troops that attacked the Nova Corps were none other than Ronan the Accuser. It was because of Ronan's name that Roger paid attention to this report that had nothing to do with him. Was he not going to look for the cosmic spirit sphere? Roger showed a puzzled look. From Star-Lord, he learned that Star-Lord had met the pursuer Kosler and others on the abandoned planet Morag. Thinking of this, he created a silk portal and returned to the Thousand Sunshine from Xandar. After finding Dr. Karnas in the laboratory, he asked about the doctor's progress this week. He had told Star-Lord before that as long as Star-Lord cooperated to complete Dr. Karnas' experiment, he would release Star-Lord. But neither he nor Star-Lord thought that Dr. Karnas' experiment would be so complicated. A week had passed, and the progress of the experiment was less than half. In order to find out Star-Lord's special bloodline, Dr. Karnas conducted a detailed examination of him from the inside out. If it weren't for the premise that Star-Lord could not be killed, Star-Lord would have been dissected by Dr. Karnas. This week was like a hellish week for Star-Lord, who claimed to be used to big scenes. Even though he knew that Dr. Karnas would not kill him, he still trembled involuntarily when he saw Dr. Karnas in a white coat in front of him. "How is the research going?" Roger asked Dr. Karnas, who had recovered his normal human appearance. "Not bad. I found a special existence in his genes that has never been found before. This is a special gene structure with great potential. I'm still studying the specific principles and potential, but what is certain is that this power in his body is still dormant and has not really awakened. If we can figure out the origin of this special gene, we may be able to create a new life." Dr. Karnas answered excitedly. Roger nodded and recognized Dr. Karnas' discovery. He knew where the special gene in Star-Lord came from, so he naturally knew that Dr. Karnas' research direction was correct. It was a planetary life with self-awareness, a special existence that is completely different from normal creatures. "Can't I really dissect him?" Dr. Connors looked back at Roger and asked expectantly, "No, he must be alive." Roger was not afraid of Ego, but he didn't want to be an enemy of Ego at this time. This was not a question of whether he could win or not, but a question of whether it was necessary. In order to facilitate Dr. Connors' research, it was not a wise choice to confront a powerful behemoth like Ego. "Take him to the captain's room, I have something to talk to him about." After saying that, Roger returned to the captain's room and waited for Star-Lord to arrive. A few minutes later, he saw Star-Lord in the captain's room wearing a white patient suit. "Sit." Star-Lord looked at Roger in confusion and then sat opposite him. "When will you let me go? Your subordinate is a pervert. If this continues, he will kill me sooner or later." After listening to Star-Lord's complaints, Roger slowly said, "Don't worry, you will never die in his hands. Of course, if you can't let it go and do something you shouldn't do, then you can't say for sure." Although Roger had been staying on Xander before, he had received reports from Star-Lord trying to escape more than once. The best time, Star-Lord even came to the hangar and was only 10 meters away from boarding the small spacecraft. "Let me cooperate with the experiment, that's fine, but you have to at least tell me how long this experiment will last. If this experiment never ends, then I will have to stay here forever." Star-Lord put away his complaints and asked the question he was most concerned about now. 1 month at the longest. After 1 month, whether the experiment is over or not, I will let you go. Roger gave Star-Lord a definite time. "You said it. Although 1 month is a bit long, it is still acceptable. I answered your question, now it's your turn to answer mine." Roger's voice sounded again. He focused on asking about Yondu and other predators. In addition, he also learned from Star-Lord about the intermediary who gave him the commission. As for Onan, Star-Lord didn't know as much as he did. After a few minutes of silence, Roger showed a kind smile, like a devil tempting others, and said to Star-Lord, "Are you interested in making a deal?" "What deal?" For some reason, after seeing Roger's smile, Star-Lord suddenly had a bad premonition. "A deal that can restore your freedom as soon as possible. As long as you agree, you don't have to accompany Dr. Connors to do experiments starting tomorrow." Roger did not tell Star-Lord the content of the deal directly, and continued, "Will there be any danger to your life?" Star-Lord began to be tempted. After a week of being a sample for the experiment, he already had an instinctive fear of Dr. Connors. He can even dream of himself lying naked on Dr. Connors' laboratory table. And this dream is becoming more and more frequent as the number of experiments increases. "There will be a little bit, but I will do my best to ensure your safety." After frowning and thinking for more than 10 seconds, Star-Lord spoke again. "I want to hear the specific content of the deal first." "The content of the deal is very simple. You just need to lead Ronan, Yondu and others to Xander. I will take care of the rest." "That's it?" Star-Lord looked at Roger with disbelief. "That's it?" Although Roger looked sincere, Star-Lord still felt that it was not that simple. "Just tell me, what do you want to do?" "I want Ronan's Dark Star, and I also want Yondu and his men." In the void, Roger collected some cannon fodder men. Although these cannon fodder men are still following him obediently, for him, the strength of these cannon fodder men is too weak, so weak that he is not even interested in knowing their names. He needs a group of stronger men, a group of men who can match the Tinayasha pirates. Yondu and his plunderer men are a good group of targets. As for Onan's Dark Star, it is even simpler. No one would complain about having too many warships in their hands, especially top-level warships like the Dark Star. Even in a cosmic civilization like the Kree Empire, the Dark Star is a rare top-level warship. As a pirate who targets the Sea of Stars, Roger has no reason to let go of the Dark Star. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. I don't know Ronan, but Yondu and the others are definitely not the kind of people who will obey obediently. You want Yondu and the others to be your subordinates. Absolutely impossible. Star-Lord shook his head frantically. If the person who said this to him now was not Roger, Star-Lord would definitely think that this person was a lunatic, a complete lunatic. Everything depends on human effort. In my dictionary, there is no absolute impossibility. Looking at Star-Lord with a face full of rejection, Roger said with a smile. In his opinion, seizing the Dark Star and subduing Yondu and others was not crazy at all. In addition to this plan, he also had a more daring plan. For example, conquering Xander. After enjoying Xander for a week, he really liked this planet. If he hadn't been short of manpower, he would have already started the plan to conquer Xander. "You're just a lunatic," Star-Lord said in a very serious tone. "Those who fail are lunatics." Star-Lord finally agreed. After he completed the last experiment with Dr. Connors, Roger returned his equipment and spacecraft to him. Of course, in order to prevent Star-Lord from changing his mind at the last minute, Roger arranged an assistant for him, a leopard man made of silk threads. After assimilating the cat fruit, the leopard man made by the Shadow Rider line completely got rid of the distance limit. As long as Roger is still providing power, the avatar dolls made by the Shadow Rider line can always exist. It is worth mentioning that after half a year of training in Wakanda, the number of Roger's avatar dolls finally increased to 3, meeting the standard of playing a game of Mahjong between the original and the avatar. In addition to the increase in the number of 1, the strength of the avatar dolls has also been significantly improved. After assimilating the power gem, the power gem's increase in the thread fruit is perfectly reflected in the avatar doll. The current clone puppet can not only use the power of the string fruit and the cat fruit leopard form, but also borrow the power of the power gem to release energy attacks or further enhance its own physical attack and defense. I don't know if it's my illusion, but after assimilating the power gem, Roger feels that his clone puppet is becoming more and more humane, and its IQ seems to have improved a lot. After leaving the leopard clone with Star-Lord, Roger didn't care how Star-Lord was going to lead Ronan, Yondu and others over, and directly use the silk thread portal to return to Xander. In the hotel suite, Nami, who has a proud figure, is still asleep. Looking at Nami's exquisite and attractive face, Roger took off his coat without thinking, and climbed onto the bed. One night a few days ago, in the huge bathtub in the suite, that could accommodate several people, he finally ate Nami, and discussed with Nami about each other's views on the origin of life. I have to say, that it was a very humid night. "Don't make trouble, I'm ticklish," a soft and seductive voice came from Nami's mouth. Roger's hands kept moving, waking up Nami who was sleeping. It's almost dawn, it's time to get up and exercise. More than an hour later, Roger appeared in the bathroom covered in sweat. Facts have once again proved that women are always the natural enemies of men. Even if he has a physique far beyond that of normal humans, he has to admit that there is no such thing as a bad field, only a cow that is tired to death. Now he began to regret why he didn't just eat the cat fruit. After washing up, he woke up Nami who was lying in bed and didn't want to get up. Buggy had already returned to Thousand Sunny in advance, and if nothing unexpected happened, the two of them would also return to Thousand Sunny today. When Nami lazily got up from the bed and finished washing up, he took Nami out of the hotel and started the last day of shopping. After spending all the new star coins on hand, he took Nami back to Thousand Sunny. When he and Nami were doing the last shopping, Star-Lord contacted Yondu, who wanted to skin him alive, and took the initiative to expose his coordinates to Yondu. It was not difficult for him to attract Yondu, but how to attract Ronan as well was a problem. He knew that Ronan was interested in the cosmic sphere, but he did not know what was in the cosmic sphere, let alone what Ronan was going to do with it. After searching for reports about Ronan in the spacecraft, he came up with a method that was not very wise, but absolutely effective. "Well, if I encounter an accident while attracting Ronan, you will help me, right?" Star-Lord, who was driving the Milano, asked the leopard man clone next to him with some uncertainty. Although the leopard man made of silk threads could speak, it did not answer Star-Lord, but just looked at him with an idiot look. "Okay, I get it." Chapter 152 Yondu's Whistle Arrow. Star-Lord took Roger's leopard clone to seduce Ronan the Accuser. Roger himself was in the Thousand Sunshine, making the final battle deployment. On the surface, he now only had one main battleship, the Thousand Sunshine, plus 5 ships with basic combat capabilities. But he was not too worried about his own combat power. Battleships and the like were trivial matters. As long as he was there, everything was not a problem. The ability user of the Shining Fruit was so confident. After recalling all the starfighters stationed in the 5 ships back to the Thousand Sunshine, Roger sent a batch of Kree equipment to his cannon fodders. These Kree equipment were originally exclusive equipment for the starfighters. However, after conquering Wakanda, these Kree equipment changed from active equipment to obsolete equipment. The current starfighters use brand new energy weapons made of vibranium. After sending the obsolete equipment to the cannon fodders, he patiently waited for Ronan, Yondu and others to arrive. Star-Lord has reported back the latest progress. If nothing unexpected happens, in a few hours, Yondu will lead his team of predators to appear in the starfield, where Xander is located. Yondu did not disappoint Roger, or rather, Yondu still could not let go of Star-Lord. After waiting for a few hours, the Thousand Sunshine detected the signal of the spaceship of Yondu and others. Unlike what he expected, the spaceship that Yondu and others took was much larger, hesitating about a space fortress. Next to this huge spaceship, that did not look very good, there were also some small combat spaceships surrounding it. Obviously, Yondu did not completely believe what Star-Lord said. Otherwise, he would not let the spaceship jump over in a combat posture. All troops attack. Roger did not hesitate and gave the order to attack to the cannon fodder. The moment the order was issued, the 5 spaceships took the lead and flew towards Yondu and others. Although there were no starfighters in these 5 spaceships, the villains in the spaceships still did not dare to have any idea of escaping. When giving them the Kree equipment, Roger reminded them warmly, "You can try to escape, as long as you can avoid the energy cannon of the Thousand Sunshine." Yondu never thought that he would become the target of attack as soon as he brought people to the starfield of Xander. Although he didn't know what happened, he was sure that this was not an attack launched by the Nova Corps. These rough and crude spaceships were not the regular army of the Nova Corps. Since it was not the Nova Corps, there was nothing to say. Without any hesitation, Yondu also gave the order to attack. Villains or plunderers, they were not serious people. Compared with reasoning, they preferred to solve problems with violence. If violence can't solve the problem, it means it's not violent enough. Whoosh, 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 rumble. Although sound cannot be transmitted in a vacuum environment, after seeing his cannon fodder men and Yondu's plunderers start a space battle, Roger couldn't help but think of various background sounds in his mind. Although Roger's cannon fodder men were waiting for the opportunity and were coming with great momentum, it had to be admitted that Yondu's predators were not weaklings. Strictly speaking, they were at least one level higher than Roger's cannon fodder men. In less than half an hour, Roger's cannon fodder men were wiped out. Of course, they were not alone in their deaths. With their efforts, Yondu lost half of his small spaceships. The warm-up is over. It's time to play seriously. After that, the Thousand Sunshine officially joined the battle. At the same time, Roger completed the flash elementalization and then flashed from the bridge to outer space. How strong is the Thousand Sunshine transformed by vibranium? Yondu and others experienced it in person in the next 5 minutes. Whether it was a small spaceship or a fortress-like flagship, they had no power to fight back in front of the Thousand Sunshine. Especially after the Thousand Sunshine opened the one-way vibranium energy shield, Yondu and others understood what it meant to be indestructible. While the Thousand Sunshine launched the attack, Roger was not idle either. He first flew to the fortress-like flagship spaceship with golden light, and then used the door-opening ability of the Tremor Fruit to enter the interior of the spaceship. Finally, he started his own personal battle in the spaceship. Predators of different races, but wearing the same uniforms, attacked him one after another. However, these predators did not even have the chance to come to him before they were torn apart by his leopard clone. At this time, he was like a hunter wandering in the forest with 2 deadly beasts, constantly harvesting the lives of predators. The leopard clone with the ability of the string fruit and the cat fruit was not in existence that these small fish predators could resist. What's more troublesome is that, because the body of the leopard clone is made of silk threads, even if the attacks of these predators hit, they could not cause fatal damage to the leopard clone. In this strolling process, Roger used his observation haki to sense the breath of life in the flagship spaceship. Although there were many predators in the spaceship, none of them could attract his attention. Even Yondu's breath of life was not strong. Yondu's mood is very bad now, especially bad. Through the monitoring screen, he could clearly see the scene of the leopard clone killing his men. What made him even more headache was that until now, he had not seen the scene of Roger's attack. Who is this guy? Although Roger did not do it himself, Yondu not only did not dare to despise him, but also showed an extremely solemn look. The pet summoned casually has such a strong combat power, so the strength of the original body will be even more terrifying. Watching his men fall one after another, Yondu finally took action. He blew a whistle silently. With the sound of the whistle arrow hanging on his waist flew up. The next second, the floating whistle arrow turned into a red light and quickly disappeared in front of him. The spaceship is very large. The whistle arrow also flies very fast. After a few seconds, the whistle arrow with a golden body and a red light shining at the tail came behind Roger and flew towards his head. Just when the sharp arrow of the whistle arrow was about to pierce Roger's head, Roger seemed to have eyes on his back, slightly tilted his head, and easily avoided the attack of the whistle arrow. Yondu's whistle arrow attack is indeed a very deadly attack. But in front of Roger, who has activated his observation haki, the extremely fast whistle arrow is no different from an ordinary bow and arrow. Even if the whistle arrow can continue to attack under Yondu's control, the result will not be any different. Observation haki is so willful. After seeing Roger easily dodge his whistle arrow attack from behind, Yondu was stunned. He does not have many means of attack, and the whistle arrow, that can be freely controlled by brainwaves, is his biggest trump card. Although the appearance of the whistle arrow does not look good, the power of the whistle arrow is definitely not weak. Not to mention that it is only used to deal with one person. Even if it is used to deal with a fully armed Kree army, Yondu is confident that he can quickly win in a short time. However, he never thought that someone could dodge his whistle arrow attack so easily. Who is this guy? Is he an enemy caused by Quill? Yondu's mind quickly emerged with guesses. However, he soon turned his attention back to Roger. After dodging the attack of the whistle arrow, Roger gave the leopard clone the order to move freely. He himself stayed in place with a relaxed look on his face, smiling at the whistle arrow that was only more than 10 meters away from him. You should be able to hear what I say. I will only say the following words once. Lead your men to surrender to me, and I can spare your lives for Quill's sake. Roger's voice reached Yondu's ears very clearly. Just as Yondu was thinking about whether to answer Roger, he heard a burst of shouting behind him. I said I would kill Quill a long time ago. He is a disaster. We should have sent him away at the beginning. He is just a commodity. You are too soft on him. Listening to the complaints of his men, Yondu slammed his hands on the operating table and shouted loudly, "Shut up, I have the final say here." The noisy shouting suddenly quieted down. If you don't want to die, pick up the damn weapon in your hand and kill the damn guy. Yondu forcibly suppressed his men's dissatisfaction and gave them new orders. As for Roger's surrender, he refused without a second thought. Predators will never be slaves. After his men left the bridge, Yondu once again controlled the whistle arrow. The golden whistle arrow turned into a red light and struck Roger with lightning. Yondu knew that the whistle arrow might not hit Roger, but he had no choice but to do so now. Even if he couldn't hit Roger, he had to contain Roger here, to buy time for his men, to deal with the leopard clone. Yondu's arrangement was not wrong. However, he underestimated Roger's ability. When the whistle arrow attacked him again, Roger did not dodge and stood straight in place. The red light at the tail of the whistle arrow drew a beautiful arc. Then, the whistle arrow flying at high speed was firmly grasped in his hand when it was only a few centimeters away from Roger's heart. How is this possible? How could his reaction speed keep up with the speed of the whistle arrow? This is absolutely impossible. Yondu was completely stunned after witnessing this scene. If Roger dodged the attack of the whistle arrow, it was still within his understanding. Then the scene of Roger catching the whistle arrow with his bare hands was completely beyond his imagination. As the owner of the whistle arrow, he knew the speed of the whistle arrow better than anyone else. It was faster than bullets and energy beams, and it was a speed that could easily penetrate the armor of the warship. Your attack is too monotonous. Roger's voice brought Yondu's attention back to reality. Before Yondu could react, Roger opened a small space door in his left hand and threw the whistle arrow in. The moment the space door opened, Yondu realized something. But unfortunately, he had no way to stop Roger and could only watch Roger throw the whistle arrow into the strange green space. As the space door closed, he lost all sense of the whistle arrow. A few minutes later, Roger saw Yondu with a mouth full of fangs and those surviving predators in the hall of the spacecraft. Without the sentinel arrow, Yondu's strength plummeted. After a long psychological struggle, mainly after seeing the sharp claws of the leopard clone covered with blood, Yondu decisively chose to surrender. Predators will never be slaves. Only newcomers will believe this. Any experienced predator will not take this sentence to heart, let alone prove it with his own life. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Roger, and I'm the leader of the SYNOPSIS pirates. Roger glanced at the dozens of predators present and said slowly, "Tell me, what do you want us to do?" As the boss of the predators, Yondu asked first. "It's very simple. I want you to join the SYNOPSIS pirates. I'm about to go to war with Ronan the Accuser, and I need a group of experienced men. Your strength barely meets my requirements." Roger did not intend to hide the fact that he was about to go to war with Ronan the Accuser. Even if he didn't say it, Yondu and the others would react after seeing the Dark Star. In this case, it's better to be direct. "If we don't agree, will you just kill us?" Yondu asked again. That's right. Although they had expected this early on, after hearing Roger admit it himself, Yondu and the others still showed an ugly face. Such a naked threat is also a new experience for them. Although they were not very willing, they finally joined the SYNOPSIS pirates. Roger directly handed over the matter of recruiting Yondu and others to Buggy. With the Thousand Sunny on the side, he didn't need to worry about Yondu and others having any improper ideas. As long as they have any unusual movements, the Thousand Sunny will destroy the spacecraft at the first time. After completing the recruitment of Yondu and others, Roger patiently waited for Ronan to arrive. Star-Lord didn't know that Roger had recruited Yondu and others at this time. Now he is still looking for Ronan's Dark Star. He already has a rough plan on how to lure Ronan. The plan is simple, that is, to attract Ronan with the Cosmic Spirit Orb. Of course, the Cosmic Spirit Orb must be fake, but this will not affect his plan. It doesn't matter whether the Cosmic Spirit Orb is real or not. As long as Ronan believes that the Cosmic Orb is real, that is enough. In order to ensure that his plan can be implemented smoothly, he also deliberately collected some information about Ronan, trying to infer why Ronan is interested in the Cosmic Orb. Although he still doesn't know what the Cosmic Orb is used for, he vaguely feels that the Cosmic Orb can help Ronan fulfill some wishes. For example, the wish to completely destroy Xander. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 153, The Unexpected Yuan Devouring Beast. If you were to pick out 3 people in the Kree Empire who wanted to destroy Xander the most, Ronan the Accuser would definitely be on the list. Even the Supreme Wisdom, the ruler of the Kree Empire, was far inferior to him in destroying Xander. What's more troublesome is that Ronan was not just thinking about it in his mind, but was proving his determination with his actions. Star-Lord didn't know Ronan very well before. If he hadn't met Ronan's pursuer Kosler, he wouldn't even have remembered that there was such a fierce man as Ronan in the Kree Empire. After reaching a deal with Roger, he made up for the information about Ronan and determined that Ronan was someone he couldn't afford to offend now. He couldn't afford to offend Ronan, but the problem was that he couldn't afford to offend Roger either. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look back at the Panther clone who looked a bit like Roger. Driving the Milano, he was now rushing at full speed to the starfield, where the Dark Star was said to be staying. This information was purchased through the private channels he had established over the years. 10,000 new star coins. For this information, he spent a huge sum of 10,000 new star coins to buy this information from an intelligence broker. When Roger occupies the Dark Star, he must make him reimburse this expense. Star-Lord said silently in his heart and kept this matter firmly in his little notebook. Thousands of sunshine. After recruiting Yondu and others, Roger did not return the whistle arrow to him immediately. Instead, he took the prototype mechanical fin that controlled the whistle arrow from Yondu's hand. A long time ago, Roger was full of interest in Yondu's whistle arrow, especially after watching Yondu whistle to solve a group of Kree warriors, and on the flagship spaceship, he solved the scenes of those who betrayed him like a needle threading a needle. His interest in the whistle arrow was unstoppable. At this time, He was sitting in a chair in the captain's room, wearing the red control device like a fish fin on his head. Although he was very interested in the whistle arrow, it must be said that he looked down on Yondu's aesthetics. The control device that Yondu is using now is a little better, and it looks like a mohawk at most. But this prototype that looks like a fish fin is really stupid when worn. Looking at himself in the mirror, the word non-mainstream came to his mind. After returning to Earth, he must ask SUI to improve this control device. After complaining about Yondu's aesthetics, he began to control the whistle arrow in the way Yondu said. Although the whistle arrow is called a whistle arrow, strictly speaking, it is not a black tech flying arrow controlled by sound. In the comics, Yondu uses a whistle to control the arrow shot from a bow. But in this world, his whistle arrow is a black tech flying arrow controlled by a brain computer with a small self-propelled engine. Whistling is more of a personal hobby of Yondu. Of course, this does not rule out the possibility that Yondu uses whistling to adjust his brain waves. Roger learned the basic method of controlling the whistle arrow from Yondu. However, he did not whistle like Yondu. Under his control, the golden arrow flew up slowly, giving people the feeling that it would fall to the ground at any time. Although the flying posture of the arrow was a bit ugly at this time, it flew up anyway. This was a good start. Just when Roger was about to further control the arrow, the devourer lying on the table slowly opened his eyes and looked at the floating arrow curiously. Then, without Roger's expectation, the devourer showed the agility that cats generally have and pounced on the arrow like a tiger hunting prey. Awu Roger, who was fully focused on how to control the arrow, never thought that the devourer, who was sleeping like a dead pig, would wake up at this time. He didn't expect that the devourer would extend its octopus tentacle-like tongue from its mouth and swallow the arrow whole. Shit. Spit it out for me. Roger had confirmed with Yondu that there was only one such arrow that could be controlled by brain waves. Even Yondu himself couldn't make a second arrow. After swallowing the unique whistle arrow, the devourer extended its normal tongue to lick its right paw. Then, it gave Roger a disdainful look. Roger had planned to learn how to control the whistle arrow before the arrival of Ron and the accuser. But his plan ended just as it began. The practice of controlling the whistle arrow soon turned into a capture operation for the devourer. The devourer, who was usually lazy and no different from an orange cat, went crazy after swallowing the whistle arrow. He was as active as if he had been injected with chicken blood and ran wildly on the thousand sunshine. The devourer, one of the most dangerous creatures in the universe, completely demonstrated its strength that matched its own evaluation at this time. Like a flexible loach, it dodged Roger's capture again and again. Just when Roger was about to give up the shaving and directly perform the elementalization of the shining fruit, the devourer did something that was shocking. The devourer rushed into the bridge, then jumped, drew a beautiful yellow arc in the air, and jumped with great precision onto Nami's chest that could not be controlled with one hand. The soft cat paw stepped on the equally soft meatball. What's wrong with it? Nami instinctively hugged the devourer and said in confusion. It ate something it shouldn't have. Looking at the devourer's undisguised enjoyment, Roger frowned. Isn't this guy a female? Why is he so interested in Nami? Although he couldn't figure out why the devourer had such a special liking for Nami, Roger didn't intend to let it go. The whistle arrow is his, and Nami is also his. After a lot of ravages, the devourer finally spit out the whistle arrow. However, it didn't just spit out the whistle arrow, but also a hammer. A one-handed hammer that looks like a hammer and a little like an axe. There is a small spike on the top of the hammer. For some reason, after seeing the slight golden hammer, Roger immediately thought of Thor's hammer. This thing. After thinking of Thor's hammer, a character that he had only seen in comics emerged in his mind. Horse-faced Thor. Could this hammer be the storm hammer of the horse-faced Thor? After this guess came to his mind, the more Roger looked at the hammer, the more he felt that it was the storm hammer of the horse-faced Thor. Thinking of this, he turned his head and looked at the devourer, who was becoming more and more dissatisfied with him. If the devourer could not speak, he would have asked the devourer directly whether he had eaten the horse-faced Thor who could arm wrestle Thor. After wiping off the saliva on the whistle arrow and the hammer, he threw the whistle arrow and the hammer, that seemed to be the storm hammer, into the alien space in his body. Are there coordinates of Asgard in the star map on the ship? Asgard? Let me see. It was the first time that Nami heard of Asgard, and a puzzled look appeared on her face. After searching in the database, she found information about Asgard. Asgard, a god-level civilization. It is forbidden to go there unless necessary. Behind this warning message, there is a lot of information about Asgard. Although the Kree Empire is one of the 3 major empires in the universe, it is one of the undisputed overlord-level civilizations in the universe. But even so, the Kree Empire still gave Asgard the highest level of civilization. After ignoring the information that was not useful for the time being, Nami found the specific coordinates of Asgard in the database. I found the coordinates of Asgard. Do you want to go there now? Nami asked. No, we will go there after the matter here is resolved. Although Asgard is a long-standing advanced civilization, Asgard has not opened up the interstellar trade that advanced civilization should have. To a certain extent, Asgard is an advanced civilization that does not like to deal with the outside world. Of course, other countries in the 9 realms are exceptions. After waiting in this starfield for 3 days, the 1000 Miles Sunshine finally received a message from Star-Lord again. After a tortuous search, Star-Lord finally found the Dark Star. After sending a taunting broadcast to the Dark Star in a provocative manner, Star-Lord successfully attracted Ronan's attention and pursuit. In the Milano. Are you really not going to make a move? If this continues, we will soon die in this starfield. Star-Lord, who was driving the spaceship, roared at the leopard clone next to him. In response to his roar, the leopard clone still said nothing. Damn it. How could Roger let you follow me? Star-Lord complained again. This was not the first time he complained. After he successfully attracted Ronan's attention and made Ronan start to hunt him, he basically complained every 10 minutes. The Dark Star, like a space fortress, followed the Milano tightly, with the momentum that it would not give up until it was completely caught. What's more troublesome is that, in order to successfully guide the Dark Star to the starfield, where Xander is located, he cannot completely get rid of the Dark Star. Can't be caught, and can't completely get rid of the Dark Star. Star-Lord's escape journey this time is not ordinary. After getting rid of the small spaceship sent by the Dark Star again, he took a look at his current location. Almost there. Just 2 more jumps and you can return to the starfield where Xander is. Star-Lord was still luring the Dark Star to Xander, while Roger on 1000 Sunshine was making the final whistle arrow contact. After a few days of practice, he could roughly control the whistle arrow to attack. However, he was still a long way from being as free as Yondu. After receiving the message sent back by Star-Lord, he called Yondu to 1000 Sunshine, returned the whistle arrow to Yondu, and assigned a task to Yondu and others. 10 minutes later, Yondu left 1000 Sunshine with his leopard clone and the Star Wars, and returned to his flagship spaceship. At the same time, 1000 Sunshine, which had stayed here for 3 days, started its engine again, and flew towards Xander. It was unlikely that the Dark Star could be stopped by 1000 Sunshine and Yondu's spaceship alone. Although Roger had the ability to destroy the Dark Star, his goal was not to completely destroy the Dark Star, but to take the Dark Star into his pocket. Therefore, he now needed to rely on the power of the Nova Corps. Although the Dark Star is just a battleship, to some extent, it is a fully armed fleet. Not to mention that there are a large number of small combat ships in the Dark Star. The shipborne weapons on the Dark Star alone are enough to launch a planet-level war. Although the 1000 Sunshine has been transformed by vibranium, Roger does not intend to let the 1000 Sunshine fight the Dark Star head-on. After arriving at the control starfield of the Nova Corps, Roger asked Nami to send a wide area broadcast directly to the Nova Corps. The content of the broadcast is very simple, with only one sentence. Ronan, the accuser of the Kree Empire, is on the Dark Star to Xander. After sending the message, the 1000 Sunshine did not stop, but went directly to the jump point, and completely left the starfield. The jump point that the 1000 Sunshine left was not the jump point that Star-Lord returned to, so Roger did not have to worry about running into the Dark Star on the way out. His plan was simple. Star-Lord was responsible for leading the Dark Star to the starfield, where Xander was located. Yondu is responsible for meeting Star-Lord and launching the first wave of attacks on the Dark Star, while leading the Dark Star to the control starfield, where the Nova Corps is located. When the Dark Star enters the control starfield, where the Nova Core is located, Star-Lord and Yondu's mission is completed. At that time, they will decide whether to continue to participate in the war or leave directly. When the Dark Star and the Nova Core are completely at war, Roger will return to this starfield with the Thousand Sunny to participate in the war, and while taking the Dark Star into his pocket, he will also see if there is any chance to conquer Xander. If the Nova Core suffers too much loss, he doesn't mind getting rid of the Nova Core and letting Xander change its owner. If he can take both the Dark Star and Xander as his own, then his journey in the universe this time can basically come to a perfect end. This will be a battle that will make him and the Tenacious Pirates famous in the universe. Only such a battle is worthy of being the debut battle of the Tenacious Pirates. Neither Star-Lord nor Yondu, and even Nami, had expected that Roger's ambitions would be so big this time. Either don't do it, or do it thoroughly. Roger didn't want to leave any regrets in his first battle with the pirates. When the Thousand Sunny left, the Milano, which had been chased by the Dark Star for several star regions, finally completed its last jump, and returned to the star region, where the Xander Star was located. As soon as the Milano left the jump point, Star-Lord saw Yondu's spaceship signal on the display. Without any hesitation, he changed his flight direction, and flew towards Yondu's huge and rugged flagship spaceship. Not long after the Milano flew out, the space fortress-like Dark Star jumped out of the jump point. Coming out with a Dark Star was a swarm of small combat spaceships. Chapter 154 Eternia Attack to You. After seeing the Milano flying towards Yondu's spaceship, Ronan showed an expression of as expected. After chasing Star-Lord for so long, he had seen some things. Although he did not take Star-Lord's strength seriously, he had to admit that Star-Lord's spaceship driving skills were far superior to his own men. After being surrounded and blocked for so long, he was able to escape several star regions unscathed. He could obviously get rid of the chasing team, but he never really escaped. Star-Lord's abnormal behavior attracted Ronan's attention early on. Want to lure me into an ambush? Ronan roughly guessed Star-Lord's plan, but he had no intention of giving up. Not to mention that Star-Lord was just a little known plunderer. Even if he was a member of the Nova Corps, Ronan would not have any fear. He investigated Star-Lord's past in detail and knew that there was no large-scale strength behind Star-Lord. The only ones who could be regarded as background were Yondu and others. In his opinion, there was no essential difference between a plunderer and a group of plunderers. All troops out. Except for that guy called Star-Lord. No one else will be left alive. Ronan said without any hesitation, in an unquestionable tone. The next moment, the Dark Star entered combat mode, and all the shipboard weapons were activated. At the same time, the small spaceships in the Dark Star left one after another. After the Dark Star entered combat mode, Yondu's flagship also entered combat status. As soon as possible, small spaceships of different models flew away from the flagship and began to pick up Star-Lord, who had already fled to several star regions. There was no need for any communication, and the space battle was about to start. Energy beams and shells of various colors shot out, exploding in space like dazzling fireworks. The Predator's flying fleet directly confronted the Dark Star's flying fleet. Taking advantage of the gap between the two sides' fierce battle, Star-Lord did not hesitate and flew towards Yondu's flagship at an unimpeded speed. It's not that he didn't want to participate in the battle, and by the way, he didn't want to vent his resentment of being hunted in several star regions, but now he was simply powerless. In other words, the Milano was not suitable for participating in the battle at all. The Milano was not short of weapons, but its energy was running out. After leaving the Thousand Sunshine, the Milano had not carried out any supplies. After searching for the Dark Star for several days, and then being hunted in several starfields, it was remarkable that the Milano could hold on until now. After driving the Milano back to the hangar that looked as rough as the flagship, Star-Lord finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally back alive. He had never thought that there would be a day when he would miss Yondu so much. After handing the Milano to the technicians in the hangar, he brought the leopard clone to the bridge without looking back. As soon as he entered the bridge, he immediately saw the nearly 2-meter tall giant leopard next to Yondu. After seeing this completely unfamiliar leopard clone, he reacted instantly. No wonder Yondu and the others stayed here so obediently and dared to confront the Dark Star directly. Where's Roger? Star-Lord asked immediately after coming to Yondu's side. Gone. Yondu said calmly without looking back. Gone. Yes, gone. Only then did Yondu turn around and look at Star-Lord, whose limbs were still intact. Then what are we still doing here? Star-Lord didn't know Roger's arrangement. In his opinion, it was incredible that Yondu and others were still staying here. Yondu didn't answer Star-Lord. His eyes were fixed on the battle outside, commanding the flagship ship to attack the Dark Star. Although Yondu and others were experienced predators, they had to admit that they were no match for the Kree Empire in this kind of group-based Legion battle. As time passed, more and more predator ships were destroyed. Even the flagship commanded by Yondu himself suffered a lot of attacks, especially when commanding the flagship ship to attack the Dark Star. He once again felt the frustration of fighting with the Thousand Sunshine. The Dark Star was larger than the Thousand Sunshine and had thicker armor. And like the Thousand Sunshine, the Dark Star also had an energy shield defense system. Although the energy shield of the Dark Star only supported defense against attacks from the front, it was already tricky enough for Yondu and others. After seeing the Dark Star's energy shield blocking all attacks, big and small, Yondu couldn't help but complain in his heart. Roger is a madman. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Yondu suppressed his dissatisfaction and issued a new order. It was only more than 10 minutes after the start of the war, and he lost half of his small spaceships. Although he didn't have much affection for his men, he still felt strongly dissatisfied after seeing his men being shot down one by one. Yondu had just issued the order to retreat, and the predators who had already planned to retreat flew directly to the designated retreat point without saying a word. These predators' space combat technology is not very good. But when it comes to running away, they are well-deserved experts. In just a blink of an eye, these predators controlled the spacecraft to leave the battlefield and flew to the retreat point at full speed. Although Yondu did not tell them Roger's plan in full, these predators knew that, as long as they could retreat alive, their mission would be accomplished. In order to motivate them, Yondu even made a promise. As long as they can retreat alive, they can freely choose whether to leave the plundering group. That is the jurisdiction of the Nova Corps. Are you sure we want to go there? Star-Lord asked doubtfully after seeing the retreat coordinates displayed on the screen. You can go back to the Milano. Yondu answered calmly. I don't know if it's my illusion, but Star-Lord always feels that Yondu is a little weird now. He neither blamed me for taking the cosmic orb alone, nor asked him to join the battle. This is wrong. Very wrong. Just when Star-Lord was about to say something else, Yondu's voice sounded again. Get out. Otherwise I'll let them eat you. After hearing Yondu's threat, Star-Lord was even more confused. Eat him. This is what Yondu often used to intimidate him when he was a child. At the beginning, he was really afraid that he would be eaten by these weird-looking plunderers. But as he got older, he took Yondu's threat less and less seriously. Just relying on these guys, if they want to eat me, there's no way. Although he couldn't figure out what Yondu was thinking, Star-Lord didn't say anything else. He left the bridge with his Panther clone and returned to the Milano, which had already completed the supply. In the Thousand Sunshine. Isn't 1 hour too long? Those predators don't look very strong. In the bridge, Nami held the Devourer and sat next to Roger, asking slowly. The Nova Corps will not stand idly by, and Yondu is a smart man. He will definitely find a way to survive, Roger said casually while sitting in the captain's chair. He didn't give Yondu the order to hold on for an hour. This hour was the time he gave to the Nova Corps. Although there were no particularly powerful top-notch warriors in the Nova Corps, as a corps famous in the universe, the Nova Corps was not weak. Even if Ronan took the Dark Star to join the battle, the Nova Corps would not be unable to hold on for even an hour. Of course, if the Nova Corps really couldn't hold on, it wouldn't be a big deal. Time passed little by little. After waiting patiently for an hour, Roger finally gave the order to return to Zenda. After waiting for so long, it's time to go back and reap the fruits of victory. The Thousand Sunshine, which had been ready for a long time, started its engine again and flew at full speed towards the interstellar jump point in front of it. Not long after, the Thousand Sunshine, which was far away in another starfield, jumped back to the starfield where Xander was located. As soon as it returned to the starfield where Xander was located, one spaceship signal after another quickly appeared on the display screen of the bridge. The most obvious one was the Dark Star, which was located near Xander. The moment the radar of the Thousand Sunshine locked onto the Dark Star also locked onto the Thousand Sunshine immediately. Finally showed up. After seeing the spaceship signal of the Thousand Sunshine, Ronan was not surprised at all, but showed an expression of confidence in victory. The strange escape behavior of the Milano, the obstruction of the plunderers, the participation of the Nova Corps. If Ronan still couldn't figure out what was going on after going through so much, he would be too sorry for his identity as the Supreme Accuser. The Flying Fleet continues to attack the Nova Corps, and the Dark Star turns to meet the enemy. After this period of investigation, Ronan has roughly figured out the origin of the Thousand Sunshine. Although the Kree warriors sent to Earth were not his men, he found the travel information of that fleet from the internal database of the Kree Empire. After comparison, he can be 100% sure that the Thousand Sunshine is the Imperial active warship that was marked as damaged. From the appearance, the Thousand Sunshine does not retain much of the style of the Kree warship. But the special hull structure and power system clearly prove that this is an Imperial warship. Nami, you are responsible for the on-site command. Roger stood up from the chair and instantly completed the elementalization of the Twinkle Twinkle fruit. He was shining with golden light without any hesitation, and directly used the flash of the Door fruit, and disappeared in front of Nami and others. Although the Thousand Sunshine is now fully armed, in fact, there are not many combatants in the Thousand Sunshine except him. The Star Wars were taken away by Yondu. Although Buggy stayed in Thousand Sunshine, his mission was to protect Nami, Dr. Connors and others. After flashing outside Thousand Sunshine, Roger did not fly towards Darkstar immediately, but sat on the top of the bridge with a relaxed look. The distance between Thousand Sunshine and Darkstar was getting closer and closer. When both sides entered the best distance for space combat, he stood up again. Fire. Nami and Ronan gave the order to fire almost at the same time. Thousand Sunshine and Darkstar fired at the same time, and energy beams of various colors and missiles of various types flew to each other at high speed. On the surface, Thousand Sunshine was going to have a face-to-face firepower battle with Darkstar. But in fact, Roger had no such idea at all. The firepower and size of Darkstar were far greater than those of Thousand Sunshine, and pure firepower battle would only put Thousand Sunshine at a disadvantage. Even if the armor on Thousand Sunshine had been replaced with vibranium, it did not mean that Thousand Sunshine could withstand the full firepower attack of Darkstar. Unless the Thousand Sunshine was made of pure vibranium, Roger would never adopt such a simple and crude bombardment tactic. When the energy beams and missiles fired by the Darkstar were about to hit the Thousand Sunshine, he, who had been prepared, put his hands together and used the power of the string fruit in the form of flash elementalization. He could not elementalize the flash shiny fruit and the magma fruit at the same time, but he could freely use the power of the main fruit, the string fruit, in the form of elementalization. The main fruit can be used with any of the secondary fruits at the same time. The secondary fruits can also cooperate with each other, except for using two natural fruits at the same time. Silk threads shining with faint blue-purple light emerged out of thin air, forming silk thread portals of different sizes in front of the Thousand Sunshine. Creating dozens of silk thread portals at the same time seems to be a very laborious task, but in fact, this is not a burden for Roger at all. The silk thread portal mainly uses the power of the space gem. What he did was just to surround the so-called door frame with silk threads. The energy beams and missiles flying at high speed flew into the silk thread portal. Just as Ronan frowned at this scene, Roger opened the same number of silk portals in front of the Darkstar. Return to you. Roger used the silk portal to return all the attacks from the Darkstar. Open the defense shield. Ronan's voice rang out quickly. Although he didn't know how Roger did it, after seeing the attacks flying back, he decisively gave the order to open the defense shield. The defense shield of the Darkstar was enough to withstand these attacks. This defense shield did not disappoint Ronan and blocked all the attacks that came back. The energy beams and missiles fired by the 1,000 miles sunshine were also blocked one by one. The dazzling explosion light lit up one after another, completely blocking the sight of Ronan and others. At this moment, a silk portal with a diameter of only 2 meters appeared above the Dark Star. Roger, shining with golden light, flew out of the portal and came to the top of the bridge of the Dark Star. No one noticed his arrival, not even the ship defense guns of the Dark Star noticed his arrival. Feeling the solidity under his feet, he used the power of the string fruit again without any hesitation. Observation Haki. While using the power of the string fruit, he used his observation Haki to sense the life signals in the Dark Star in detail 50, 100, 300, 500, 1000. In just 2 or 3 seconds, he confirmed the location of everyone in the Dark Star. It's time to show the real macro manipulation skills. Roger pressed his hands on the Dark Star and closed his eyes. Thousands of sharp silk threads shining with blue and purple light appeared out of thin air in every corner of the Dark Star. Chapter 155 Pirate Roger vs. Accuser Ronan. The best way to completely receive the Dark Star is to eliminate all the enemies inside at once. Only in this way can the collateral damage caused by the battle be minimized and the integrity of the Dark Star be maintained to the greatest extent. In the past, Roger would not even dare to think about micromanipulating thousands of silk threads at the same time. But now, with only one step away from awakening the thread fruit, he has the confidence to accomplish this seemingly impossible task. Use the observation Haki to lock the position of each enemy, then use the power of the space gem to make the silk threads appear in the right place. Finally, control these silk threads to carry out the real assassination. After confirming that he had made all the preparations, Roger did not hesitate at all and simultaneously controlled the silk threads that appeared out of thin air in every corner of the Dark Star. The silk threads emitting blue-purple light appeared in an instant. Then, like bullets or sharp blades, they struck everyone in the Dark Star. Whether it was the Kree warriors ready to go, the idle maintenance technicians, or the operators busy at various positions, everyone in the Dark Star was attacked by the silk threads at the same time. Swish. The sound of silk threads piercing the head or cutting the neck continued to sound in the Dark Star. The Kree in the Dark Star were killed by the sharp silk threads that appeared out of thin air before they realized anything. The observation Haki sensed the life signal and 90% disappeared in the blink of an eye. The strange and deadly silk threads appeared in every corner of the Dark Star like the sickle of the god of death. With just one attack, the Dark Star suffered the largest casualties since the war began. Before the surviving Kree warriors could react, Roger launched a second attack. Just like before, the observation Haki locked the target position, and the silk threads of the thread fruit were responsible for the fatal blow. Although these Kree warriors had already been alert to a certain extent, but in front of the elusive silk threads, their alertness could not save their lives. After repeating this step 2 or 3 times, there was only one life signal left in the Dark Star. Ronan the Accuser. Except for Ronan, all the Kree in the Dark Star died under the silk threads controlled by Roger. Without even a chance to resist, they lined up hand in hand to go to hell. From the time it landed on the Dark Star to the time the attack ended, it took less than 5 seconds. But in this short period of less than 5 seconds, Roger ended the lives of thousands of Kree people and put the Dark Star into a state of no one to operate. At this time, Ronan in the bridge showed an extremely ugly face. Although he escaped the attack of the silk thread, his men were not as lucky as him. The bridge that was bustling just now, in the blink of an eye, he was the only one left. If this strange silk thread attack had not happened right in front of him and took away the lives of his men, he would never have believed that this world would have such a strange and deadly attack. Although he still didn't quite understand what happened until now, he was sure that this strange phenomenon was related to the Golden Roger. Just as he held the Warhammer Universal Weapon tightly with both hands, guarding against the silk thread appearing again, and launching an attack, a slightly illusory space gate appeared in front of him. This seemingly transparent space gate had just taken shape, and a golden man walked out of it. An alien from Earth? Ronan asked cautiously, after seeing Roger appear. When investigating the Thousand Sunshine, he also knew the purpose of the warship's trip to Earth. Coupled with the strange attack just now, he naturally regarded Roger as an alien. No. Roger frowned and replied. From the looks of you, you should want to seize the Dark Star. Come on, let me see what you can do. As soon as the voice fell, Ronan swung the warhammer in his hand, and a shockwave lightning that was not much weaker than the energy cannon struck Roger. Looking at the shockwave getting closer and closer to him, Roger did not dodge, but stood in place and let the shockwave attack him. In the elemental state, he did not need to worry about these attacks at all. The almost transparent shockwave swept in like a wave. Then it went straight through Roger's body and hit the metal wall behind him. Boom. The sound of collision suddenly sounded, and the metal wall showed visible cracks. After seeing that the shockwave had no effect on Roger, Ronan's face became even uglier. He knew that there were many special races in the universe, but in his memory, there was no such special race that could ignore attacks on the backward Earth. At this moment, he began to doubt Roger's identity. Although Roger looked like an Earthling, the abilities he showed were not Earthling at all. Who are you? Ronan asked again. My name is Roger, and I'm a pirate. Pirate? Ronan quickly recalled in his mind, but did not recall any information related to pirates. It was normal not to remember. Roger only said that he was a pirate in the Void Land, and those villains who knew he was a pirate were forcibly recruited by him without exception, and became his cannon fodder. Looking at Ronan, who was full of vigilance, Roger lightly tapped the ground with his right foot. Then, a space gate with a diameter of tens of meters appeared on the ground out of thin air. Although Ronan noticed the abnormality at the first time, he had no chance to leave in front of Roger, and fell into the space gate without suspense. When Ronan fell into the green space, Roger also entered the green space directly, and closed the space door. In the assassination attack just now, he did not deliberately hold back on Ronan. Ronan can survive purely because of his own strength. A person who can use his body to resist the backlash of the power gem can never be a weak person. If Ronan had no strength at all, he would not be able to become the supreme accuser of the Kree Empire and the commander of the accusation group. In a sense, Ronan is one of the most powerful beings in the Kree Empire. In Roger's memory, Ronan has a strong ability to adapt to the environment, is immune to most toxins and viruses, and has a longer lifespan than ordinary Kree people. In addition, he also has a strong self-healing ability, super fast movement speed and agility, as well as extraordinary strength and endurance, and mastered excellent fighting skills and weapon skills. Outstanding physique and skills are only part of Ronan's strength. The warhammer in his hand, called Universal Weapon, is also not to be underestimated. The Universal Weapon hammer can manipulate matter by disintegrating or reorganizing molecules or atoms, changing the gravity and density of matter. In addition, the Universal Weapon can also absorb energy, manipulate energy, create energy shields, emit shock waves, and control lightning. More importantly, the Universal Weapon can also create force fields, create time movement fields, and transmit thoughts in hyperspace. It is said that Ronan at his peak can even create black holes and manipulate time. Although this is how it is described in the comics, Roger is skeptical about this description. It's not that he looks down on Ronan, but creating black holes and manipulating time are not things that the Universal Weapon can do. In his opinion, creating black holes and manipulating time can only be done by cosmic treasures of the level of the Infinity Stones. For example, using the Space Stone to create a black hole and using the Time Stone to manipulate time. Although Ronan's hammer Universal Weapon is also a rare and precious existence, it is obviously still a long way from the Infinity Stones. Don't be afraid. Although this is the alien space under my control, the home advantage is not as big as you think, Roger explained to Ronan. However, his explanation did not have any effect. Instead, it made Ronan more vigilant. Although he had not yet officially fought with Roger, he had already regarded Roger as a strong enemy that he needed to go all out. Whether it was Roger's previous Silk Thread attack or the action of ignoring the shockwave just now, it left a very deep impression on him. At this time, he finally understood why the Kree warriors who went to Earth to capture the Inhumans could not even send a message for help and were annihilated on Earth. With such strength, let alone the ordinary Kree team, even if Ronan took action himself, he would not dare to guarantee that he would be able to complete the task. Stop talking nonsense and do it. Ronan held the warhammer and took a fighting stance. Looking at Ronan, who had become completely serious, Roger did not hesitate and raised his hand to shoot a laser beam. He did not intend to use the home advantage of the green alien space to bully Ronan. Whoosh! The golden light came in an instant, shooting straight at Ronan's head. Facing this lightning fast attack, Ronan showed the qualities of an excellent warrior. He raised his hand slightly, and at the moment when the laser light was about to hit his head, he blocked the hammerhead in front of himself. At the same time, a transparent but amazingly defensive energy shield appeared instantly, standing in front of him like a wall. Boom. The laser light hit the square hammerhead of the universal weapon without any suspense, and it exploded. The powerful shock wave spread out with the explosion. Although the explosion was right in front of him, Ronan did not retreat a step and use the energy shield to resist this amazingly powerful attack wave. The golden light became the only color in Ronan's eyes, completely blocking his sight. While using the energy shield to block the shockwave, he once again activated the universal weapon and extended the energy shield to a 360-degree full encirclement form without dead angles. In front of Roger, he did not dare to be careless, and his experience told him that Roger's attack would never be so simple. As he expected, before the golden light of the explosion faded, a golden beam of light thicker than the laser beam fell from the sky. Light speed kick. Roger's right leg kicked Ronan in midair. A large number of photons accompanied the kick, instantly accelerating to a terrifying degree, hitting Ronan like a laser. Boom. Ronan's caution was rewarded at this moment. The amazing explosion, which was far more powerful than the laser beam, was blocked by the energy shield he had activated with all his strength. Crack. Just when Ronan was glad that he had extended the energy shield to cover his entire body without blind spots, he heard a sound that should not have existed. This sound, like glass about to shatter, made him feel depressed. Bang. Almost at the moment he heard the shattering sound, Ronan felt a heavy blow that could not be described in words. The whole person flew backwards uncontrollably and spit out a mouthful of blood. How could this be possible? Ronan never thought that the power of the light speed kick was so strong that it could shatter the energy shield with one kick. As the owner of the universal weapon, he knew better than anyone how powerful the energy shield was when it was fully activated. However, now, Roger's light speed kick seemed to have shattered his dream, making him feel the cruelty of reality. Without having time to pay attention to the severe pain in his chest, Ronan activated the energy shield again. No more passive defense. Several new ideas quickly emerged in Ronan's mind. Not long after these ideas appeared, they were overturned one by one. Ordinary means could not resist the monster like Roger. Astonishing speed and power, immune to ordinary physical defense. Ronan focused on the most powerful ability of the universal weapon. Time movement field. Only this hyperspace-like mind movement ability can possibly avoid Roger's attack. Although the time movement field is an undoubted powerful ability, Ronan did not intend to use this move immediately. The reason is simple. The more powerful the move, the heavier the burden. With his current strength, he can only use the time movement field 5 times a day at most. 5 times. He only has 5 chances to defeat Roger. However, the problem is that he does not have a powerful attack move that can make the final decision. The time movement field can allow him to dodge Roger's attack or get to Roger's blind spot in an instant. But he still lacks the ability to really hurt Roger. For ordinary Kree people, Ronan is powerful in all aspects. Strength, speed, physique, experience, skills, weapons, and equipment are all in top condition. In other words, Ronan is like a perfect hexagonal warrior with full attributes. However, the problem is that this so-called all-round strength is judged according to the standards of the Kree Empire. Is it really necessary to just sit back and wait for death? For the first time in the battle, Ronan felt helpless. After using the speed of light to kick Ronan away, Roger did not immediately launch a second wave of attacks. Although he is now suspected of cheating, he does not intend to cancel the elementalization. It was Ronan's bad luck. If he hadn't met Roger, or if he hadn't met Roger who had upgraded the Trillion Fruit to level 5, he would still have failed, but he wouldn't have failed so helplessly. Not to mention the immunity of the elementalized to physical attacks. The Trillion Fruit, which has been upgraded to level 5, has the same increase in attack power as cheating. in this case, not to mention Ronan, even Thor would be troubled. Chapter 156. I'll give you 3 days. Looking at Ronan with a tangled expression on his face, Roger was unusually calm. He had no opinion on Ronan. The reason why they became enemies was purely because Ronan had a powerful warship like the Dark Star. From a personal point of view, he actually admired Ronan. After all, not everyone can give everything to achieve their wishes. Don't you choose to attack actively? Roger took the initiative to remind Ronan. If Ronan still chooses passive defense, Roger can guarantee that Ronan will not have any chance to fight back in the future. In front of the level of the flash fruit that has been upgraded to LV5, if Ronan chooses to defend, it basically means that he will say goodbye to victory completely. After hearing Roger's reminder, Ronan silently clenched the warhammer in his hand. However, he still did not choose to attack actively. The lack of a strong enough offensive means has become his most helpless thing now. Since you don't plan to attack actively, don't blame me. As soon as the voice fell, Roger turned into golden photons and disappeared. 8-foot mirror. Although Ronan was very alert, he still couldn't keep up with the amazing speed of the 8-foot mirror. In just a moment, Roger came behind him. Then, he kicked out with his right foot again. Light speed kick. It was the same move, but the attack trajectory was completely different. When he performed the light speed kick just now, Roger kicked Ronan in midair, hitting Ronan's chest from top to bottom. However, now that he was behind Ronan, he kicked out an extremely beautiful roundhouse kick. This was a roundhouse kick that was so standard that it could be used as a teaching move. Ronan's perception couldn't keep up with the speed of the 8-foot mirror, but at the moment, when Roger kicked out the light speed kick again, his instincts honed by years of fighting played an unexpected role at this time. He turned around suddenly, and the universal weapon hammer in his hand swept out with amazing force. Ronan's action was completely an instinctive reaction of the body, a perfect fusion of experience, skills, and intuition. Well done. Ronan's sweeping hammer appeared on the attack trajectory of the light speed kick, and Roger still had no intention of changing or giving up the attack. Boom. The light speed kick that was supposed to kick Ronan's left rib hit the hammer hard, causing an astonishing explosion. The terrifying shockwave attacked both sides at the same time without distinguishing between friend and foe. Facing the incoming shockwave, Roger did not dodge or evade, but stood still and let the shockwave hit him. The elemental body once again demonstrated its unreasonable and powerful immunity. The powerful shockwave did not cause any damage to Roger, and it passed through his body like a breeze. Roger could ignore the shockwave with his elemental body, but Ronan was not so lucky. The shockwave of the explosion hit the defense shield around his body hard, revealing the outline of the originally transparent defense shield. Although the energy shield created by the universal weapon blocked the impact of the shockwave, the terrifying force carried by the shockwave still lifted Ronan upside down and flew backwards for dozens of meters. Ronan, who was blown away by the blast wave, had not had time to stabilize himself again, and Roger, shining with golden light, appeared in front of him again. Light speed fist. The golden right fist hit the energy shield in front of Ronan like an energy beam fired by an energy cannon. Bang! The energy shield that blocked the blast wave did not last even a second before it shattered and completely turned into nothingness. With the example of the light speed kick before, Ronan was not surprised at all that the light speed punch shattered the energy shield. Just as the golden fist came in front of him with unabated momentum and was about to hit his chest, Ronan made a move that was rarely used in battle. Energy absorption. He planned to use the universal weapon hammer to absorb the energy of the light speed fist. Although he did not understand the shining fruit, he was sure that Roger's strange golden state was an energy posture. The universal weapon hammer raised again did not touch Roger's fist, but this did not affect the hammer's energy absorption at all. At this moment, the hammer seemed to have transformed into an energy black hole that was invisible to the naked eye, madly absorbing all the energy around it. The moment the universal weapon hammer absorbed energy, Roger immediately felt a strange feeling he had never experienced before. At this moment, he had a strange feeling that his fist was being forcibly pulled, as if there were pairs of visible hands pulling his fist towards the hammer. After possessing the flash fruit, he experienced this strange feeling for the first time. However, this did not have much impact on his attack at this time. The energy absorption efficiency of the hammer cannot be said to be low. But the problem is that the speed of the light speed fist is too fast. As soon as the hammer absorbed a small part of the energy, Roger's fist had already touched Ronan's chest. Boom. Without any suspense, Ronan was blown away again. Without the protection of the energy shield, Ronan could only rely on his own physique and the armor on his body to withstand this punch. Puff. Ronan, who flew backwards, spurted blood again. At the same time, the armor on his body made a sound of being overwhelmed. Without looking, Ronan knew that cracks appeared on the armor on his chest. What made him even more helpless was that at this time, Roger disappeared from his sight again. Time movement moving field. Ronan decisively used the most powerful ability of the universal weapon Warhammer. As he expected, after knocking him away, Roger did not give him time to adjust his state or rest and use the 8-foot mirror to come behind him. However, just when he was about to let Ronan experience the taste of being hit by light again, Ronan, who was flying towards him, disappeared strangely. Interesting. As Ronan disappeared, he put away his fist that was about to swing. Observation hacky. Although he could not see Ronan's trace, he was not worried that Ronan would leave the green space. Not to mention that Ronan did not have the ability to break through space. Even if he did, the space of the door-to-door fruit was not so easy to break through. For this point, Loki, the god of tricks, has a deep understanding. After using the observation hacky, Ronan's life signal appeared in his perception again. This state is not right. Although the observation hacky sensed Ronan's life signal, the situation he sensed was different from any previous time. I don't know if it's because of the time movement field. Ronan is now like a Wi-Fi with a particularly poor signal, appearing intermittently in Roger's perception. Sensing Ronan jumping around, Roger didn't move and stood silently in place. He didn't know much about the time movement field, but he could confirm that Ronan's strange state would not last too long. This situation of jumping around in the alien space like a flash reminded him of the quantum teleportation of the Inhuman Gordon. Keep jumping around. I want to see how long you can jump. Roger didn't plan to chase Ronan. This kind of fast movement like a flash will end soon, if nothing unexpected happens. Even if Ronan attacks him during this period, he won't take it to heart. Elementalization. It's so rogue. Looking at Roger standing still in the same place, Ronan, who is in the time movement field, is helpless. Although the time movement field is a very powerful movement skill, the problem is that it is only a movement skill. Just as Roger thought, even if he appeared next to Roger, he could not hurt Roger. 10 seconds later, Ronan reluctantly released the time movement field and appeared hundreds of meters away from Roger. After the continuous movement just now, he has roughly figured out the scope of this alien space. This is a spherical, closed alien space with a radius of about 1 kilometer. Not running away. After Ronan appeared, Roger spoke again. If you want the Dark Star, I can give it to you intact. After a few seconds of silence, Ronan said in a submissive tone. He had to give in. He had no way to deal with Roger in the elemental state. No, it's not that he couldn't deal with him, but that he couldn't even hurt Roger. Give me the Dark Star? Roger smiled and shook his head, then continued, you seem to have made a mistake. After I came to the Dark Star is mine. You are not qualified to give me something that already belongs to me. If you want to live, you have to pay another price. Killing Ronan or not is not a problem for Roger. Killing Ronan, he can take over the Dark Star in its entirety. Not killing Ronan, he can also take over the Dark Star in its entirety. The only difference between the two is that he may have one more potential enemy in the future. However, considering Ronan's strength, this is not a problem at all. Ronan is not the kind of top combat power. A large part of his strength comes from his identity and his subordinates. Without his subordinates and fleet, he is just a Kree with outstanding personal strength. Although Roger rejected him, Ronan heard the underlying line from it. Since the Dark Star cannot be traded, then soon, a crazy idea emerged in Ronan's mind. Xander and the Kree Empire. I can help you conquer Xander and the Kree Empire. It must be said that Ronan is a man with a clear goal. Even in the current situation, he still does not give up the goal of destroying Xander. In order to attract Roger as much as possible, he even pulled the Kree Empire. Interesting. You are really interesting. After hearing Ronan's words, Roger shrugged and said with a smile, "Although I'm not your opponent, my military command ability is pretty good. If you want Xander, I can be your best helper," Ronan said again. Roger was really moved by Ronan's proposal. He knew that Ronan did not recognize him from the bottom of his heart, but was purely helpless. But he didn't mind this very much. This is the same as the idea of some scumbags when picking up girls. It doesn't matter whether you can get the girl's heart. As long as you can get the girl, it's enough. A military commander with good individual strength and rich command experience is a candidate worth considering for the Shire Pirates, which is currently extremely short of talents. Your proposal is good, I agree. After thinking for dozens of seconds, Roger agreed to Ronan's surrender request. After receiving Roger's affirmative reply, Ronan took the initiative to put down the warhammer in his hand, knelt on one knee, and expressed his submission. Roger nodded with satisfaction, then opened the space door, and took Ronan back to the bridge of the Dark Star. "I will hand over the command to you, show me your value." After that, Roger took out the communicator to contact Nami, and asked Nami to notify Yondu and others who were still far away. "You will definitely not regret this decision today." Ronan nodded to Roger, and gave new orders to the Kree warriors who were fighting with the Nova Corps outside. At the same time, he sent specific assistance instructions to the Thousand Sunshine. Roger did not interfere with Ronan's command, but went straight to the commander's position that originally belonged to Ronan, and sat down casually. Facts have proved that Ronan is indeed a rare military commander. Born in the Kree Empire Accusation Group, he has well demonstrated what a professional is. Under his command, the Kree Empire's warriors cooperated with the predators such as Yondu, and suppressed the Nova Corps, which had a clear numerical advantage. In addition, the cooperation between the Dark Star and the Thousand Sunshine made the battle one-sided. In less than half an hour, the fighter units sent by the Nova Corps were all destroyed. The Nova Corps warships responsible for long-range fire support were also transformed into fleeting huge fireballs under the firebombing of the Dark Star and the Thousand Sunshine. Whether it was Yondu and others, or the Nova Corps, they did not expect that the outcome would turn out like this. Good job. If I continue to give you the command, how long will it take you to take down Xander? Roger, who was sitting in the commander's position, asked slowly. 3 days. At most 3 days, I can take down Xander. If you are willing to give me the power gem, I can take down Xander in half an hour. Ronan didn't know that the power gem he had been thinking about had completely disappeared and became part of Roger's power. But even if the power stone was still there, Roger would not give it to Ronan. "I'll give you 3 days. After 3 days, I want to see a relatively complete Xander." After that, Roger summoned the last clone doll he could make, and let the Leopard Man clone follow Ronan. Ronan did not say anything about Roger's arrangement. When Roger used the silk thread portal to leave the Dark Star, he sighed silently, and then set his sights on the distant Xander. P.S. Thank you Woofer for the reward. Thank you for your support. Chapter 157, The Awakening of the String Fruit. Ronan did not disappoint Roger. In just one day, Ronan led his troops, as well as Yondu and other predators, to destroy all the space fleets of the Nova Corps, and transferred the battlefield from space to Xander. Because of Ronan's outstanding performance, the specially modified Thousand Sunshine was idle at this time, following the Dark Star like a logistics support force. Roger did not interfere with Ronan's specific command work, and even recalled the Star Wars team placed in Yondu's team back to the Thousand Sunshine. Ronan, Yondu, and Star-Lord were each followed by a clone puppet made by the Shadow Riders. Except for Yondu's clone in the form of a leopard, Ronan and Star-Lord were all leopard clones. With these 3 clones, Roger did not need to worry about any abnormal behavior from Ronan and the other 2. Not to mention Yondu and Star-Lord, they simply did not have the strength to defeat the clone puppets. Although Ronan has such strength, as long as he dares to attack Roger's leopard clone, Roger will immediately use the silk thread portal to rush to the scene and let him experience the unreasonable power of the flash fruit. After handing over the command to Ronan, Roger completely became a hands-off boss. Now, in addition to exchanging fighting skills with Nami, the most thing he does is to study the storm hammer that is suspected to be the horse-faced thunder god. Although he has not been able to confirm whether this hammer is the storm hammer of the horse-faced thunder god. However, after 2 days of research, he has already made some guesses. If nothing unexpected happens, this thing is a storm hammer of the horse-faced thunder god. As for why the storm hammer was swallowed by the element devourer, he doesn't know, and the element devourer can't tell him the truth of the matter. The language barrier has now become the biggest communication barrier between him and the element devourer. And I don't know if it's because of the last time he forced the element devourer to spit out the whistle arrow. The relationship between the element devourer and him has become worse and worse. His relationship with the element devourer has deteriorated, but what is puzzling is that the element devourer has completely fallen in love with Nami. Neither Roger nor Nami expected this development. In the training room of the Thousand Sunny, Roger wielded the storm hammer, which had a hammer head on one side and an axe on the other, trying to bring out the true power of the storm hammer. However, it turned out that he had no talent for using the hammer. Simple use, such as using the storm hammer as an ordinary cold weapon, was no problem for him. But he could only do these simple uses. He vaguely remembered that the storm hammer was specially made by Odin for the horse-faced Thor, and it had abilities similar to Thor's hammer, and was not subject to any restrictions. The storm hammer could allow the horse-faced Thor to fly, control the weather, and absorb or release various energies. However, the horse-faced Thor seemed to rarely use the special abilities of the storm hammer. In the hands of the horse-faced Thor, the storm hammer was just a melee hammer most of the time. After wielding the fighting technique that he casually named Chaos Cloak Hammer method more than a dozen times in the training room, Roger ended today's training. After returning to the captain's room and taking a comfortable hot bath, he changed into clean clothes and came to the bridge. The Thousand Sunshine did not enter Xander, but stayed in outer space. Even so, the display screen on the bridge still clearly showed the scene of the Dark Star attacking Xander. Under Ronan's command, the Nova Corps was beaten back step by step. According to the current rhythm of development, the Nova Corps can only hold on until tomorrow at most. It must be said that Ronan did make sufficient preparations to retaliate against Xander. Although Roger's appearance caused some mistakes in his preparations. But when dealing with the Nova Corps, the tactics and equipment he prepared perfectly restrained the Nova Corps. Send a message to Ronan. Destroy the Nova Corps, but don't cause too much damage to Xander. I don't want to accept a ruined Xander. The reason why Roger likes Xander is that Xander allows him to see the future of the Earth. If the Earth continues to develop, sooner or later the Earth will become an advanced civilization like Xander. Although even if it suffers war damage, the technological level of Xander can restore everything. But Roger does not intend to let Xander become like that. A Xander planet that has not suffered much damage is what he wants. A planet with advanced civilization and perfect enjoyment. Okay, I'll notify Ronan immediately. Nami's voice sounded beside Roger. Then, he saw Nami, wearing a white tight dress, came to the operating table, and sent a message to the Dark Star. Looking at Nami's perfect back outlined by the tight dress, Roger swallowed silently. Although he already knew Nami's body very well, it must be said that Nami's perfect figure would still involuntarily evoke some unhealthy thoughts in his heart. When Nami sent the message, Roger went straight to her side and hugged Nami's slender waist. Then, he grabbed the devourer who was lying on Nami's shoulder and didn't want to leave and threw the devourer out. Then, he took Nami to the captain's room. After 3 days of attack, Ronan successfully fulfilled his promise and completely captured Xander. In other words, he completely captured the headquarters of the Nova Corps. Although Xander is an undoubted advanced civilization in the universe, the military power of Xander is all concentrated in the hands of the Nova Corps. The failure of the Nova Corps means the complete failure of Xander. After Ronan conquered Xander, Roger came to Xander on the Thousand Sunshine. In the office of Nova Supreme at the Nova Corps headquarters, Roger sat in the seat of Nova Supreme and looked at Ronan with satisfaction. Although the course of events was somewhat different from his plan, Ronan finally achieved his wish and completely conquered Xander. However, because of Roger's existence, he could not really kill Xander. After listening to Ronan's report, Roger asked slowly, "How is the invasion of the Nova Corps Superlife computer heart of the world now? We are still trying to crack it. According to the current situation, the possibility of invasion and cracking is not great." Ronan did not hide it and answered directly. The Superlife computer heart of the world is the real controller behind the Nova Corps. Although on the surface, Nova Supreme is the leader of the Nova Corps. But in fact, Nova Supreme is just the spokesperson of the heart of the world. The source of power of the Nova Corps is a Nova Power, which is a nearly infinite power field generated by the super life computer heart of the world. According to the different levels of the Legion, the heart of the world will reasonably distribute the Nova Power to all members of the Nova Corps, including the Centurion. At the same time, the super life computer heart of the world also records the civilization and history of the entire Zinder planet. To a certain extent, as long as the heart of the world is destroyed, the civilization inheritance of Zinder can be completely cut off. Before meeting the monster Roger, Ronan thought about completely destroying the heart of the world more than once. But now, he obviously won't have such an opportunity again. Let your people withdraw. I want to talk to the heart of the world. After hearing Roger's words, Ronan frowned slightly. After hesitating for a few seconds, he nodded silently. In the core central area underground of the Nova Corps headquarters, Roger saw the legendary super life computer heart of the world. Strictly speaking, this core center under the Nova Corps headquarters is the brain of the heart of the world, and Roger is now standing in the brain of the heart of the world. If you don't want the Zinder people to be completely extinct, come out and have a chat. Standing in this huge room the size of a basketball court, Roger said silently. A few seconds later, a holographic projection appeared in front of him. A projection of Zinder composed of countless tiny Zinder words and information. Except for Roger and the heart of the world, no one knows what they talked about. After staying in the empty green room for half an hour, Roger left unscathed. With his departure, the systems and information libraries in the Nova Corps headquarters that originally refused various accesses were opened. Only the super life computer heart of the world can do this. After reaching an agreement with the heart of the world, Roger completely conquered Zinder and made this planet his own private territory. Time flies. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. In these 2 months, Roger enjoyed the true treatment of a king on Zinder. This supreme power of the entire planet under his control almost made him want to live on Zinder for a long time. However, not long after this idea came into being, he threw it behind his head. I'm a pirate with great ambitions. The ultimate enjoyment in life is not his biggest gain in these 2 months. With the help of the super life computer heart of the world, he finally found the opportunity to awaken the string fruit. No, not only the opportunity. To be precise, with the help of Nova Power, he completed the awakening of the string fruit in one fell swoop. Devil Fruit, Main, String Fruit Awakening, Assimilation, Space Gem, Cat Fruit, Power Gem. In order to help the string fruit awaken, Heart of the World consumed enough Nova Power to maintain an entire Nova Corps and forced the string fruit to the level of awakening. The exhaustion of Nova Power also brought a small trouble. That is, the Nova Corps is unlikely to complete the reconstruction in the next 1 or 2 years. However, Roger did not pay much attention to this. After 2 months of spreading, the news that the Yasha pirates had subdued Ronan the Accuser and conquered Zinder had spread. Roger's name has now become the most well-known name in the universe. The widespread spread of fame will definitely lead to an increase in bounties. However, the system is now in an upgrade state, so Roger is also very curious about how much his current bounty will be increased. The awakening of the string fruit has brought a significant improvement to Roger's strength. Let's not talk about the moves he could use before. After the awakening of the string fruit, he deliberately tested the changes in awakening. The results of the experiment were very satisfactory. He roughly calculated that he could now assimilate all non-living matter within more than 10 kilometers around him into silk threads. Whether it is buildings or the earth, or stones and metals, he can assimilate them into silk threads. However, this assimilation is not omnipotent. For example, living beings including humans are not within his assimilation range. According to the calculation of the super life computer heart of the world, as his strength continues to increase, the scope of awakening assimilation can continue to increase. As for the specific degree of improvement, the heart of the world cannot calculate it. During the 2 months of repair, Ronan was not idle. After obtaining Roger's permission, Ronan brought a large number of die-hard fans from the Kree Empire and expanded his troops. In order to prevent Ronan from being the only one, Roger asked Buggy to start the expansion of the Star Wars and recruit new special forces from Zinder. With the increase in the number of people, the Star Wars was officially promoted to the level of the Legion, and was named Cheyenne Yasha Legion by Roger. It is called Cheyenne Yasha Legion, but it is actually the Nova Corps with a changed name and owner. The equipment used by the Cheyenne Yasha Legion is basically the equipment of the Nova Corps, except that the members do not have the Nova power. There is no significant difference between the Cheyenne Yasha Legion and the Nova Corps. When the heart of the world regenerates the Nova power, the members of the Cheyenne Yasha Legion can use the Nova power like the Nova Corps, but this will be at least 1 or 2 years later. As for Yondu and Star-Lord, Roger did not let them idle, and asked them to further expand the number of Predators. The Dark Star Corps under Onan, the Sky Yaksha Corps under Buggy, and the Plunder Corps under Yondu are the only 3 armed forces on Zenda. Although the number of people is not large, with the help of the heart of the world, the 3 corps are thriving. In time, these 3 corps can grow to the point of competing with Thanos' Chitauri army and Vanguard. After 2 months of decadent life on Zenda, Roger left Zenda with Nami, and boarded the Thousand Sunshine to Asgard. Except for Nami and the basic operators of the battleship, he did not bring anyone with him. Even the Devourer, who often prevented him from being alone with Nami, was thrown to Buggy to take care of for a while. In addition to wanting to find out the situation of Stormbreaker and horse-faced Thor, he went to Asgard this time, and there was a more important purpose, that is, the Ether Particles. The Ether Particles are the reality gems among the Infinity Gems. After assimilating the Power Gem and the Space Gem, the Reality Gem became the Infinity Gem he is most likely to obtain. The Time Stone is in the hands of the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One. If nothing unexpected happens, he should have no chance of getting it. The Mind Stone is suspected to be in the hands of Thanos, and it is not easy to get it either. As for the Soul Stone, which requires the sacrifice of a loved one to obtain, he gave up at the first opportunity. Not to mention, that he will not sacrifice a loved one. Even if he wants to sacrifice a loved one, he must have a loved one. It is impossible to get the Soul Stone by just throwing it to someone randomly. P.S. Thank you for the reward from Dalian Bibi. Thank you for your support. Chapter 158 I'll talk to you after you defeat me. Although Asgard is a well-known divine domain in the universe, but the journey to Asgard is not easy. Even if the distance is greatly reduced through interstellar jumps, it takes 2 or 3 days to reach Asgard from Zenda. At this time, Roger finally understood why Asgard did not use the commonly used interstellar jumps to start interstellar navigation, but developed the Rainbow Bridge, a special existence that combines teleportation and strategic threats. Compared with interstellar jumps, the Rainbow Bridge is obviously more than 1 level higher, and it has completely gotten rid of the constraints of interstellar jump points, and can go to any planet you want. After more than 10 jumps, the Thousand Sunshine finally arrived at the starfield, where Asgard is located. Before officially entering the territory of Asgard, Roger saw Asgard, which is unique in the universe. Other planets, whether it is Zenda or Hazar, the mother planet of the Kree Empire, are normal planets. Even the special territory formed by the heads of the gods, such as the Void, at least looks more in line with the concept of spherical. However, Asgard has unique characteristics in this regard. From a distance, Asgard is a continent floating quietly in the starry sky. A continent that does not conform to the laws of physics at all, but it really exists. Finally, after seeing the quietly floating Asgard, Roger sighed in his heart. After jumping through so many interstellar jump points, and flying continuously for 3 days, he finally arrived at Thor and Loki's hometown. Is this Asgard? It's so beautiful. Nami's voice slowly sounded beside Roger. At this time, Nami is no longer the interstellar navigator with no experience before. But even so, after seeing the beautiful and unique Asgard, she still sighed from the bottom of her heart. Before the Thousand Sunshine approached Asgard, they received a message from Asgard. Unlike the electronic information received in the past, Asgard's means of communication are also unique. You are approaching Asgard's interstellar territory. Please stop approaching immediately. Repeat. Please stop approaching immediately. What was transmitted was not a regular electronic signal, but a magical existence like a magic voice transmission. This voice appeared in the ears of Roger and others out of thin air. Using magic to warn the approaching spacecraft is very Asgard. Although Roger does not know magic, he is not surprised. If Asgard does not even have such a method, He will find it strange. After the warning message was repeated 3 times in his ears, he asked Nami to come to the operating table and send an electronic message to Asgard. The content of the message is very simple, just a brief introduction of his identity and explanation of his purpose. Of course, he would not say that he came for the other particles. He used a more euphemistic excuse to express his idea of meeting Thor. After the message was sent, the 1,000-mile Sunny stopped moving forward and stayed where it was, waiting for Asgard's reply. On the surface, Asgard doesn't seem to have any interstellar fleet, but Roger can guarantee that if a spacecraft breaks into Asgard, it will definitely be hit by Asgard's fierce artillery fire. If you are lucky, you may even be hit by a direct shot from the Rainbow Bridge, which has the ability to annihilate planets. Roger didn't wait for long. Soon, he received a reply from Asgard. Asgard's King Thor agreed to his request for a meeting. Let's go together. After saying that, Roger began to create a silk portal to the Rainbow Bridge in the bridge. However, he soon realized that something was wrong. The silk portal that could be easily created in the past had an abnormality for the first time. The silk portal suddenly collapsed before it could take shape. Space shield. Roger was stunned for a moment and shrugged helplessly. Then, he started to create the silk portal again. This time, he mobilized more space power to resist the space shield on the Rainbow Bridge and forced the portal to open. After confirming that the portal was completely stable, he walked in first and came to the magnificent Rainbow Bridge Hall. After he entered the portal, Nami followed him in without hesitation. Just like in memory, the Rainbow Bridge Hall is a circular magnificent hall. Various patterns are carved on the golden walls. On the operating table in the middle of the hall stands a man with white eyes, black skin, and golden armor. The guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, Heimdall. Although it was the first time they met, Roger recognized Heimdall at a glance. Heimdall has magical eyes that can perceive everything and can see everything that happens in the 9 realms. In addition, he is also a powerful elite warrior with rich combat experience and is extremely good at close combat. In fact, most of Asgard's warriors are good at close combat. This is not only the tradition of Asgard, but also the most suitable fighting method for Asgardians. Because of this, Loki, who plays with daggers and magic all day, is not as loved as Thor. Of course, Loki's personality is also a very important reason. After all, not everyone can tolerate Loki's misbehavior like Thor. The king is waiting for you in the Golden Palace. The guards will take you there. Heimdall looked at Roger with his eyes full of divine power and said silently, "Thank you." After that, Roger walked towards the gate. Led by the royal guards, Roger and Nami walked across the long, straight, rainbow-like colorful bridge and came to the magnificent Golden Palace. The Golden Palace looked just like its name, golden in color, as if made of gold. After walking in the Golden Palace for a while, Roger and the others came to a study. The guard who led the way said nothing and pushed open the more than 10-meter high door. In this study full of European classical style, Roger met Thor, who had met him once and had a fight with him. Thor, who had a handsome face but a bit of a silly look, was reviewing documents. Thor's hammer, which he regarded as a close friend, was placed on the desk by him. After seeing Roger coming, he put down the pen in his hand and said calmly, "Heimdall said you wanted to see me." Thor looked at Roger and then set his eyes on Nami. Although Nami had a hot body, Thor's eyes stayed on her for less than a second before returning to Roger. "I recently got a hammer, which seems to be made by Odin." After saying that, Roger opened the space door on his body and took out the storm hammer. As soon as he took out the storm hammer, Thor frowned. "How did you get this hammer?" "I have a pet elemental devourer, and it spit it out," Roger said calmly. Judging from Thor's current expression, it was not the first time he saw the storm hammer. This means that the hammer in Roger's hand was indeed the storm hammer made by Odin. Elemental devourer. Thor looked at Roger curiously, then shook the small golden bell on the desk and called the guard at the door in. "Send this lady to the guest room to rest." Roger did not stop Thor and showed a relieved expression to Nami. After Nami left, Thor said again, "This Stormbreaker was indeed made by my father, but not many people know this." "How did you know?" Although Thor looked silly, it didn't mean that he really didn't know anything. In any case, Thor was educated by the royal family of Asgard. I felt a power similar to Thor's hammer on it. Roger gave a reason that was absolutely flawless. He couldn't tell Thor that, because I was a time traveler, I knew the existence of the horse-faced Thor and the Stormbreaker. If he really said that, there were only two possibilities. One was that he would be regarded as a fool by Thor, and the other was that Thor would be completely alert. Roger didn't intend to be a fool in Thor's eyes, nor did he want Thor to be too alert. Your perception is very sharp. Stormhammer does have a similar power to Thor's hammer. He was silent for a few seconds before continuing. This hammer belongs to a guy named Beta Ray Bill. You can also call him the horse-faced Thor. I fought with him a long time ago, and Stormhammer is the reward my father gave him. I haven't seen him since that fight, so if you want to know his whereabouts from me, I can only say that I don't know. Thor was easier to talk to than Roger had imagined. This gave him a bad premonition. Sure enough, after telling him about Stormhammer and the horse-faced Thor, Thor continued, I have told you the information you want to know. Now it's my turn to make a request. As soon as he finished speaking, Thor stood up, summoned Thor's hammer in his hand, tore off his golden robe, and said domineeringly, fight with me, and finish the battle that was not completed last time. Roger was not surprised by Thor's sudden invitation to fight. This approach was in line with Thor's style. Sure. Roger agreed without hesitation. A few minutes later, under Thor's lead, they came to an arena next to the Golden Palace, an arena full of magic defense spells. There are magic defenses here, you can feel free to attack. I don't know if it was his illusion, but Roger felt that Thor was much more excited now than when he was in the study. In fact, Thor was really excited now. Although he had become the king of Asgard, he didn't like the life of being a king very much. In his opinion, the life of a king was far less pleasant than when he was a prince. He couldn't fight as he pleased, couldn't hang out all day, he couldn't even drink all night. If Odin hadn't checked on his progress in handling government affairs from time to time, he really had the idea of quitting. Now he finally understood why Odin stayed in the Golden Palace all year round, and finally realized the pressure of the king that Odin talked about. If I win, will there be any reward? Roger looked at the arena, which was about the size of 2 football fields, and asked indifferently, wait until you beat me first. As soon as the words fell, Thor raised Thor's hammer in his hand, and swung it down with force. Boom. A thick silver-white lightning bolt appeared out of thin air in the cloudless sky and struck him fiercely. The shocking lightning did not cause any harm to Thor, but instead made his momentum soar. At the same time, silver-white electric snakes kept moving around his body. Obviously, Thor had entered the combat state. Looking at Thor with excitement on his face, Roger said nothing more, moved his neck, and directly performed the awakening of the thread fruit. Silk thread assimilation. With him as the center, the earthy yellow ground under his feet was assimilated into blue-purple silk threads. In the blink of an eye, the ground within a radius of 100 meters was assimilated into silk threads by him. With Roger's current ability, he could easily assimilate the entire arena into silk threads. But he did not do so. It was just a competition. There was no need to play so hard. New moves? Thor asked curiously and expectantly. Yes. After answering Thor, Roger did not give Thor the opportunity to attack him, and took the lead in attacking. Giant wave white line. Roger waved his hand, and the silk thread under his feet surged like a wave, rushing towards Thor. After the awakening of the thread fruit, Roger immediately began to develop awakening moves, and mastered Doflamingo's awakening moves. Giant wave white line is the simplest of these awakening moves. Turn the surrounding objects into lines, and then let these lines attack the opponent like a huge wave. This move can be used as a large-scale clearing move, and can also be used to target a single enemy. Facing the silk thread that came like a huge wave, Thor was not in a hurry, and swung Thor's hammer with force. Silver white lightning as thick as an arm shot out from Thor's hammer and instantly hit the huge wave composed of silk threads. Boom. A huge explosion sounded. The huge wave that rushed towards Thor first suddenly slowed down. However, this huge wave only stayed for a short second or two before it rushed towards Thor again. The biggest difference between the awakened thread fruit and the one before awakening is that the awakened thread fruit can perfectly show what is called bullying others with power. It doesn't matter if part of the silk thread is destroyed. It doesn't matter if part of the silk thread is blocked. As long as the awakening assimilation is turned on, Roger will have inexhaustible silk threads. This feeling is similar to a Gatling gun with unlimited bullets. The coming of the silk thread wave again made Thor frown slightly. However, he did not intend to sit and wait for death. When the huge wave was about to hit him, he flew into the air like lightning, avoiding one huge wave after another. The continuous hitting made the ground of the arena shake violently. At the same time, Thor, floating in the air, attacked Roger. P.S. Thank you for the reward from Zhang and Pujinan. Thank you for your support. Chapter 159. 1000 arrows piercing the heart, feather strike line. Although Thor didn't know about the awakening of the thread fruit, he only needed to look at the ground under Roger's feet and the silk threads like the waves to know that it was not a wise decision to engage in close combat with Roger at this time. This was not the first time Thor had fought with Roger, and he knew very well how difficult these silk threads were. After flying into the air, to avoid the attack of the huge white waves, he did not hesitate, and swung Thor's hammer down with all his strength. As Thor's hammer was swung down, dozens of silver white lightning bolts the size of buckets instantly appeared in the sky. These lightning bolts that appeared out of thin air struck down at high speed, carrying amazing power, and hitting Roger and the silk thread ground under his feet. The moment Thor swung Thor's hammer down, Roger roughly guessed his idea. In the case of not choosing close combat, the only means of attack that Thor could use, if nothing unexpected happened, was to summon lightning. The only difference was how powerful the lightning he would summon, and how many lightning bolts he would summon. But this was not a problem for Roger. Before the silver white lightning that fell from the sky came to him, he waved his right hand casually. Shield white line. Like the giant wave white line, the shield white line is also a move that can only be performed after the thread fruit awakens. However, unlike the offensive giant wave white line, the function of the shield white line is just like its name, a move used for defense. The ground that has been assimilated by the thread fruit instantly surged with several lines larger than Roger. These lines emitting blue-purple light blocked in front of him like a shield, blocking the silver white lightning that struck him. Boom. One after another, lightning struck the shield white line. The silver white electric light and the strange blue-purple light intertwined together, forming a gorgeous and dangerous scene. The lightning summoned by Thor cannot be said to be weak, but the defensive power of the shield white line should not be underestimated. Not to mention that the thread fruit assimilated the space gem and the power gem. Even if the thread fruit did not undergo any assimilation, the shield white line also has incredible and amazing defensive power. After mastering the move of the shield white line, Roger specially tested it with the vibranium energy main gun on the 1000 miles sunshine. The test results were very satisfactory. The shield white line finally cracked after blocking 3 full power vibranium energy main guns. It can even be said that the shield white line is Roger's strongest defensive move besides elementalization. In the deafening thunder, the silver white electric light gradually disappeared. When everything returned to calm, Thor, floating in the air, showed a solemn look. The last time they fought, he experienced the power of the flash fruit. However, he never thought that in less than a year, Roger's magical silk threads could be strengthened to this extent. Is this the racial talent of the Earthlings? Looking at the shield white line without any signs of damage, Thor couldn't help but think of a sentence Odin once said to him. Don't underestimate the Earthlings. Although they don't live long, they are a race that is extremely good at creating miracles. When he first heard this sentence, Thor thought Odin just told him not to underestimate the Earthlings with short lifespans. But now, he began to understand Odin's true meaning. The average lifespan of Asgardians is 5,000 years. A year for them is about the same as a week for Earthlings. So in Thor's view, Roger's current improvement is simply incredible. Although he was shocked, Thor did not intend to stop attacking. Roger's improvement and the defense of the shield line were indeed beyond his expectations, but he still didn't think he would lose. This is Asgard, the best place for him to exert his thunder power. If he can't beat Roger here, then he is even less likely to win elsewhere. Thor raised Thor's hammer again. This time, he didn't hold back. The cloudless sky was quickly covered by dark thunder clouds the moment he raised Thor's hammer. Low thunder rumbled continuously. Silver white lightning rose and fell in the thunder clouds like a dragon. The appearance of thunderclouds meant that Thor began to truly show his full strength. However, he did not realize that the next second, after he summoned the thundercloud, a one-eyed old man holding a spear appeared in the highest audience seat of the arena. This old man was none other than Odin, the former king of Asgard and the father of the gods. Although Odin gave up the position of king to Thor, this did not mean that this father-level existence who had conquered the 9 realms had completely retired to the countryside. On the surface, the current King Thor is the strongest fighting force in Asgard. But all Asgardians know that Odin, the father of the gods, is the real peak fighting force of Asgard. Odin's reputation and strength did not disappear because of his abdication. Odin looked at Roger with his only left eye. After confirming that Roger had no murderous intent or malice, the famous father-level existence quietly left the audience seat. Not only did Thor not notice Odin's arrival, but Roger also did not notice Odin's appearance. At the beginning of the battle, he activated the observation color domineering, but he would never have thought that an existence of Odin's level could actually hide from his observation haki. At this moment, he was looking at Thor calmly, and at the same time considering whether to use 1000 arrows piercing the heart feather strike line or 16 holy bullets god killing to shoot down Thor, who was floating in the air. After some unreasonable thinking, he decided to use 1000 arrows piercing the heart feather strike line to counter Thor's long prepared move. In terms of power, 16 holy bullets god killing is his strongest attack move of the string fruit. However, considering that it is just a competition now, he does not intend to use this move against Thor. The reason is also very simple. He is afraid that 16 holy bullets god killing will really kill Thor. After standing there and waiting silently for several seconds, he finally waited for Thor's thunderstrike with an obviously too long pre-swing time. There is no difference from the previous attack. Thor's attack this time is still lightning falling from the sky. The only difference was that the lightning summoned by Thor this time was a little too thick. This lightning, unlike the previous small ones, was thick enough to completely cover the elephant. In addition, the speed of this lightning was also beyond imagination. The lightning summoned by Thor before was more or less within the range of Roger's observation haki, and he could accurately predict the trajectory and landing point of the attack. But now, the only thing Roger could be sure of about this lightning was that it was coming towards him. As for whether it would fall straight on him like a laser or zigzag from other directions, he had no idea. Since he was not sure about the attack trajectory of this lightning, Roger chose a very rogue defense method. Shield white linen full coverage. The ground composed of silk threads surged with thick lines again. This time, these lines did not cross in front of him, but surrounded him without any gaps, forming a ball of lines composed entirely of shield white lines. Boom. The thick lightning summoned by Thor hit the ball of shield white wire with indescribable terrifying power. The moment it hit the ball, the entire arena was shrouded in blazing silver white electric light. A terrifying explosion like a small nuclear bomb was created in the arena. Although Roger was completely enveloped in the shield white wire, he still felt the terrifying power of the huge lightning. The insulating blue-purple silk threads broke one by one under the bombardment of lightning. The shield white wire can't stop it. Roger calculated the result instantly. However, he still didn't panic at all. As soon as the outermost silk thread of the ball broke, more silk threads emerged from the ground and quickly filled the ball of thread that was cracked by lightning. What is a rogue? This is it. The awakening of the thread fruit made up for the biggest deficiency of the thread fruit and brought the advantages of the thread fruit to the limit. As long as the thread fruit is still in the awakening state, Roger will never lack silk threads. A rural teacher once said, "I have no interest in money." Now Roger can also say calmly, "I have no interest in thread." Thor's lightning strike came and went quickly. In a few seconds, the thick and unreasonable lightning disappeared. When everything returned to calm, a strange scene appeared in the arena. The silk ground with the huge ball of thread as the center was intact, and the real earth outside the silk ground. Huge spider web-like cracks appeared. These cracks extended to the edge of the arena, like creepers, climbing up the surrounding walls. After summoning such a huge lightning, even Thor, who had an extraordinary physique, couldn't help but take a few deep breaths to relieve the fatigue from his body. However, after seeing the intact ball of thread in the silk ground, his face became extremely ugly. From his point of view, His thunderous strike did not cause any damage to Roger, and even did not break the outermost silk of the ball of thread. But only Roger knew that the lightning just now was only a dozen centimeters away from actually hitting him. The reason why the shield white thread ball that protected him looked intact was purely because the thread ball had been completely repaired. Under Thor's gaze, the shield white thread ball that protected Roger slowly unfolded and merged with the silk thread ground under his feet. Now, it's my turn. After saying this with a smile, Roger opened his arms. 1,000 arrows piercing the heart feather strike thread. Thousands of thread pillars wrapped in black and purple armed color domineering, like spear tips, instantly rose from the silk thread ground. Before Thor could change his position, these thread pillars shot towards him in the shape of flamingo wings. Facing the attack of 1,000 arrows piercing the heart feather strike thread, Thor did not dodge and swung Thor's hammer in his hand again. In his hand, Thor's hammer spun wildly like a helicopter propeller, forming an airtight shield. Obviously, Thor was going to resist Roger's attack this time. But soon, he found the problem. The crazy spinning Thor's hammer could indeed serve as a shield. But there were too many attacking thread pillars. 1,000 arrows piercing feather strike line has literally thousands of lines. And these lines wrapped with armament haki are not only attacking from the front. Thor realized this, but time did not allow him to change. In desperation, he could only choose to use his incredibly strong body to resist this move. Bang 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 bang. The lines wrapped with armament haki hit Thor one after another. Although Thor tried hard to use Thor's hammer to resist the attack, the shield formed by Thor's hammer was still too small to protect his whole body. It must be said that the body of the Asgardians is tough. Under this uninterrupted attack like a Gatling gun, Thor relied on his body and armor to block the 1,000 arrows piercing feather strike line. Although the appearance of blocking it was a bit miserable, no matter what, he blocked it. When the attack of 1,000 arrows piercing the heart feather strike line ended, the red cape behind Thor had completely disappeared. Even the armor on his body, which was blessed by divine power, also had holes one after another. The only thing to be thankful for was that not much blood flowed out of the holes. Lost again. After summoning the biggest lightning in his life, he still lost. This cruel thing left an indelible impact on Thor's mind. Now he didn't care about the pain from his body at all. In his mind, there was only one thought, that is, as the king of Asgard, he actually lost in Asgard. Fortunately, there were no spectators in this battle, otherwise, Thor would suffer even greater mental damage. Speaking of which, he was not lucky enough. If he hadn't met Roger now, he would never have been so easily succumbed to Roger's string fruit. Although the current string fruit is still a devil fruit, it is no longer a pure devil fruit. Putting aside the fact that the string fruit has awakened, the fact that it has assimilated the space gem and the power gem has already made the string fruit qualitatively improved. Otherwise, Roger would never have defeated Thor so easily. It's not because of your lack of strength, it's mainly because I've improved a lot in recent times. Roger released the assimilation of the ground and came to Thor and said. After that, he patted Thor's shoulder, signaling him not to take it to heart. It was just a sparring match just now, and it doesn't mean anything. Neither he nor Thor was far from going all out. Not to mention that they didn't have any killing intent. Even the majestic fighting spirit, they didn't have much just now. If they really fought for their lives, Thor's performance would definitely not be like what he showed just now. You don't need to comfort me. Losing is losing, and this is not the first time I have tasted the taste of defeat. As he spoke, Thor shook his head helplessly. The last time they fought, he was defeated by Roger's light speed bomb. Since there was a first time, the second time is not so difficult to accept. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 160 The Request of Odin, the All-Father. In the small banquet hall of the Golden Palace, Thor accepted the fact that he lost to Roger. After calming down and letting the royal doctor treat his injuries, he brought Roger to the small banquet hall. At this time, the long table in front of them was filled with various foods and strong liquors. In addition to the two of them, Thor's friends, the three Asgardian warriors and Sif, came to the banquet hall. Nami also came to the banquet hall and sat next to Roger. Although it was the first time for the three Asgardian warriors and Sif to see Roger, they recognized him at first sight. Since Thor went to Earth to bring back Loki, they knew that Thor lost to a glowing Earthling on Earth. Thor did not hide this. In fact, even if he wanted to hide it, Loki would definitely leak it out. So instead of letting Loki say it, it is better to take the initiative to say it. Did you really beat Thor? After knowing that Thor had fought with Roger again and lost again, Volstagg, one of the three Asgardian warriors, asked Roger. Yes, Roger answered calmly. In front of Asgardians like Volstagg, modesty is useless. The best way to gain their respect is to show your strength. Not bad. But you are a little thin. It would be better if you could gain some weight. After saying that, Volstagg patted his big belly and said in the tone of an experienced person. Roger didn't say anything about Volstagg's suggestion, but nodded with a smile. In the following time, Roger talked with Hagen and Fandral, two of the three warriors of Asgard, and communicated their understanding of fighting. As for Sif, he just chatted with her briefly and didn't say much. In terms of appearance and figure, Sif is indeed a good beauty. If it was in other places, Roger wouldn't mind having some super friendly relationship with such a beauty. But in Asgard, especially knowing Sif's identity, he didn't have such an idea at all. In terms of strength, Sif's strength is not particularly strong and is at the same level as the three warriors of Asgard, but she has one thing that far exceeds the three warriors of Asgard. She is the daughter-in-law of Queen Frigga, the mother of the gods, and Thor's future wife. Although Sif doesn't mind Queen Frigga's arrangement, Thor doesn't seem to think so. Of course, it is not ruled out that Thor, or thousand-year-old straight man, is not aware of this at all. The atmosphere of the banquet is very good. Although this is just a small banquet, the specifications are not low at all. After tasting the various delicacies carefully prepared by the royal chef, Roger confirmed this even more. Sif and Nami left first, while Thor, Roger and others continued their drinking competition. It must be said that the Asgardians have a good drinking capacity. Perhaps because of their physique, the effect of alcohol has been greatly weakened. As the only Earth player on the field, Roger's body is the slenderest of the five, but his drinking capacity is not worse than Thor and others. Fandral, who is good at swordsmanship, and Hagen, who uses a mace, were eliminated first. Following closely behind was Volstagg, who had always bewitched Roger that the stronger a man's body is, the more attractive he is. When the three warriors of Asgard had drunk too much, Thor and Roger's drinking contest came to the final moment. Although Roger's physique was far superior to that of ordinary earthlings, he was still at a disadvantage in front of Thor, or thousand-year-old wine barrel. Just when his stomach began to churn, and he had a strong desire to vomit, Roger decisively admitted defeat. You win. After saying that, he put down the huge wine glass in his hand and said with drunken eyes. This was the first time he drank like this since coming to this world. Perhaps because of the influence of alcohol, he felt that Thor in front of him had become much more handsome. When this thought came to him, he couldn't help but recall the fan books about Thor and Loki that he had seen on the internet before he traveled through time. After recalling those scenes, he couldn't help but get goosebumps. Then, he took the golden vessel on the table that was like a bucket and filled with fruit and poured out all the fruit inside. Just as Thor was curious about what he was going to do, he placed this beautiful golden vessel at his feet. Ugh, I feel better. After vomiting out the wine in his stomach, Roger felt much better instantly. At this moment, Thor's voice rang out. For an earthling, you can drink. But Asgardians are the strongest. Roger said nothing about Thor's victory declaration, and nodded silently. You didn't come to Asgard to ask about the horse-faced Thor and Stormbreaker, right? Tell me, what are you going to do? As long as it is within my ability, I can help you. Thor is in a good mood now. He can't beat Roger in a one-on-one fight, but it is obvious that Roger can't beat him in drinking. Although these are two completely unrelated things, in his concept, it means that he and Roger have each won a game. In other words, they are now tied 1:1. I want to know the whereabouts of the ether. If you are willing to give it to me directly, I don't mind. Roger didn't bother to be polite with Thor and said directly. When dealing with Asgardians, especially with Thor, the most important thing is sincerity. Except for Loki, anyone who plays tricks in front of Thor will directly arouse his disgust. Ether, what do you want this thing for? You are not a dark elf? Thor asked with a frown. As the king of Asgard, he certainly knew what the ether was. Aren't you very curious about why my strength has increased so quickly? It's very simple, because I absorbed the space stone and the power stone. Roger said slowly. Absorbed the space stone and the power stone. Hearing this, Thor became more and more curious. The space stone and the power stone are both cosmic treasures. Thor went to Earth before. In addition to wanting to bring back Loki, he also planned to find the whereabouts of the space stone. However, because of Roger's appearance, he only accomplished the goal of bringing back Loki. Roger told Thor that he had absorbed the space stone and the power stone, not only to increase Thor's trust in him, but also to better obtain the ether. If he told Thor that he wanted to use the ether for other things, Thor might not agree. But if he said that he planned to use the ether to enhance his strength, then Thor would definitely understand his idea. The reason is very simple, because Thor himself is a person who will pursue greater power. The ether is the sacred object of the Dark Elves. I can't give you an answer now, but I can ask my father. If he agrees, I can give you the ether. Just like Roger expected, Thor didn't take the ether too seriously. This can be seen from the fact that Thor defeated Malekith, the king of the Dark Elves, and gave the ether to the collector. Although this happened in another universe, it is also of reference significance in this world. Okay. When Thor finished speaking, Roger lay directly on the dining table. It's no good. The strong liquor stored in Asgard for more than 1,000 years is too strong. Come here, send Roger to Miss Nami's room. Thor called the guard in and ordered. The next day, Roger woke up in a daze. Looking at the strange room in front of him, he couldn't react for a while. When he saw Nami sleeping next to him, revealing her seductive shoulders, his memory gradually became clear. After rubbing his painful temples, he gently got off the bed. After finding the bathroom, he filled the bathtub with warm water. Then, he lay down directly in it. After dozens of minutes, he came out of the bathroom. After changing into clean clothes, looking at Nami who was still sleeping, he hesitated for more than 10 seconds and left the room directly. He did not let the maid deliver breakfast to the room, but came to the restaurant himself. When he came to the restaurant, he met Fandral and others again. Although he did not see Thor, it was obvious that Thor had arranged everything for him. In the next few days, Roger and Nami, led by Fandral, experienced the unique style of Asgard. As a civilization with a long history, Asgard deserves the description of God's domain. In the past few days, not only Nami was amazed, but even Roger, who had a certain understanding of Asgard, was also amazed. This kind of tourist-like life lasted for nearly a week. Fandral, Hagen and others wanted to take Roger to experience the beauty of Asgard girls more than once. Roger had no opinion on Fandral's arrangement. However, before they could act, they were stopped by Sif and Nami. Golden Palace, Council Hall. On this day, Roger finally saw Thor again. However, Thor was not the only one who appeared in the Council Hall, but also Odin, the father of the gods who had abdicated. At this time, Odin was wearing a white traditional Asgardian costume, and he looked at Roger, who was also wearing traditional Asgardian costumes, kindly. However, Roger's clothes were not pure white, but golden yellow. After saluting Odin, he sat opposite Odin and Thor, looking at Odin and Thor calmly. Thor said, you want to absorb the ether particles to enhance your own strength. Since you know about the ether particles, you should know that this is a treasure of the Dark Elves. If you absorb the ether particles, it means that you will become the mortal enemy of the Dark Elves. Do you have the confidence to stop the attack of the Dark Elves? Odin said slowly. The Dark Elves were indeed a very powerful race in the past, but after they lost the ether particles, they are no longer the race that can directly confront Asgard. Your Majesty, you should know this better than me. Moreover, I'm confident that I can protect the ether particles. Even if the Dark Elves find other helpers, or I die in their hands, I can guarantee that they will never get the ether particles. After saying this, Roger raised his right hand and summoned several blue-purple silk threads. He didn't know that Odin had seen him a week ago. Now he intends to prove that he has the strength to protect the ether particles. Others may not be able to see what these blue-purple silk threads mean, but Odin can definitely see it. I believe you have the ability to protect the ether, and I can give it to you. But the ether is a cosmic treasure after all. If you want to obtain it, you must pay a price. Roger was not surprised at what Odin said. Although Odin had no intention of using the ether, and even did not place it in Asgard. But no matter what, the ether is one of the Infinity Stones, and it is also a trophy with great use value and commemorative significance. Your Majesty, what do you want me to do? Roger was not afraid of trading, he was just afraid that he would not even have the opportunity to trade. As for robbing, he was not crazy enough to do such a thing that would cost his life. What I'm going to say next is one of Asgard's secrets. I don't want you to tell it to others. No problem. After receiving Roger's affirmative reply, Odin continued, although Asgard is very powerful, Asgard also has its own destiny. That destiny is called Ragnarok. You can understand it as the end of the world for the Asgardians. My request is very simple. I can give you the ether particles. As a price, when Ragnarok comes, I want you to do your best to help Asgard survive this doomsday. If you agree, the ether particles are yours. Although Odin's tone was very calm, Roger felt an indescribable pressure from his words. That was the deterrent power of the father level, the pressure of the momentum that only the father level king could have. Okay, Roger agreed without thinking. Strictly speaking, Odin's request was much simpler than he thought. He was even ready to help Asgard for a while. Unexpectedly, Odin's request was only this one. Very good, then let's sign the contract. As soon as he finished speaking, Odin took out a parchment scroll that he had prepared long ago. As soon as he took the scroll from Odin, Roger felt the undisguised majestic power on the scroll. After opening the scroll and taking a look, he confirmed that the requirements on it were no different from what Odin said. Without any hesitation, he signed his name on the scroll. The moment he signed his name, he felt a feeling he had never experienced before. That feeling was like a magical chain that suddenly appeared and bound him and Asgard tightly together. This reminded him of the scene of himself binding the enemy with silk thread. However, unlike the way he bound the enemy with silk thread, what he felt now was a kind of soul bondage, not a physical bondage. The other particles are yours. Thor will contact you about the specific delivery process. After collecting the scroll handed back by Roger, Odin stood up and left the meeting room. After Odin left the meeting room, Thor slowly said, "Let's go. I'll take you to see the other particles." Okay. Roger's face showed an expectant look. The reality stone among the Infinity Stones, the sacred object of the Dark Elves. This level of treasure is about to become a part of his power, and he feels indescribably good. P.S. Thanks to the book friend 202010310303259661 for the reward. Thank you for your support. Chapter 161 The Whereabouts of Ether Particles. Are you sure the ether particles are in here? Roger asked in disbelief as he looked at the huge black stone pillar in front of him. According to the literature, the ether particles have been kept here since they were taken away. The Rainbow Bridge teleportation mark under your feet is proof of this. Thor pointed to the circular pattern under his feet and said, although his tone was very certain, from his expression, he didn't quite believe that the ether particles were in this black stone pillar. Roger thought he could easily get the ether particles this time, but it turned out that he thought too much. Although this place was similar to the dark cave in his memory, and the stone pillar in front of him also had a sense of deja vu, it was obvious that the ether particles were not here. He didn't say anything else, raised his right hand, and summoned a few blue-purple silk threads out of thin air. Swish. Under the cutting of the silk threads, the hard stone pillar was cut open like a soft cake. Obviously, the ether particles are not here. The black stone pillar was instantly cut into several pieces, revealing the hollow inside. Thor frowned, and after a few seconds of silence, he slowly said, "Let's return to Asgard first." After saying that, he looked up. The next second, a dazzling beam of light from the Rainbow Bridge descended from the sky, completely covering the two of them. As soon as they returned to the Rainbow Bridge Hall, Thor came to Heimdall and whispered a few words. Roger did not go up to ask Thor, but walked straight to the exit. Although the ether particles were missing, He was not particularly worried. Moreover, he now had a suspect. Jane Foster. Although this world was different from the movie universe he was familiar with, it did not mean that everyone's fate would be changed. Tony was a very obvious example. The specific process might be different, but the results were basically similar. Golden Palace. Meeting room. I have asked Heimdall to look for the ether particles in the 9 realms. As long as the ether particles have not left the 9 realms, they will definitely not escape his eyes. Thor said calmly in a high-backed chair made of gold. Okay. If there is any new progress, remember to inform me at any time. After saying that, Roger left the meeting room and returned to the room where he and Nami lived. Although Heimdall had a pair of eyes that could perceive everything, Roger did not intend to put all his hopes on him. After returning to the room where he lived, he took a few deep breaths. Then, he raised his right hand and began to create a silk thread portal. He planned to return to Earth in person and let his men find the whereabouts of Jane Foster. Like the Rainbow Bridge Hall, there are also many space shielding methods in the Golden Palace. Although these space shieldings caused some impact on Roger's silk thread portal, he finally successfully opened the portal back to Earth. Wakanda's capital, Dressrosa. Roger's sudden return surprised Jiraiya, Daisy and others a little. But before they asked Roger why he came back alone, they received new instructions from Roger. Search for the whereabouts of Dr. Jane Foster with all your strength, and keep a close eye on her situation. After instructing Jiraiya and others, he did not stay on Earth for too long, and returned to Asgard through the Silk Portal. He did not tell Thor about Dr. Jane Foster. This was just his suspicion. He did not dare to guarantee whether the other particles were on Dr. Jane Foster. After returning to Asgard, he and Nami began to live like tourists again. Time passed day by day, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. For the Asgardians, a week is nothing. But for Roger, a week is already a long time. When Nami, who was keen on shopping, began to lose the desire to go shopping, Roger found Thor again. I plan to return to Earth. If you find the whereabouts of the other particles, you can send someone to come to Earth to find me. No problem, I'll let Heimdall take you back. Thor was not surprised and answered silently. When Roger used the Silk Portal to return to Earth, he received relevant reports. If it were not for his acquiescence, Roger's Silk Portal would receive strong space interference in the first time, to prevent him from leaving. Although he didn't know what Roger did, after returning to Earth, he didn't intend to find out the truth. After saying goodbye to Thor, Roger and the others were led by the royal guards to the Rainbow Bridge Hall. Then, they returned directly to Wakanda through the Rainbow Bridge. As for the Thousand Sunny, it had already started to return to Earth 3 days ago. The gorgeous Rainbow Bridge transmission beam easily broke through the vibranium energy shield and landed in the garden of Roger's mansion with great accuracy. The breach of the vibranium energy shield immediately attracted the attention of the city defense forces. However, before they had time to send troops there, they received an order to ignore it. After returning to Wakanda, Roger went directly to the headquarters of the intelligence department and browsed the information of Dr. Jane Foster. Jane Foster is now just an unknown astronomer, conducting some astronomical research that ordinary people can't understand and are not interested in. After looking at the information in his hand, Roger frowned. According to the intelligence, Dr. Jane Foster has not had any abnormalities recently and is still conducting astronomical research without sponsors. Aren't the other particles in her hands? From the intelligence, it seems that Jean has not absorbed the other particles. But Roger always feels that things are not that simple. It's not that he doesn't believe in the ability of the intelligence department. It's just that the cosmic treasure of the other particles is obviously beyond the scope of what Jai and others can understand. Even the Asgardians may not be able to recognize the other particles, let alone Jai and others. In order to confirm whether the other particles are on Jane, Roger plans to meet her in person. Contact Jane's team and say that the Don Quixote group is willing to sponsor their research and invite them to come and talk in detail. After putting down the documents in his hand, Roger said to Jai, "Okay, sir." Jai replied respectfully. Because of unwillingness to join the Western interest group headed by the United States, And because of the overbearing style of Wakanda, after changing its new owner, Wakanda's evaluation in the international community is not particularly good. By the way, the Don Quixote Group's evaluation in the international community is not particularly high. However, for the small team of Jane Foster and others, the sponsorship of the Don Quixote Group is still a huge temptation. Not to mention their small team that lacks research funds. Even those large scientific research teams that are not short of research funds cannot ignore the sponsorship of Don Quixote. The reason is simple. In addition to being rich, Don Quixote Group also has a lot of vibranium technology that is not available in the outside world. These unique vibranium technologies are a huge temptation that these scientific research teams cannot ignore in any way. Just as she expected, after knowing that Don Quixote Group was interested in sponsoring her research, Jane did not hesitate and directly agreed to the request to meet. A few hours later, Roger met Jane Foster and others at the headquarters of Don Quixote Group. This is a small team of only 3 people. Jane Foster, Eric Shavig, Daisy Louise. "Hello, Mr. Wayne, I'm Jane." Jane spoke first, after seeing Roger in a black custom suit. "Hello, Dr. Foster." Roger stood up and stretched out his right hand to Jane. Jane did not have any doubts and stretched out her hand with a smile. After shaking hands, they sat opposite each other and began to discuss sponsorship matters. Roger didn't know much about astronomy, but he had experienced real interstellar travel anyway. And when Jane and the others came over, he made up for the research that Jane and the others were currently conducting. Jane never thought that Roger, who was famous for his extraordinary abilities, would have such unique insights in astronomy. As the communication deepened, she gradually had the illusion that she had finally met a soulmate, especially after hearing that Roger was willing to invest $100 million to sponsor their research. Jane's face showed an unbelievable but irrepressible excitement. "My secretary will communicate with you in detail about the specific content of the cooperation. If you 3 are not in a hurry, you can stay in Wakanda for a few more days and experience the customs of Wakanda," Roger said in a tone that could not find any problems. After letting Sharon Carter arrange accommodation for Jane and the other 2, he returned to his chairman's office. Although it was not quite the same as he remembered, after shaking hands with Jane, he could be 100% sure that the other particles were in Jane's body. As for why the other particles did not affect Jane and took the initiative to hide their existence, he did not know. However, as long as he confirmed that the other particles were in Jane's body, it was enough for him. Now there were only 2 choices before him. One was to find a way to get the other particles out of Jane's body, and the other was to tell Thor the news and let Thor deal with it. After thinking for more than 10 seconds, he finally decided to leave the matter of the other particles to Thor. Although Wakanda has a vibranium technology that is completely different from the outside world, he did not have much confidence in using it to deal with the other particles in Jane. As for killing Jane directly and forcibly taking out the other particles in her body, he immediately ruled out this option. If the existence of other particles of this level is forcibly taken out, there may be accidents. If the other particles really resist, then it will not be a question of whether Jane will be killed, but how to suppress the other particles. For safety reasons, mainly because he did not want to waste too much effort, he planned to leave this difficult problem to Thor. As for whether Thor and Jane will have any emotional connection after meeting, he did not care. This is what Queen Frigga and Sif need to worry about. Thinking of this, he began to create a portal to Asgard. The teleportation ability of a rainbow bridge is indeed very good, but the way it teleports is too ostentatious. More importantly, summoning the rainbow bridge will break the vibranium energy shield covering the entire city. More than 10 minutes later, he took Thor back to his office. "Is this your city? It's very good, but it's still not as good as Asgard." After looking at Dressrosa through the huge French window in the office, Thor gave his own evaluation. If Asgard is not even as good as the cities on Earth, it would be abnormal. After saying that, Roger handed Thor the information about Jane that he had browsed to him. "I have confirmed that the other particles are on her body, and she is in a strange sleeping state. I invited her here in the name of sponsoring her research, and now I have arranged her in the hotel," Roger explained briefly. Jane Foster? Looking at the introduction and the information, Thor's expression was unusually calm, and he did not appear to be as lustful as Roger imagined. More than half an hour later, in the hotel suite, Jane and the other two looked at Roger and Thor with an expression of "Are you two kidding me?" If it wasn't Roger who was talking to them now, they would definitely think that Roger and the others were crazy. Whether it was the ether particles or the dark elves, they were far beyond their imagination. To them, it was no different from a fairy tale. An awkward atmosphere began to spread. Just when Jane didn't know what to say, her assistant Louise asked casually, "Does the $100 million sponsorship you just mentioned still count?" No one expected that at this time. Louise still cared about the sponsorship. Of course it counts. For Roger now, money is just a number. Let alone $100 million. Even $1 billion is just a string of numbers to him. Wakanda, which controls the only vibranium resource, is very rich. And Roger not only controls Wakanda, but also the extremely technologically advanced Xandar. "I can go to Asgard with you. If I really have the ether particles you mentioned, I would also like to know how this thing appeared in my body." Jane finally agreed to Roger and his proposal. If she disagreed, Roger and his team would have to use more violent means to take her away by force. "Can I go? I also want to go to Asgard to have a look." Louise's voice sounded again. A few minutes later, Roger opened the portal and sent Thor and Jane to Asgard. "Notify me when it's done." After saying that, he returned directly to Wakanda without any intention of staying in Asgard. He didn't intend to ask how Thor was going to take out the ether particles from Jane. He only knew that if something really happened between Thor and Jane, then as the initiator of the connection between the two of them, Queen Frigga and Sif would definitely not look at him well. In order to avoid such embarrassing things, he decided to wait for news on Earth with peace of mind, instead of staying in Asgard, to keep an eye on the progress. Although Louise and Dr. Shavik could not go to Asgard, Roger did not ignore them. He arranged separate assistants for them, so that they could stay in Wakanda and wait for Jane's return. As for himself, he came to the palace where Jiraiya and Daisy lived. Chapter 162 Thor's Troubles. Before Thor found the ether particles in Jane, Roger didn't need to pay much attention to the ether particles. So he planned to take this opportunity to learn about the recent development of Wakanda and ask Jiraiya and others about their meeting with Black Bolt. The palace where Jiraiya and Daisy now live originally belonged to the Wakanda royal family. After Jiraiya became the nominal queen of Wakanda, the palace became the residence of Jiraiya's family. Without any notification, Roger, as an elder, easily entered the palace and walked towards the building where Jiraiya worked. On the way to the office building, he met several Inhuman guards. Looking at these fully armed Inhuman guards wearing uniforms, he looked at them curiously. He was sure that these Inhuman guards did not look like they did before he left Wakanda and started his interstellar voyage. And he didn't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that the uniforms of these Inhuman guards did not look like the style on Earth. Although Wakanda's civilization doesn't look like a product of the Earth, that's just because of the influence of Wakanda culture. Was it influenced by Attilan? A guess quickly emerged in Roger's mind. However, he didn't pay much attention to this question and walked straight to Jiraiya's office building. Not long after, he arrived at Jiraiya's office. Perhaps because of the nourishment of power, Jiraiya now looks younger than before. If she stands with Daisy Cora now, the feeling will definitely not be mother and daughter, but sisters. "Why are you here?" Seeing Roger coming, Jiraiya, who was wearing a close-fitting cheongsam, stood up and asked with a smile, "I have nothing to do for the time being, so I just came to see it by the way." Roger sat on the sofa and said casually, "Have you finished the matter with your astronomer?" Although Jiraiya didn't know why he was suddenly interested in Jane, she knew that Roger specially invited Jane and her group to Dressrosa. "Not yet, but it has been handed over to professionals. I just need to wait for the final result." After answering Jiraiya's question, Roger asked about the recent development of Wakanda and the meeting between Jiraiya and Black Bolt. During the time he was away from Earth, Wakanda did not have any accidents. It developed rapidly according to the established plan and maintained a certain degree of communication with the outside world. As for Jiraiya's meeting with Black Bolt, the situation was similar to what he expected. Black Bolt recognized Jiraiya's status as the leader of the Earth Inhumans and took the opportunity to propose that Attilan City and Dressrosa cooperate with each other. In short, Black Bolt intends to re-establish the connection between the Moon Inhumans and the Earth Inhumans so that they, who are originally of the same race, will become closer. According to Black Bolt's proposal, Attilan City has now opened a certain degree of communication with Dressrosa, including but not limited to technology, culture, lunar specialties, vibranium, and agricultural products. You decide these things. As long as it does not endanger the interests and safety of Dressrosa, nothing else is a problem. Roger was not surprised by the cooperation proposed by Black Bolt. If he were Black Bolt, he would have made similar requests after knowing the current situation of Jiraiya and others. This cooperation is a good thing for both parties. There is something that you need to handle personally. About 2 months ago, Black Bolt suddenly sent a message saying that he hopes to meet with you. The time and place are up to you. Jiraiya sat opposite him and said slowly, "Meet with me?" Roger frowned slightly. His impression of Black Bolt was not bad, but that was limited to the impression in the comics. And what really caught his attention was not that the time and place of the meeting were decided by him, but that Black Bolt proposed the time of the meeting. More than 2 months ago, he had just conquered Zinda. Although he couldn't be sure whether this was the reason why Black Bolt wanted to meet with him, judging from the current situation, this possibility was very high. After thinking for a while, he slowly said, "Tell Black Bolt that I agree to meet with him, but the time may be a little later. I will notify him after I decide the specific time." Before the matter of the ether particles was resolved, he did not plan to participate in other things for the time being. No matter what Black Bolt was going to do, even if he just wanted to compete with him, he planned to completely solve the problem of the ether particles first. After chatting with Jiraiya for more than 10 minutes, Roger left the office building and started to head to Daisy's residence. Asgard, Golden Palace, Royal Treatment Room. From the current situation, the other particles took the initiative to merge with her and suppressed their own erosion of her. Thor originally planned to let the royal physician solve Jane's problem. However, the matter was much more serious than he thought. In the end, he went to his mother, Queen Frigga. As for why he didn't go directly to Odin, the reason was very simple. Although Odin's strength was stronger than Frigga, when it came to treatment, Odin was far inferior to Frigga. Is there a way to remove the other particles without endangering her life? Thor glanced at Jane and asked Queen Frigga. It's not easy. Your father has the ability to suppress the other particles, but he is not good at treatment. At this point, Queen Frigga turned to look at Thor and said with a slight reprimand, although the other particles are related to the transaction between your father and Roger, as the king of Asgard, you should not put too much energy here. Go back to deal with government affairs. I will handle the things here. Although Thor is already the king of Asgard, he still has to be obedient in front of Queen Frigga. When Thor left the treatment room, Queen Frigga said to the maid beside him, "Go and call Sif." Then, she ordered the royal doctor to take good care of Jane and left the treatment room directly. Although the other particles on Jane's body are a bit tricky, they are not to the point where Queen Frigga is helpless. The reason why I told Thor that it was a bit troublesome just now was purely because of personal selfishness. Although Thor behaved very normally just now, Queen Frigga could see at a glance that her silly son was a little moved. Otherwise, with Thor's personality, it is impossible for him to be so sad about a woman from Earth. Even if there are other particles in Jane's body, it is impossible for Thor to be so patient. When meeting Jiraiya, Roger mainly talked about business. But when meeting Daisy, he mainly talked about personal matters. To be precise, it was Daisy who took the initiative to talk to him about personal matters. After spending a pleasant and somewhat tiring afternoon at Daisy's residence, Roger returned to his elder's mansion. Because the system is still in the upgrade state, after returning to Earth, especially after handing Jane over to Thor, Roger suddenly fell into a state of doing nothing. The fruits that should be awakened have been awakened, and the ones that should be upgraded have also been upgraded. The observation haki and the armed haki have also been upgraded to the highest level. He is not particularly short of combat moves and physical skills. Otherwise, go to Los Angeles to talk to Tony. Once people are idle, they will have a lot of inexplicable ideas. After thinking about Tony, he suddenly had the idea of asking Tony to build him a set of armor. However, this idea was rejected not long after it came up. As for the Iron Man suit, he already had one. Although it was the backward Mark III, it was enough to satisfy his daily experience. After carefully recalling it in his mind, he found that he seemed to have no friends except Tony and Thor. Norman Osborn and General Ross were just partners, not friends at all. Bucky and Iron Fist and others were subordinates, not friends. Sharon Carter and Jessica and others were also subordinates, but they were closer. He now began to understand why Doflamingo wanted to form the Don Quixote family. After some serious and rigorous thinking, he finally decided to stay in Dressrosa and patiently wait for the final result from Thor. Time passed day by day, and Roger waited for more than half a month. At the beginning, he didn't have any particularly obvious feelings. However, as time passed day by day, he noticed something was wrong. The other particle is indeed one of the infinite gems, but with Asgard's ability, it would definitely not be impossible to handle it for more than half a month. That is Asgard, the Asgard that is famous in the universe, and has a long history. After spending more than half a month in Dressrosa, Roger finally decided to go to Asgard to see the specific progress. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he did not use the silk thread portal to go there by himself, but came to the outside of Dressrosa and called Heimdall. Using the silk thread portal to go there by himself is suspected of smuggling. Going through the Rainbow Bridge is a legal entry. Heimdall did not disappoint Roger, and it is not ruled out that Thor specifically instructed Heimdall. Not long after he called Heimdall, a gorgeous colorful beam of light fell from the sky and hit him with incomparable accuracy. With the brilliant light of the rainbow, Roger once again came to the Rainbow Bridge Hall. However, he never thought that when he was walking towards the Golden Palace, he was stopped outside the Golden Palace. The person who stopped him was none other than Sif. At this time, Sif, wearing close-fitting armor and holding a long sword enchanted by Odin, looked at him with dissatisfaction. The moment he saw Sif's expression, Roger guessed the reason. As an experienced old driver, he knew very well what he should say now. What a coincidence. Your armor today is very good. It suits your temperament very well, Roger said with a smile, as if nothing had happened. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a cold light flashing towards him. Ding. Just when the long sword in Sif's hand was about to hit him, several blue-purple silk threads appeared out of thin air in front of Roger, forming a spider web-like shield, blocking Sif's sword. There's no need to stab me with the sword. As soon as we meet, Roger's voice rang again. But Sif had no intention of listening to his explanation. She turned her wrist lightly, and the long sword avoided the spider web shield and attacked him again. Sif is extremely good at close combat and has mastered extraordinary swordsmanship. Among the goddesses in Asgard, her combat ability is second only to the Valkyrie. But even so, it was still unlikely for her to hit Roger. Facing Sif's long sword again, Roger did not use the silk thread to block her attack. When the long sword was about to hit him, he slightly turned sideways and dodged Sif's fierce sword. The attack failed again, but Sif still had no intention of giving up. The long sword attacked Roger again and again, but no matter how exquisite her sword moves were, Roger could always easily dodge her attack at the last moment. Observation Haki. In front of the observation Haki that had been upgraded to LV5, all of Sif's attacks were seen through by Roger. I think we can change the way of communication. What do you think? While dodging Sif's attack, Roger took the initiative to propose. He knew very well why Sif attacked him right away, but this did not mean that this could not be solved. In the final analysis, the person who really made Sif angry was not him, but Jane. After realizing that she could not hit Roger at all, Sif's movements began to slow down. Finally, she put away the long sword and snorted in great dissatisfaction. When are you going to take that woman away? It's not up to me to decide. Thor has to decide. Roger didn't care at all whether Jane returned to Earth or not. Even if Jane was going to marry Thor tomorrow, he would at most give Thor a gift. Thor is in the meeting room. Go find him yourself. After that, Sif left without looking back, as if nothing had happened. Looking at Sif's gradually disappearing back, Roger sighed silently. Why bother? Asgard doesn't have the restriction of monogamy, and Thor is still the king of Asgard, so what's the problem with marrying more wives? Although he thought so in his heart, he didn't dare to say this to Sif. If he really said it, maybe Sif would not be the only one who would chop him with a sword. After arriving at the meeting room, Roger saw Thor, who was obviously absent-minded. How is the ether particle being handled? He sat in front of Thor and asked directly. Take it out. It's in here. As soon as he finished speaking, Thor took out a long fist-sized rectangular container from the drawer and placed it in front of Roger. When was it taken out? Roger asked. It was taken out a week ago, but I didn't inform you. Hearing this, Roger rolled his eyes at Thor. I'll take the ether particles. Jane, what are you going to do with it? Let me take her back to Earth. After throwing the rectangular container containing the ether particles into the alien space in his body, Roger continued to ask. I don't know whether to leave her in Asgard. My mother and father don't agree with me being with her. Chapter 163, Assimilation of the Reality Gem. Although Thor is now more than 1,500 years old, from his current appearance, it is obvious that he has never experienced true love. His current performance is not even as good as those junior high school students and their teens on Earth. You are already a mature Thor. I will not give you any advice in this regard. Think about it yourself. It doesn't matter to Roger whether Thor will be with Jane or not. If he remembers correctly, even if the two of them are together, they will break up in a few years. Passion is only temporary, and dullness is the norm of love. When Thor and Jane lose their curiosity about each other, they will soon face the test of dull life. More importantly, the two of them grew up in completely different environments and living habits, and it is difficult for the two to really get along. If it were you, how would you deal with it? Although Roger did not intend to provide advice, Thor obviously did not intend to let him go, and asked immediately, if I were you, I wouldn't worry about this kind of thing at all. You and Jane are just dating at most, and you haven't even reached the stage of marriage. Even if you really get to that point, it's not a big problem. You are the king of Asgard. You can decide who you want to be with. Even if your father and mother have some opinions, they are just opinions. At most, you can marry more, such as Sif. Roger gave his own suggestions. However, his suggestion obviously did not meet Thor's requirements. As an Asgardian who has been taught by the Asgardian royal family since childhood, and grew up in a monarchy like Asgard, Thor's attitude towards love is not that of an Asgardian. Let's not talk about anything else. Take his good friends, the three warriors of Asgard, for example. Which one of them doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Especially Valstag, who is proud of his strong body, is a typical representative. His children can almost form a football team. Did Sif tell you these words? Thor looked at Roger cautiously and asked. No, this is just my personal suggestion. You should know that I'm not a particularly loyal person. Roger did not hide his intention to be a philandering scumbag. In fact, the women who were with him basically knew this. Forget it, just pretend I didn't ask. Thor shook his head and rejected Roger's suggestion. Roger was not surprised at all by Thor's choice. If he could accept his advice, he would never worry about such things. It was precisely because of his loyalty that Thor seemed so entangled at this time. Then you think about it yourself. I'll go back first. If you need any help, you can come to Earth to find me at any time. After saying that, Roger no longer paid attention to Thor, who was trapped in love, and went directly to the Rainbow Bridge. After experiencing the unscientific ultra-long distance precise transmission of the Rainbow Bridge again, he returned to the outskirts of Dressrosa. He did not let Heimdall send him back to the city directly. There were 2 reasons. One was that he did not want to destroy the vibranium energy shield of Dressrosa, and the other was that he planned to absorb the ether particles before going back. Although assimilating the infinite gems with the string fruit would not cause particularly obvious environmental damage, for safety reasons, he decided to complete the assimilation of the ether particles outside the city. And unlike the previous 2 assimilations, the current system is under upgrade and maintenance. Looking up at Dressrosa in front of him, he casually summoned an illusory space door and walked straight in. After using the space door to reach the forest hundreds of kilometers away from Dressrosa, he took out the rectangular container containing the ether particles from the alien space in his body. He held the container in his right hand and stretched out dozens of blue-purple silk threads at the same time. Just as he was about to control the silk threads to cut the container, he suddenly thought of a problem. The space gem and the power gem are both solid stones. But the ether particles are different. The current ether particles are not solid, but a massive fluid. This means that he can't assimilate the ether particles by wrapping the silk threads as before. Thinking of this, his right hand extended more silk threads. When the number of silk threads increased to thousands, he manipulated the silk threads to cut open the container made of unknown metal. Swish! The sharp silk threads instantly cut open the container, and the ether particles bound in the container floated in the air like smoke. Looking at these ether particles that looked like dark red smoke, Roger did not manipulate the silk threads to contact them immediately, but looked at them curiously. Now the ether particles surrounded him like special life, with no signs of leaving, nor any intention of pouring into his body. For some reason, when observing these ether particles, he suddenly felt that the ether particles seemed to have real consciousness. It's interesting. After silently looking at the ether particles for a while, he manipulated the silk threads and let these silk threads thinner than hair pierce the ether particles. When the silk threads attacked the ether particles that were originally flying slowly around him suddenly became extremely flexible, avoiding the attack of the silk threads like diluted smoke. After seeing this scene, Roger felt more and more that the ether particles had real consciousness. Although he didn't know why the ether particles had such a special performance, he did not stop controlling the silk thread. The speed of the silk thread was very fast, and the speed of the ether particles to dodge was also very fast. Under the pursuit and interception of the silk thread, the ether particles were extremely uncooperative and did not give the silk thread any chance to touch them. This scene of chasing each other lasted only more than 10 seconds before it was declared over. Roger shook his head helplessly and took the initiative to end the control of the silk thread. Although the ether particles did not cooperate at all, judging from its performance, it was not particularly resistant to Roger. Otherwise, what it did was not to avoid the touch of the silk thread, but to directly show its ability to modify reality. The ether particles now gave Roger the feeling of a pet dog that was too energetic. A pet dog that regarded fighting against its owner as a game. Since you want to play, then I will play with you. Roger attracted the silk thread that was flowing out of his right hand. As the silk thread gradually disappeared, the ether particles floating in the air approached him again and flew around him slowly. At the moment when these ether particles returned to his surroundings, Roger suddenly snapped his fingers. Snap. The moment the sound was heard, threads appeared one after another in the air more than 10 meters away. These blue-purple threads shot at the ether particles from different directions like lasers. The flying speed of the threads was very fast, even faster than the bullets fired from sniper rifles. But even so, these threads from all directions still did not hit the ether particles. The ether particles in the fluid state, at this time, were like Roger, who had simultaneously used his observation haki and magma elementalization, predicting the attack in advance, and opening holes in his elementalized body. Roger was not surprised that the ether particles could avoid these attacks from the outside. He discovered this when he was controlling the threads just now. However, his real purpose was not to let these laser-like threads hit the ether particles. The reason for doing so was just to mislead the ether particles. That's right, misleading. Roger now regarded the ether particles as a real living thing, a living thing with self-awareness. When the ether particles were dodging these laser-like threads, blue-purple threads appeared in the air dozens of meters away. These threads did not attack the ether particles, but flew at high speed like a tornado. The area where Roger and the ether particles were located was the eye of the tornado. As more and more threads flew, a thread tornado with a diameter of tens of meters quickly took shape. This thread tornado did not move like a real tornado. Under Roger's control, the thread tornado became smaller and smaller, getting closer and closer to him and the ether particles. The wind wall of the thread tornado could completely block the ether particles from leaving. Even if the ether particles tried to fly high, Roger could close the passage above. In short, he used the thread tornado to lock himself and the ether particles together. Unless these ether particles can travel through space, they will definitely be captured by Roger's threads. Sure enough, after discovering that the thread tornado completely blocked their way out, the ether particles began to shrink in size. Finally, under the constant approach of the silk tornado and the laser-like silk attacks, the ether particles gradually shrank from a fluid to a solid form. When the ether particles completely turned into a solid, Roger, who had been prepared for a long time, did not hesitate at all. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed the ether particles floating in the air. To be precise, he grabbed the reality gem. Assimilation. Roger did not sense the reality gem in his hand, but started to assimilate directly. The ether particles tightly held in his hand burst out with a dark red light and kept vibrating, trying to break free from Roger's right hand. With the shining of the dark red light, Roger's right hand showed a weird change that was completely inconsistent with scientific reason. Just as his right hand was constantly transformed from a normal flesh and blood form into a triangular prism and an irregular solid, the reality gem, which had just solidified into a solid not long ago, turned into a dark red energy and poured into his body. As soon as the dark red energy entered his body, a magical picture emerged in Roger's mind. It was a vast universe shining with countless stars. The next second, the stars in the universe began to dim one by one, and the thick darkness quickly infected the entire universe like a virus. Before long, the universe completely dimmed. Roger didn't know how long this picture had appeared in his mind. When his consciousness returned to normal, the only thing that appeared in front of him was the forest that had just been eroded by the thread tornado. Although the system could not be turned on now, Roger was sure that the reality gem had been successfully assimilated. He raised his right hand and summoned a thread from his palm. After assimilating the space gem and the power gem, the thread of the thread fruit turned blue-purple. At this time, after assimilating the reality gem, the color of the thread changed again, from blue-purple to black. Obviously, the change of the color of the thread does not follow the principle of color matching. He didn't pay much attention to this. Whether it was blue, purple or black, even if it was the fancy colorful color matching of the rainbow bridge, he would not pay much attention to it. For him who can change the color of the thread, it doesn't matter what color the thread was originally. He didn't waste time and directly sensed the change in the nature of the thread. Assimilating the space gem gave the silk thread the power of space. Assimilating the power gem gave the silk thread the means of energy attack. And now, after assimilating the reality gem, he found that he was a little unsure of the specific changes in the silk thread. From the appearance, the silk thread now has not changed much, except that it has turned black. However, after actually manipulating the silk thread, he realized the after effects of assimilating the reality gem. If he had to describe it, he felt that the silk thread he was controlling was beginning to be somewhat close to the conceptual thread. The so-called concepts of thickness, sharpness, toughness, length, etc. have disappeared. The silk thread in his hand is a thread between reality and illusion, which cannot be measured by scientific common sense. It seems to be a bit troublesome. Roger now feels that his decision to assimilate the reality gem is a bit too impulsive. Although the assimilation was successful, the ability of the reality gem made the silk thread become a completely unfamiliar existence to him. After frowning and looking at the silk thread in his hand, he put away the silk thread and opened the space door to return to Dressrosa. He never thought that the moment he successfully assimilated the reality gem, the clone dolls he left with Ronan, Yondu and the other two had undergone magical changes. These clone dolls constructed by silk thread suddenly burst into a dark red light. Just as Ronan, Yondu and others were looking at the dolls covered by the dark red light with vigilance, these dolls suddenly came to life. What Ronan and others did not expect was that after these dolls came to life, they actually took the initiative to ask to meet Roger. Because of the distance, Roger now did not know that the dolls he used to monitor Ronan and others had come to life. He is now in the training room, summoning the completely different silk threads over and over again, and thinking about how to adapt to these silk threads. He can still control these silk threads at will, and can also perform the combat moves he developed before. But the change in the nature of the silk threads has added some changes to these moves that he has not yet understood. The most obvious changes that the moves he developed based on ninjutsu are beginning to look more and more like ninjutsu. For example, the dog head sculpture wall in front of him, which was supposed to be made of silk threads, has become a real earth wall. Chapter 164 Linear Escape. Roger knew that the reality gem had the ability to modify reality and could disobey scientific rules and natural laws, turning the illusory existence into a real reality. But he didn't expect that after the string fruit was assimilated with the reality gem, it would actually make his combat moves the same as the original ninjutsu. This discovery gave him a bold idea. Since the string flow wall can become the same as the earth flow wall, if he constructed a thread Susanoo, could it also become a real Susanoo? Although this idea was very tempting, he didn't plan to try it immediately. The reason was simple: if you don't commit suicide, you won't die. Before he had a thorough understanding of the assimilation effect of the reality gem, he would not practice those crazy ideas that might endanger his own safety. Although satisfying curiosity is important, one's own safety is more important. After trying other combat moves in the training room, especially those developed based on ninjutsu as a model, he left the training room and returned to the study. After the attempt just now, he could confirm that those combat moves developed with reference to ninjutsu are as close to the original as the earth flow wall. The reason why they are infinitely close, but not exactly the same, is because the energy source of these ninjutsu is not chakra, but the energy of the reality gem. After returning to the study, he sorted out his current main combat power. Before the line fruit awakened and assimilated the infinite gems, the fruits he often used were the magma fruit and the glitter fruit. Although the door fruit was his first secondary fruit, the door fruit has now completely become an auxiliary fruit, mainly used as a means of transmission and storage space. As for the tremor fruit, he doesn't have many opportunities to use it now. However, his expectations for the tremor fruit are no less than those for the magma fruit and the glitter fruit. He doesn't have many opportunities to use it, mainly because the enemies he has encountered recently are not very strong. The line fruit was neglected by him for a while before. Especially after he had the glitter fruit, the opportunities to use the line fruit were significantly reduced. The elementalization of the natural fruit is so easy to use that it can be called a cheat. It is precisely because of this that he neglected the line fruit for a while. But now, after assimilating the reality stone, he felt that he should continue to focus on the string fruit, so that the string fruit would have the treatment that the main fruit deserves. After clarifying this point, he divided his current string fruit moves into two categories. The first category is the moves he developed with reference to Doflamingo, such as Shadow Rider line, Parasitic line, 5-color line and other moves. The second category is the moves he developed with reference to ninjutsu, such as String Binding Coffin, String Waterfall Funeral, String Flow Wall, etc. In order to summarize the ninjutsu version of these string fruit moves, he decided to name these moves as String Escape. For example, String Flow Wall was named String Escape Earth Flow Wall, String Binding Coffin was named String Escape Sand Binding Coffin. There are not many ninjutsu version combat moves he has developed now, and there are only 5 in total. But this is not a big problem. With the reality stone, he can greatly increase the number of string escape moves in a short period of time. He did it as he said, and began to recall in his mind those ninjutsu that are more suitable for the string fruit and can exert a good power. Susanoo is definitely necessary. Even if it only has a part of the power of the original Susanoo, he will not let go of this move. As for the others, such as Fire Escape, Wind Escape, and Lightning Escape, they are not particularly in line with the nature of the string fruit. Although he can use the power of the reality gem to forcibly imitate these ninjutsu, compared with Water Escape and Earth Escape, the 3 types of ninjutsu are relatively less cost effective. After thinking carefully for a few minutes, he initially set the target of imitating the string escape. The first one to be selected must be the ninjutsu of Kazukage. He has already had successful imitation cases of the ninjutsu of Kazukage, and the difficulty of continuing to develop it will not be very high. Following closely are Water Escape and Earth Escape. These 2 types of escape are also more in line with the string fruit, and they can continue to be studied. Finally, what he is most looking forward to is the Wood Escape and Blood Limit ninjutsu of Senju Hashirama, such as the Susanoo of the Uchiha clan. As for other ninjutsu, he does not have too many ideas for the time being. After determining the general idea, he did not waste time and started practicing directly. However, he didn't know at this time that his 3 avatars who had come back to life were on the Dark Star and were rushing to Earth. In addition, in the depths of the universe, a vertical spaceship like a sword blade was also flying towards the Earth at a high speed. As time passed, while Roger was developing the so-called line escape in seclusion, the Thousand Sunshine, which was staying in outer space, suddenly received a message from the Dark Star. Because Dr. Karnas and Nami were not on the Thousand Sunshine, a very embarrassing scene occurred. The staff on the Thousand Sunshine could not contact Roger, who was in seclusion for a while. It was not until the Dark Star arrived in the solar system that Roger learned the message from the Dark Star from Nami. You mean, the Avatar are left with Ronan and the other 2 is alive? In the training room, Roger frowned and asked Nami. This is what the message from the Dark Star said. Ronan also sent a related video. You can take a look. After speaking, Nami raised her right hand and played a 3-dimensional picture with the Chimoyasu bracelet on her wrist. Looking at the picture in Nami's palm, Roger's expression became a little complicated. He already knew that the power of the reality stone had a certain impact on the moves of the string fruit, but he didn't expect that the reality stone would actually make the clone doll he left with Ronan and the other 2 come alive. It was not until now that he realized that the clone doll, which originally needed his uninterrupted supply of energy to maintain, no longer needed his energy. I know. Send a message to the Dark Star and let the Dark Star anchor near the Thousand Sunshine. I will go to see them. His clone doll suddenly came to life, which made Roger feel strange that he suddenly had a child. This feeling of being a father is not good, very bad. After returning to the mansion to take a shower and change the clothes that were already stained with sweat, he opened the silk portal to the Thousand Sunshine. It is worth mentioning that his current silk portal, from the appearance, is infinitely close to the golden portal magic of Kamatage. Obviously, this is also the sequel of assimilating the reality stone. When developing the silk portal, he referred to the portal magic of Kamatage. Perhaps sensing his idea, the reality gem thoughtfully gave the silk portal the same visual effect as the portal magic of Kamatage. Although the visual effect was changed, Roger did not intend to change the name of the silk portal. At this time, he was sitting in the captain's chair on the bridge of the Thousand Sunshine, rubbing his temple helplessly. He just tested the effect of the Shadow Rider line again, and confirmed that the clone puppets of the Shadow Rider line had become real clones under the influence of the reality gem. Unlike the 3 clone puppets on the Dark Star, the clones created by the Shadow Rider line were still under his control and needed him to provide energy to continue to maintain. After waiting on the Thousand Sunshine for more than half an hour, he finally saw the Dark Star, which looked like a space fortress. Before the Dark Star approached the Thousand Sunshine, he created a silk portal with a golden spark effect and came to the bridge of the Dark Star. As soon as he stepped out of the silk portal, he saw the 3 avatars that had come to life. 2 leopards who looked about 70% like him, and a huge leopard 2 meters tall. What should I call you now? Roger asked calmly, after looking at the 3 avatars that were no longer under his control. Anything is fine, but we like to call ourselves Broken Tooth, Blood Claw, and Swift Shadow. While speaking, the leopard avatar in the middle pointed at himself, and the leopard and leopard next to him. You even chose your own names. Not bad. Roger nodded and said silently. Then, he said to Ronan and the Kree people, you all go out. I want to have a good chat with my 3 avatars. Ronan said nothing, and left with the Kree people in the bridge. Not long after, only Roger and the other 4 were left in the huge bridge. Tell me, what are your plans? Although the 3 avatars had lost control, Roger did not think it would be a problem. Being alive did not mean that they had the strength to fight against him. After arriving at the Dark Star, he immediately used his observation haki to confirm the strength of the 3 of them. According to the life strength, the strength of the 3 of them was only slightly higher than Ronan. And because their bodies had become real flesh and blood, their strength had also decreased a bit, and they no longer had the characteristics of being fearless of physical damage as before. No plan. Although we have freedom, we don't know what we will do next, so we will come back to find you. The leopard man who claimed to be Broken Tooth spoke first. Then I will give you 2 choices. The first is to continue to follow me, and the second is to go wherever you want. Although Broken Tooth and the others were his avatars before, Roger did not intend to completely restrict their freedom. From the current situation, Broken Tooth and the others should be the accidental product of his assimilation of the reality gem. Because of the peculiar ability of the reality gem, they got rid of the restrictions of the avatar dolls and became real lives with self-awareness. Are you willing to let us go? Broken Tooth continued to ask without much belief. Of course I'm willing. If I'm not mistaken, you only have some of the abilities of the cat fruit now, so you are not indispensable to me. It would be best if you are willing to follow me. If you want to leave, I will not stop you. After the perception of the observation haki just now, Roger can be sure that there is no energy of the string fruit in Broken Teeth and the others. This means that, even if Broken Teeth and the others are caught, they will not reveal the secret of the string fruit. In this case, whether Broken Teeth and the others continue to follow him is not a particularly important matter. We need to discuss it. After saying that, Broken Teeth went directly to another leopard man, Bloodclaw, and Leopard Swift Shadow, and discussed in a low voice. Looking at Broken Teeth and the other two whispering to each other, Roger suddenly had the illusion that he was watching kindergarten children discussing. Although Broken Teeth and the others were taller and stronger than him, in his opinion, Broken Teeth and the other three were just children. As for why he had this feeling, he himself could not explain it. After a few minutes of secret discussion, Broken Tooth, who was more than 2 meters tall, came to Roger again and said seriously, after discussion, we decided to continue to follow you. Although we are no longer under your control, our instinct tells us that it is safer to follow you than to go out on our own. You can continue to follow me, but before that, let me see your skills. As soon as the voice fell, a huge circular space door appeared on the floor under the feet of Broken Tooth and the other two. Before they could react, they fell into the dark green alien space. For safety reasons, Roger did not intend to test the strength of Broken Tooth and the other three in the Dark Star. When all the Broken Tooth and the other three fell into the alien space, Roger also jumped into the alien space and closed the space door. Go all out. If you can hurt me, I will give you extra rewards. After saying that, Roger did not wait for the Broken Tooth and the other three to launch an attack and took the lead. Line escape water dragon bullet. Roger casually raised his right hand, and hundreds of black silk threads instantly appeared in the surrounding void. As soon as these black threads appeared, they strangely transformed into streams of water. These streams of water quickly condensed together and turned into a vivid water dragon. The next second, the water dragon opened its huge mouth and pounced on Broken Tooth and the other two like it was hunting prey. Facing the water dragon flying at high speed, the leopard men Broken Tooth and Bloodclaw dodged to the left and right. The huge leopard Swift Shadow roared and pounced on the water dragon. Bang! The leopard Swift Shadow and the water dragon collided fiercely, and the water dragon exploded like a bomb. As the water splashed everywhere, the leopard men Broken Tooth and Bloodclaw attacked Roger from the left and right at the same time. Line escape earth flow wall. Broken Tooth and Bloodclaw had just jumped out of the splashing water when a huge earth wall with a dog head relief appeared in front of them, blocking the two of them. At the same time, Roger performed the line escape again. Line escape waterfall technique. The black threads appeared again and instantly transformed into water flows, attacking Broken Tooth and Bloodclaw like waves. Although the reality gem can make Roger's line escape become the same as ninjutsu, line escape is not a real ninjutsu after all, and the effect of performing it cannot be exactly the same as ninjutsu. However, this does not affect the power of line escape. Chapter 165 The Dark Elves arrive. The torrent of water rushed towards the leopard man Broken Tooth and Bloodclaw like a waterfall, and directly knocked them over. In front of this overwhelming torrent, Broken Tooth and Bloodclaw did not even have the chance to stabilize their bodies, and rolled away. After performing the line escape great waterfall technique, Roger did not continue to attack Broken Tooth and others, giving them some breathing time. His purpose this time was not to defeat Broken Tooth and the other three, but to see what kind of strength Broken Tooth and the other three had. Facts have proved that, although Broken Tooth and the other three survived, their strength was not as good as before after losing the related abilities of the line fruit. The only thing Broken Tooth and the other three can rely on now is the power of the cat fruit. This means that they only have a fighting method of close combat. When the torrent generated by the Great Waterfall technique completely dissipated, Broken Tooth and the other three gathered together again, looking at Roger with a vigilant look. After being attacked by the water dragon bullet in the Great Waterfall technique, they finally became serious. At the same time, they also realized the huge gap in strength between themselves and Roger. Unlike them who could only choose close combat, Roger's attack methods were more than a little rich. Close combat, long-range attack, physical attack, energy attack. In addition to the so-called mental attack, Roger almost mastered all the means of attack. What's more troublesome is that as Roger's former avatar puppets, Broken Tooth and others knew very well what physical skills Roger mastered. After looking at each other, the three Broken Tooth said nothing. Then, when Roger hooked his finger at them, they chose to attack together. The advantage of numbers is their only advantage now, and it is also the only place where they have a chance to defeat Roger. Although this battle is the first battle after the three Broken Tooth have self-awareness, they have inherited Roger's combat experience and skills. 6 styles shave. Without any communication, the three Broken Tooth performed the shave at the same time and disappeared from Roger's sight. It's interesting that they can perform 6 styles. After seeing the three Broken Tooth disappear, Roger smiled with satisfaction. Although he had mastered the 6 styles long ago, before fusing the reality gem, the clone puppets he created with the Shadow Rider thread still could not perform the 6 styles. The reason was simple. The clone puppets formed by the silk thread did not have a real body, so naturally they could not perform the 6 styles that exceeded the physical limits of humans. However, now, Broken Teeth and the other two have proved with their actual actions that they, who have real bodies, can perform the 6 styles that are specially created to exceed the physical limits. When the Broken Teeth and the other two disappeared from his sight at the same time, Roger couldn't help but think of Robloxy, the eater of the cat fruit. He has the ability of the cat fruit and has mastered the 6 styles. Except for the difference in appearance from Luxie, the Broken Teeth and the other two can almost be regarded as a replica of Luxie. I don't know if the three of them have mastered the secrets of the 6 styles. If not, maybe I can teach them the secrets of the 6 styles. When the Broken Teeth and the other two attacked him together, Roger's mind appeared with the scene of teaching them the secrets of the 6 styles. The random thoughts in his mind did not affect his battle ideas. At the moment when the claws and fangs of the Broken Fangs were about to hit him, Roger used a move of the 6 styles that he had never used in combat. 6 styles, Iron Block. The blood flowed faster and the muscles moved faster. In an instant, Roger's body became as hard as steel. The sharp claws and fangs of the beast slashed across his body like sharp blades and tore his shirt. These attacks that could kill with one blow, after landing on Roger, the only effect they had was to tear his clothes. The three Broken Fangs were all proficient in using the 6 styles, and Roger, as the original body, was certainly more adept at using it. Although Roger was not injured as expected, the Broken Fangs had no intention of retreating. They might lack actual combat experience, but they knew one thing very well, that is, Roger in the Iron Block state could not move. Of course, the fact that the Iron Block state could not move only applied to the Iron Block in the normal sense. Some 6 styles users, such as Gabra who had eaten the dog fruit, could move normally in the Iron Block state. Because of his personality, Roger did not like the passive defensive move of the Iron Block. So he didn't do any research on the Iron Block move, and naturally he couldn't move in the Iron Block state. Roger knew this very well, and Broken Tooth and the others knew this very well too. So Broken Tooth and the other two had the intention to continue attacking him. Perhaps because they were resurrected by the reality gem at the same time, the Broken Tooth and the other two had an unimaginable tacit understanding. The sharp claws and fangs kept attacking Roger. The Broken Tooth and the other two used the 6 moves one after another. In order to better cooperate, Zuniing, who had always maintained the leopard form, also transformed into the orc form. The Broken Tooth and the other two were like 3 perfect copies, attacking Roger crazily. However, under their uninterrupted attacks like a storm, Roger remained unmoved and stood there and let them attack him. Although he only used the Iron Block now, the huge gap in physique and strength meant that the Broken Tooth and the other two were destined to be unable to hurt him in the Iron Block state. When the attack rhythm of the Broken Tooth and the other three began to slow down, Roger spoke again. Is this all you have? Roger's upper body was completely naked, revealing his well-defined abdominal and chest muscles. His taunting instantly dispelled the Broken Tooth's intentions to retreat. The violent storm of attacks came again. However, it turned out that the result would not change because of the Broken Tooth's emotions. A few minutes later, the Broken Tooth gave up the attack and retreated more than 10 meters in tacit understanding. You have mastered the 6 styles quite well, and your skills and coordination are also remarkable, but your strength is still too poor. Roger first commented on the Broken Tooth attacks just now. Then, he disappeared from the Broken Tooth eyes in an instant. Shave. It was the same shave, but Roger's speed was much faster than the Broken Tooth. As soon as his figure disappeared, he came behind Broken Tooth. Finger gun. Gathering all the strength of his index finger, he struck Broken Tooth's back like lightning. It was not until Roger's finger gun hit his back that Broken Tooth finally reacted. However, everything was too late. Swish. The index finger, which had gathered all the strength in the body, pierced Broken Tooth's body without any suspense. Puff. When the fingertip pierced through his chest, Broken Tooth suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood. If this was a real battle, Roger's finger gun would have directly pierced Broken Tooth's heart, instead of simply piercing his chest. As Broken Tooth spit out blood, Roger retracted his right hand and kicked Broken Tooth away. This is the correct way to use the 6 styles. After saying this, Roger's figure disappeared again. More than a minute later, Roger used a black silk thread to lift the injured Broken Tooth and the other 3 out of the alien space and return to the bridge of the Dark Star. After calling in the accuser Ronan, he put the Broken Tooth and the other 3 wrapped in silk threads on the ground and said calmly, "Take them to the medical room." Looking at the Broken Tooth and the other 3 covered in blood, Ronan nodded silently and then arranged for the Kree warriors to send the Broken Tooth and the other 3 to the medical room. Isn't this a bit too cruel? When the Broken Tooth and the other 3 left the bridge, Ronan said to Roger, just looking at the appearance of the 3 broken teeth just now, Ronan's first reaction was that the 3 broken teeth were completely disabled by Roger. However, this guess was quickly overturned by him. If the 3 broken teeth were really disabled, there would be no need to send them to the medical room for treatment. Is it cruel? I think it's okay. If we don't do this, how can we test their true strength? Although the 3 broken teeth looked seriously injured and dying, in fact, they are not in any danger of life now. The cat fruit has given the 3 broken teeth strong vitality and recovery ability. If nothing unexpected happens, they will be able to become lively again in just a few hours. After the fight just now, Roger roughly figured out the situation of the 3 broken teeth. In short, when he assimilated the reality stone, the 3 broken teeth who were far away on Zinder were affected by the reality stone and turned from a doll made of silk threads into a real life. Because they became real lives, the silk threads that constructed their bodies disappeared, and the corresponding ability of the string fruit also disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by the power of the cat fruit. To a certain extent, the 3 broken teeth are now the embodiment of the ability of the cat fruit. Because they are not real devil fruit eaters, the 3-stage transformation ability of the animal type fruit ability is reduced to 2 types, beast type and human beast type. As for the others, it is basically the same as the cat fruit leopard 4 meters. As for why they know the 6 styles, if Roger guessed correctly, it was because the reality stone gave some of its physical skills and experience to the 3 people of Broken Fang, making them more like real life. Although the power of their 6 styles is still a little different from that of Roger, it is all because of the difference in physique and strength. In terms of proficiency, they are not much worse than Roger, the original body. And like Roger, they also know the secret of the 6 styles. It's just that in the battle just now, they didn't have the opportunity to use the secret of the 6 styles. After testing the strength of the 3 people of Broken Fang, Roger was satisfied to accept the fact that he suddenly had 3 descendants. Xander is now completely stable. Have you considered when to go to Hala? After a silence of more than 10 seconds, Ronan spoke again. In fact, this is the main reason why he was willing to bring the 3 people of Broken Fang here in person. Otherwise, he would not bother to care whether Roger's clone was alive or not. Can't you help it so soon? The Kree Empire is your homeland no matter what. Don't you have any attachment to it at all? Hala is the capital of the Kree Empire. Going to Hala means going to war with the Kree Empire. Roger knew that Ronan was dissatisfied with the Kree Empire, but he didn't expect that Ronan would hate the Kree Empire so much. It has only been a few months since the Battle of Cinder ended. A corrupt empire is not worthy of my respect. Ronan said expressionlessly. Wait a little longer. Now is not a good time to go to war with the Kree Empire. If you are really bored, you can go find some fun, but the scale and impact cannot be too big. Ronan is nominally his subordinate now, but Roger knows better than anyone that this is only a nominal subordinate relationship. Unlike Yondu and others, Ronan is not without any resistance. To put it bluntly, if he and Ronan have a complete fallout, he can guarantee that at least 80% of the members of the Dark Star Army will stand firmly on Ronan's side. Okay, then I'll take the Legion to have some fun with the Kree Empire first. After getting Roger's clear answer, Ronan nodded silently. Although there was no way to go to war with the Kree Empire, it would be a good entertainment to have some fun with the border troops of the Kree Empire first. After Ronan left the bridge, Roger used the space gate to return to the Thousand Miles Sunny. The episode caused by Broken Tooth and others came to an end, and Ronan was temporarily appeased. He began to plan to meet with Black Bolt. However, just when he was considering whether to choose a good day to meet with Black Bolt, Nami suddenly came to his side and said seriously, "Just detected a battleship signal, and it is flying towards us quickly." Nami's voice brought Roger's thoughts back to reality. Looking at the appearance of the battleship displayed on the huge display screen, Roger sighed silently. He didn't know many battleships, but he happened to know the battleship that suddenly appeared in front of him. The unique shape like a sharp blade in the black appearance. This unique ship was none other than the last stealth ship of the Dark Elves. While Roger was observing the Dark Elves ship, the Dark Star also sent a message asking whether to destroy this uninvited guest. Notify Ronan not to open fire for the time being. The other party doesn't look like they are here to cause trouble. In terms of combat capability, the Dark Elves stealth ship is not particularly powerful. As the name suggests, the most powerful feature of this kind of stealth ship of the Dark Elves is its stealth ability. If the Dark Elves really came here with the purpose of starting a war, they would never come so openly. Stealth, approach, assault. This is the main combat style of the Dark Elves stealth ship. Open the local communication network, send a message to the other party, and ask about their intentions. Roger said to Nami. Okay. Nami quickly returned to the console and opened the local communication network that was basically not open at ordinary times. Before Nami sent the message, the Thousand Miles Sunshine received a communication access request from the Dark Elves stealth ship. Nami looked back at Roger, waiting for his answer. Come in. So far, the Dark Elf had not shown any hostility. This abnormal behavior successfully aroused Roger's curiosity. Chapter 166, The Unexpected Dark Elf. As the communication was connected, a Dark Elf with pointed ears and white hair appeared in front of Roger. Although Malekith was a Dark Elf, his skin color looked no different from that of ordinary elves, still white. To be precise, it was a pale white color caused by not being exposed to the sun for a long time, and being physically weak. I'm Malekith, the king of the Dark Elves. What is your name? Malekith spoke first, when Roger looked at him. My name is Roger. After Malekith introduced himself, Roger's mind suddenly appeared with the scene of him using his handsome face to catch Thor's lightning. However, those were things that happened in other universes. Malekith in this world obviously had not suffered the pain of catching lightning on his face. Roger, I feel the breath of ether particles on you. I wonder if the ether particles are on you? Malekith was unusually polite at this time. Your perception is correct. The ether is indeed in my body. After receiving Roger's affirmative answer, Malekith showed a thankful expression on his face, and then said, the ether once belonged to my race. Do you understand this? Yes. Not sure if it was his own illusion. Roger always felt that the current Malekith was not at all like the crazy careerist who tried to return the entire universe to darkness. Since you understand this, our next conversation will undoubtedly be much easier. Malekith showed a relaxed expression and continued, although the ether once belonged to the Dark Elves, what we did was just to transform the ether into a weapon. The ether is one of the 6 Infinity Stones, and it is the Reality Stone. Perhaps worried that Roger didn't quite understand what the Infinity Stones were, Malekith patiently explained what the Infinity Stones were. Roger didn't interrupt Malekith and listened patiently. After explaining what the Infinity Stones were, Malekith finally told the purpose of this trip. If you don't mind, Roger, we hope you can use the other particles to help us restore our hometown Svartalfheim. Of course, if you need anything in return, we can try our best to satisfy you. After Malekith finished speaking, Roger frowned slightly. Before assimilating the reality stone, he considered that the Dark Elves might come to him. But he didn't expect that Malekith's request would be this. Is this still the Dark Elf who tried to pull the universe back to the Dark Age? This development is a bit wrong. You came to me specifically for this matter? Roger asked Malekith. Yes, this is the purpose of our coming. Malekith answered solemnly. I have a question. If I don't agree, will you rob it by force? No. Although it's a pity, we are willing to accept this result. If the one in front of the Thousand Miles Sunshine was not the only remaining invisible warship of the Dark Elves, Roger would definitely suspect that Malekith was impersonated by someone else. When did the Dark Elves become so civilized? This is wrong. Very wrong. As far as I know, this is not consistent with the usual practice of the Dark Elves. Although Malekith was very sincere now, Roger still didn't believe him. The reason was simple. The Dark Elves were a race that dared to fight the Asgardians. How could such a race with strong martial virtues be so civilized? If the Dark Elves were really so civilized, they would not have used the other particles as weapons, and would not have thought of plunging the entire universe into darkness. More importantly, the person who tried to plunge the universe into darkness and implemented it was Malekith. If we had not been expelled from Svartalfheim, we would indeed be unlikely to choose this approach. Times have changed, and so have we. After a long period of exile, I have learned one thing, that is, compared with conquering the universe, the continuation of the race is obviously more important. At this point, Malekith sighed helplessly, and then continued. The Dark Elves at that time were in an unprecedented heyday, with many talented people and countless resources. When a civilization develops to its peak, it will inevitably have stronger ambitions. We at that time are the best proof. But now, we are the last batch of Dark Elves in the universe. If we perish, the Dark Elves will completely become history. I'm old, and I don't want the Dark Elves, who once had a glorious civilization, to be ruined in my hands. During Malekith's explanation, Roger did not say a word, but just listened silently. Although the current Malekith is completely different from what he remembered, he is not unable to understand Malekith's ideas. And from the perspective of the king of a clan, Malekith's idea cannot be said to be wrong. I still don't understand a little bit. Even if it's for the sake of continuing the race, you can consider robbing the ether instead of seeking my help. Roger continued to ask. Since we are talking about this, I might as well tell you directly that there are only 632 Dark Elves left, including me. The battleship in front of you is the last battleship of the Dark Elves. Although I don't know why Odin gave the ether to you, I know that, since Odin made such a decision, it proves that he recognizes your ability to protect the ether. Although robbing is also an option, the Dark Elves can't afford it now. Malekith said directly without hiding anything. I can help you, but we need to discuss the specific details in detail. If you don't mind, come to my battleship. Roger invited Malekith. Although the holographic projection is very realistic, it is still not as good as a real face-to-face chat. More importantly, he wants to confirm Malekith's strength face-to-face. No problem. Malekith agreed without hesitation. More than 10 minutes later, a small Dark Elf spaceship landed in the cabin of Thousand Sunshine. Malekith did not bring many of his men with him. Except for the tall Algorim, he left all the other Dark Elves in the spaceship. In the conference room of Thousand Sunshine, Roger saw Malekith and Algorim. Sit down. After signaling Malekith to sit down, Roger used his observation haki to sense their strength. Perhaps because he had been sleeping for too long, or perhaps because he was old, Malekith's strength was weaker than he thought. If we only look at the life signal, Algorim's life signal is stronger than Malekith's. But this does not mean that Algorim's strength is stronger than Malekith. The perception of observation haki is not omnipotent, and the perceived life signal is not completely equivalent to the actual combat power. Some people's life signals are particularly poor, but their actual combat power is very strong. What else do you want to know, Roger? After sitting down, Malekith asked directly. He knew very well that Roger had invited him here specifically, not just to see him. Nothing. I just want to know the specific situation of Svartalfheim. And by the way, talk about the issue of compensation. Roger didn't mind helping Malekith, provided that Malekith could offer him a reward that was attractive enough. Otherwise, he would not bother to care whether the Dark Elves would be completely extinct. To put it bluntly, there are countless races in the universe that once had a glorious civilization but became extinct. We don't have much now. Why don't you tell me what you want specifically? Malekith said calmly. It's very simple. I want all the technology of your Dark Elves and half of the territory of Svartalfheim. Although the Dark Elves are impoverished, no matter what, the Dark Elves are a race that has developed an interstellar civilization. Compared with the technological level on Earth, the technology of the Dark Elves is not to say that it is completely crushed, but at least it can be 1 or 2 levels higher. No problem. Malekith agreed directly without any thought of bargaining. Whether it is a technology of the Dark Elves or half of the territory of Svartalfheim, for the current Dark Elves, it is not in existence, that cannot be abandoned. Malekith's decisiveness slightly exceeded Roger's expectations. But this is not a bad thing for him. Because of Malekith's sincerity, the subsequent communication was extremely smooth. In less than half an hour, Roger reached a verbal cooperation agreement with Malekith. He helped the Dark Elves to restore Svartalfheim. The Dark Elves handed over half of the territory and various scientific and technological technologies to him. After sending Malekith away, Roger asked Nami to pick up the 3 people of Broken Tooth from the Dark Star. Afterwards, he returned to Wakanda and brought the scientific research team led by Shuri to the Thousand Sunshine. Shuri is still the chief scientist of Wakanda, but unlike in the past, Roger did not let Shuri take all the scientific research tasks alone. Although Shuri has been brainwashed and does not need to worry about rebellion, but he still has a certain degree of vigilance against the Wakandans including Shuri. After taking the scientific research team, the Thousand Sunshine followed the Dark Elves stealth warship to Svartalfheim. As for Onan and the Dark Star, after Broken Tooth and the other 2 left, they couldn't wait to go to the Kree Empire to have fun. Although Svartalfheim is also one of the 9 realms, the distance between Svartalfheim and the Earth is not ordinary. In terms of the number of interstellar jumps, Svartalfheim is even farther than Xandar. Although the distance is not close, the process of going to Svartalfheim is extremely smooth. There were no interstellar pirates or other blind enemies. The whole voyage was so peaceful that it made people a little bored. Under the leadership of the stealth warship, the Thousand Sunshine finally arrived at Svartalfheim, the hometown of the Dark Elves. Compared with the Earth, the environment in Svartalfheim is not particularly bad, except for the poor lighting conditions. The daytime in Svartalfheim is similar to the cloudy day on Earth, and it is a cloudy day when a rainstorm is about to come. The environment is pretty good. After stepping onto the land of Svartalfheim, Roger expressed his opinion. Malekith looked back at Roger, said nothing, squatted down silently, and grabbed a handful of black soil. This was his first time returning to Svartalfheim since losing to Asgard. If he hadn't sensed the signal of the activation of the other particles, he would still be sleeping in the invisible battleship. Look at what are left behind. I can hardly remember the days before the light. Malekith looked at the black soil in his hand and said with great emotion. The tall Algorim came to Malekith, patted him on the shoulder, and said slowly, the continuation of our race is the best legacy you leave to future generations. Malekith and other Dark Elves were sighing about the past, while Nami, Shuri and others were observing everything around them with curiosity. Especially Broken Tooth and the other 3, they turned into leopard forms at this time, and ran wildly around the 1,000-mile sunshine and the invisible battleship. When Malekith finally calmed down, Roger came to his side and said slowly, are the methods and information you gave okay? Roger and Malekith had communicated more than once about how to restore Svartalfheim to its original appearance. In order to ensure the final effect, Malekith gave Roger a lot of video materials of Svartalfheim. Of course, Malekith did not dare to ask Roger to restore the entire planet to its original state. He only asked to restore a small area and make this area suitable for the survival and reproduction of the Dark Elves. This request sounds quite casual, but from another perspective, it is easy to understand. Simply put, it is environmental restoration. Let Svartalfheim, which has been overdeveloped and is no longer suitable for the survival of the Dark Elves, be restored to its original appearance. It should not be a problem for you to restore just one area, and the energy consumed will not be particularly much. Since Malekith took the initiative to find Roger, he must have done relevant evaluations. And to a certain extent, the Dark Elves are the race that knows best how to exert the power of the ether particles. Even the Asgardians can't compare to them in this regard. I hope so, Roger said silently. Until now, he has not told Malekith that the ether particles have been assimilated by him. After adjusting himself to the best state, he slowly walked forward under the gaze of Malekith and others. He stopped after walking hundreds of meters. Then, he opened his hands and began to activate the power of the Reality Stone. Because of assimilation, the Reality Stone and the Thread Fruit merged together. This also led to a small problem. That is, if he wanted to use the power of the Reality Stone alone, it would be a little more difficult than in normal state. The moment he opened his hands, Malekith suddenly frowned. No, this is not a normal reaction to using the ether particles. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 167, Time and Space Key. As the former owner of the ether, Malekith knew very well what it would be like when the ether was used. But now, Roger's appearance when using the ether was completely different from what he remembered. Black threads flowed out of Roger's body, dancing freely like catkins blown by the breeze. Under their gaze, these black threads gradually shone with a strange red light. Finally, the black threads completely turned dark red. Roger knew that Malekith would definitely see something, but he didn't mind it at all. Although Malekith's words were very touching, he didn't completely believe Malekith. Before setting off for Svartalfheim, he told the three people of Broken Tooth to keep an eye on Malekith and others at all times. Unless Malekith could kill the three people of Broken Tooth in an instant and launch a fatal attack on himself. Otherwise, he didn't need to worry about his safety when using the Reality Stone. When all the threads turned into a strange dark red, Roger began to recall the appearance of Svartalfheim before. In other words, imagine the ruined Svartalfheim restored to its original appearance. Unlike the Space Stone and other Infinity Stones, the Reality Stone is a little more complicated to use, and the possibility of losing control is also a little higher. The Reality Stone can turn the fantasy and the mind into reality, but the Reality Stone does not distinguish the images imagined in the user's mind. If some thoughts that should not exist appear in the mind during the use of the Reality Stone, the Reality Stone will also make these thoughts become reality. Roger tried hard to control his mind, trying his best to avoid some strange images in his mind, while constructing the repaired Svartalfheim in his mind. As he continued to perfect the picture in his mind, the silk thread that emerged from his body began to extend into the distance. As the silk thread stretched into the distance, circles of dark red ripples appeared around the silk thread. At this time, Roger closed his eyes tightly, completely ignoring the vision he created. This was the first time he used the power of the Reality Stone to modify an existing reality. This was a brand new experience for him that he had never experienced before. Time passed little by little. Roger, who was fully focused on constructing the illusion, did not know exactly how much time had passed. After completing all the details in his mind, he did not hesitate and used all his strength to activate the energy of the Reality Gem. In an instant, his whole body burst out with a dazzling dark red light. The dark red light quickly surged around him, sweeping everything around like a wave. This dazzling and strange dark red light did not last long. After more than 10 seconds, the light and the silk thread disappeared at the same time. When all the strange visions disappeared, Roger opened his tightly closed eyes and began to look around. What appeared in front of him was no longer the dead black plain. Various dark green plants covered the land. The breeze blew, and the flowers, plants, and leaves fluttered in the wind. The dull air completely disappeared, replaced by fresh air containing rich natural energy. On the grass a few kilometers in front of them, a dark elf city rose from the ground, and the black walls and high-rise buildings were clearly visible. After confirming that the scene in front of him was no different from what he imagined, Roger finally breathed a sigh of relief. This is a memorable first time. Roger nodded with satisfaction. Drawing on the techniques of using the other particles provided by Malekith, Roger successfully imagined everything in front of him. Although there were a lot of things imagined, as Malekith expected, he did not spend too much effort. When Roger looked at the city he imagined with satisfaction, Malekith and other dark elves looked at everything in front of them with emotion. The city imagined by Roger was the former capital of the Dark Elves, Evernite City, and it was the best proof of the glorious civilization of the Dark Elves. However, compared with the real Evernite City, the current Evernite City can only be regarded as a perfect imitation. I have met your request, and now it's your turn. Roger returned to Malekith and said slowly, "Okay, I will have someone transfer the data now." Malekith had no intention of defaulting on his debt, and immediately arranged for his men to transfer the data to the Thousand Miles Sunshine. After transmitting all the data of the Dark Elves to the Thousand Miles Sunshine, Malekith did not hesitate, and immediately returned to the invisible battleship. Then, under the gaze of Roger and others, the blade-like stealth warship slowly lifted off, and flew towards Evernite City. When the stealth warship landed in Evernite City, and merged perfectly with Evernite City, Roger said to the members of the scientific research team he brought with him, "You have a week. After a week, I want to see the preliminary research results." After that, Roger ignored Shuri and other researchers, and went straight back to the Thousand Sunshine. Although the technology of the Dark Elves is completely different from that of the Earth, there are many things that can be learned from it. This can be seen from the fact that Svartalfheim is suitable for human survival. What's more, Wakanda also has vibranium, which is like a universal material. After handing over the matter of learning from the technology of the Dark Elves to improve the vibranium technology to Shuri and others, Roger returned to the captain's room and began to browse the data that had just been transmitted. He did not browse the technology related information like Shuri and others, but browsed the environmental information of Svartalfheim. According to the agreement, he now owns half of Svartalfheim. In other words, half of the territory here is his private territory. As a newly promoted lord, he must of course find out what his territory is like. A week passed in the blink of an eye. During this week, Roger found out the situation of Svartalfheim, and made a plan for the future development of Svartalfheim. He planned to use Svartalfheim as his second base in the universe. At the same time, he used the resources of Xandar to develop Svartalfheim, so that this dark elf country with great potential could exert its due strength. In order to avoid some unpleasant things in the future, he negotiated with Malekith on the demarcation line of the territory and officially divided Svartalfheim. At the same time, he told Thor that he and Malekith had divided Svartalfheim equally. Thor did not say anything about the news that he suddenly became one of the lords of Svartalfheim. Although the Dark Elves had fought with Asgard before, Thor, or Odin, did not care about it. Asgard under Odin's rule did not have the habit of exterminating its enemies, and Thor inherited this well. Frost giants, fire giants, Vanik. These races that were once enemies of Asgard are now living well in their original countries. So the return of the Dark Elves to Svartalfheim is not a big deal for Asgard. In order to better develop and build Svartalfheim, Roger also specially asked the super life computer heart of the world on Xandar to create a super artificial intelligence like Jarvis, and handed over the tedious work of managing Svartalfheim to this artificial intelligence assistant named Sunday. After browsing the report on the integration of vibranium technology and dark elf technology submitted by Shuri and other scientists, Roger returned to Earth with Nami and Broken Tooth. He did not return on the Thousand Sunshine, but used the Silk Thread portal to return to Earth. As for the Thousand Sunshine, he temporarily left it in Svartalfheim to be responsible for the security of Svartalfheim. Of course, this is only a temporary arrangement, and he does not intend to leave his flagship Thousand Sunshine in Svartalfheim forever. After the Sky-Yaksha Legion led by Bucky takes over the security of Svartalfheim, the Thousand Sunshine will return to Earth. After returning to Earth, Roger did not tell Jiraiya, Daisy and others about Svartalfheim. In fact, he did not even tell them about Zinder. Although he now has a good relationship with the Inhumans, and has even become the real controller behind the Inhumans, he still does not intend to tell Jiraiya and others all his cards. When he returned to Dressrosa and began to prepare for the meeting with Black Bolt, the system that took several months to upgrade was finally upgraded. After hearing the upgrade completion prompt given by the system, he did not hesitate and opened the system page as soon as possible. Great Pirate System, version v6.16, host, Roger. Occupation, Space Pirate Hacky, Armament Hacky LV5, Observation Hacky LV5. Devil Fruit, Primary, String Fruit. Awakening, Assimilation, Space Gem, Cat Fruit, Power Gem, Reality Gem, Devil Fruit, Secondary. Door Fruit LV3, Magma Fruit LV5, Twinkle Fruit LV5, Tremor Fruit LV5. Bounty 300 million berries. Barry 167 million. Territory, Zinder, Svartalfheim, Western Hemisphere, Earth, Wakanda. Bounty mission, none. Mall, open. After browsing the new system page, Roger didn't feel anything particularly obvious. The upgraded page is basically the same as before, except that there is an additional territory column. In addition, his occupation has changed from the previous Great Pirate to the current Space Pirate. Other than that, there is no big difference. As for the fact that the bounty has been increased to 300 million berries, he was not surprised at all. Before conquering Zinder, his bounty was 130 million berries, and it is not particularly strange that it has been increased to 300 million berries. Seriously speaking, his current fame in the universe is even greater than on Earth. After all, since he came to Wakanda, he has rarely appeared in public, let alone fought. After reading the system page, he opened them all and took a look. He originally just wanted to see if there were any devil fruits that he was interested in among the goods updated in the mall this time. Unexpectedly, he actually saw completely unfamiliar goods in the mall. Under normal circumstances, the goods in the mall only have 6 types: domineering, moves, devil fruits, weapons, ships, and sundries. However, now, he saw the character card in the mall that he had only seen in the mission rewards before. Character card, Pirate Queen, Boa Hancock, exchange price 180 million berries, 1 gold achievement crystal. If the character card appeared in the mall, it would be surprising enough. Then the gold achievement crystal in the exchange price is completely confusing. Gold achievement crystal? What is this? Roger searched carefully in the system, upgrade information that appeared out of thin air in his mind, and finally found the relevant information about the achievement crystal. After the system was upgraded again, the system's evaluation of bounty tasks became a little more complicated. There is nothing to say about the failure of the task. The main thing is that after the task is successful, the system will judge the completion of the task based on the host's performance. This judgment will not affect the reward given by the task, but will only affect the issuance of achievement crystals. According to the degree of difficulty, achievement crystals are divided into 5 types: green, blue, purple, red, and gold. To give a simple example, if Roger completes the task with a green evaluation, he will get the corresponding green achievement crystal while getting the fixed reward of the task. If he wants to get a gold achievement crystal, he must get the most perfect task evaluation to get a gold achievement crystal. After reading the relevant introduction of the crystal, Roger shook his head helplessly. The newly launched products are indeed not so easy to get. After withdrawing his attention from the character card of the Pirate Queen, he set his sights on a golden key. Time and space key, exchange price 50 million berries. What is this? Although the price of the time key is not very expensive and is completely within Roger's affordability, as a cautious pirate, he immediately looked for relevant information about the time and space key in his mind. Like the achievement crystal, the time and space key is also a new product after the system upgrade this time. The time and space key, as the name suggests, is a key that can be used for time and space shuttle. After use, you can randomly shuttle to a parallel universe and stay in the parallel universe for a period of time. Depending on the universe, the stay time each time is different. More importantly, after a successful shuttle, a related bounty task will inevitably appear. Isn't this a copy key? No matter how you look at it, the time and space key is very similar to the copy key. However, just when Roger thought that the time and space key was another way of saying the copy key, he saw a special note at the end of the time and space key introduction. After use, there is a certain probability that you will be wanted by the time variant administration. Please consider carefully whether to use it. Time variant administration? After seeing this warm reminder, Roger couldn't help but take a breath. As a time traveler, he certainly knew what the time variance administration was like. It was a truly huge organization, so powerful that it used infinity gems as paperweights. Chapter 168 Roger vs Black Bolt. The appearance of the time variance administration shocked Roger a little. However, he quickly put the time variance administration behind him. According to the system's instructions, he would become a wanted criminal of the time variance administration only after he used the space-time key. That is to say, as long as he did not use the space-time key, he did not need to worry about the time variance administration coming to trouble him. Although the time variance administration was very powerful, in his memory, the strength of the time guard was not very good. So in general, it was not a big problem. After browsing all the information after the system upgrade, he closed the system page and rethought the meeting with Black Bolt. The Pirate Queen was indeed very tempting, but Nami was also very good, so in the short term, he had no plans to exchange the Pirate Queen's character card. More importantly, after getting along with Nami, he confirmed one thing, that is, the person summoned by the character card had the same way of thinking as the original body. Nami had proved this with facts. Compared with Nami, the Pirate Queen Hancock's personality was undoubtedly a little worse. After some serious and careful thinking, he decided to meet with Black Bolt in 3 days and set the meeting place in Attilan City on the moon. 3 days passed in a flash. At Jirai's request, Roger took Daisy with him and waited for Tetanus, the pickup personnel from Attilan City, on the helipad in the palace. It's funny to say that, although Attilan City has a technological level far beyond that of the Earth, until now, Attilan City has not built any spacecraft with interstellar navigation capabilities. What's even more speechless is that, except for the royal family members of Attilan City, other Inhumans will never be able to leave the moon in their lifetime. How long did you stay in Attilan City last time? While waiting for the big dog Tetanus to come, Roger turned around and asked Daisy. Only stayed for 2 days, and stayed in the palace all the time, and had no chance to go out and see the real life of the Inhumans in Attilan City. Daisy's answer made Roger frown slightly. Obviously, this was deliberately arranged by Black Bolt. The reason for doing this is probably to prevent Daisy and others from having too much contact with the aliens in Attilan. However, there is one thing that Roger can't figure out. Since Attilan City has taken the initiative to propose cooperation with Dressrosa, they shouldn't be so opposed to Daisy and others from contacting civilians. This is not a particularly confidential cooperation, and there is no need to hide it from the public. Unless Black Bolt has other purposes, he doesn't need to restrict Daisy and others in the palace. After waiting patiently for a few minutes, Roger once again saw Crystal and the big dog Tetanus, who had met once before. Like the last time, Crystal was still wearing the light yellow tight uniform, showing off her proud curves unscrupulously. Your Majesty is waiting for you. After coming to Roger, Crystal said calmly. Then, she motioned Roger to put his palm on Tetanus's body. Although he didn't really want to touch Tetanus's sturdy body, in order to go to Attilan smoothly, Roger still did it. The silk thread portal can allow him to reach the moon, but it can't allow him to go to Attilan accurately. But this will not be a problem soon. As long as he has been to Attilan once, he can get the specific coordinates of Attilan. With the specific coordinates, he can directly use the silk thread portal to go there in the future, without having to rely on Tetanus' ability. When they all touched Tetanus, their figures quickly disappeared. In just a blink of an eye, they came from Earth to Attilan. To be precise, they came to the Palace Hall of Attilan. In this vast and luxurious golden hall, Roger saw Black Bolt sitting on the throne and his wife Medusa with beautiful long hair. I don't know if it's my illusion, But after coming to the Palace Hall of Attilan, Roger couldn't help but think of the Golden Palace of Asgard. Although the styles of the two are completely different, they both use the Navo-Rish gold color matching. In the huge hall, except for Roger and others, there was no one. There were no fully armed guards, and no beautiful maids. After bringing Roger and the others to the palace hall, Tetanus barked at Black Bolt on the throne for a few words, and then disappeared directly into the hall. Crystal, you go down too. When Tetanus left, Medusa, who was sitting next to Black Bolt, spoke. Crystal wanted to say something, but after seeing Black Bolt's stern face, she finally left the palace hall. With Crystal's departure, the hall, which was originally sparsely populated, became even quieter. Black Bolt, who was sitting on the throne, looked at Roger without saying a word, as if he wanted to see something from Roger. Roger did not speak at this time, but silently displayed his observation haki to sense Black Bolt's life breath. It was almost as expected. Black Bolt's life breath was amazing. If Medusa's life value is 10, then Black Bolt's life value is 1000. The two are not on the same level at all. It is worthy of being the strongest alien. When Black Bolt and Roger looked at each other, Medusa and Daisy consciously kept silent. Time passed little by little. When the atmosphere in the hall began to become somewhat depressing, Medusa finally received the message from Black Bolt. Roger, you are not an Inhuman. Why do you want to help the Inhumans to establish their own country? Medusa's mature voice full of feminine charm sounded again. Nothing special, just do it, if you want to. Roger's tone was very casual, and his answer was also very casual. As for why he wanted to help Jirine and other Inhumans, he certainly had his own considerations. But he didn't think he needed to tell these things to Black Bolt. Although you are not the nominal king of the Inhumans on Earth, you are the real controller behind the Inhumans on Earth. Are you planning to take the Inhumans on Earth as your own private property? Medusa hesitated for a few seconds, and then relayed Black Bolt's words. Private property? I thought you would use the word slavery? Roger shrugged, his face changed, and he answered in a cold tone. How I treat the aliens on Earth is my own business. If you intend to use your status as the legitimate alien king to condemn me, I advise you not to have this idea. From the day Attilan left the Earth, the aliens on Earth are no longer your people, and you are not qualified to point fingers at the aliens on Earth in the name of the royal family or orthodoxy. Roger didn't know what Jirine's attitude was when she communicated with Black Bolt last time, but to him, the aliens on the moon were no more noble than those on Earth. After hearing Roger's answer, Black Bolt and Medusa's faces quickly darkened. No one dared to speak to them in this tone, let alone such undisguised sarcasm. Do you know what you are saying? Medusa said in a bad tone. Are you upset? As soon as Roger finished speaking, Daisy, who was standing beside him, silently pulled his sleeve. Daisy's little move did not escape Black Bolt and Medusa. Just when Medusa tried to speak again, Roger took the lead and said, okay, there's no need to waste your breath on this. Let's fight. If you win, I will recognize the legal right of the Moon Indigen to rule over the Earth Indigen. If you lose, please put away this condescending attitude and treat the Earth Indigen as a race on an equal footing with you. Roger had no intention of talking nonsense with Medusa anymore, and directly invited Black Bolt to fight. In fact, this was also the reason why he specifically asked to meet on the moon. In a way, Black Bolt is a walking natural disaster. Fighting him on Earth might cause some damage. As an Earthling, especially an Earthling who has been taught to protect the environment since childhood, Roger certainly would not arrange the battle on Earth. Compared with the Earth, the moon is obviously more suitable as a ring for him to fight Black Bolt. After Roger openly issued a battle invitation, Black Bolt did not let Medusa convey his meaning. He stood up and nodded to Roger. There was no need for Black Bolt to refuse. Compared with the so-called diplomatic rhetoric, he prefers to speak with strength. In this regard, he and Roger are the same kind of people. A few minutes later, Tetanus took them to a huge meteorite crater far away from the city of Attilan. This is a huge meteorite crater with a diameter of several kilometers. The circular area formed by the impact is like a natural arena. After taking the two of them to the crater, Tetanus left without any hesitation. Black Bolt originally planned to use pseudosonic energy to create a force field suitable for human activities in the crater. However, before he could make a move, Roger's voice sounded beside him. No need to create a special force field. It's not fair to you. It's up to you to decide. If you can't even move in a vacuum, just admit defeat. As soon as he finished speaking, Roger activated the energy of the reality stone and created a close-fitting defensive force field for himself. He did not use the more convenient flash elementalization, but planned to use the string fruit to fight Black Bolt. After seeing the dark red light shining on Roger's body, Black Bolt instantly created his own defensive force field. Unlike the dark red light that was close to Roger's body, Black Bolt created a spherical pseudosonic force field. This pseudosonic force field can not only help him resist the vacuum environment, but also is an extremely solid defensive barrier. Inhumans are not a race with extraordinary physiques. Their physical strength is about the same as that of normal humans. Unless they awaken the corresponding physical enhancement superpowers, their bodies are not much stronger than normal people. However, even so, Roger still regarded Black Bolt as an opponent who needed to go all out. Black Bolt's physical strength is indeed not outstanding, but the problem is that his awakened sonic wave superpower is amazing. Daisy's awakened shockwave superpower can create terrifying natural disasters like earthquakes. Black Bolt's sonic waves can not only cause earthquakes, but also cause natural phenomena such as volcanic eruptions and tsunamis. When used to the extreme, they can even tear apart time and space. It is precisely because of the amazing power of sonic waves that Black Bolt can become one of the strongest superheroes on Earth. At this time, Roger was in high spirits, and Black Bolt was also on guard. Although they had never met before, Black Bolt knew a lot about Roger. He even knew a lot of information that Jirying and others didn't know. For example, Roger defeated Ronan the Accuser and conquered Zunda. Seeing that Black Bolt had no intention of taking the initiative, Roger didn't waste time and took the lead. Strike. Roger raised his right hand, and a black silk thread shot at Black Bolt like a laser. The straight bullet line instantly arrived in front of Black Bolt. Bang! The black bullet line carried a terrifying impact force and hit the seemingly transparent pseudosonic force field. The bullet line that Roger used now was not the bullet line that could only penetrate the human body before. With the awakening and assimilation of the string fruit, the power of the bullet line he used now would not be weaker than Doflamingo, and one hit could destroy a building. The power of the bullet line is amazing, but Black Bolt's pseudosonic force field is even more amazing. The black silk thread was easily bounced off by the pseudosonic force field, and the amazing impact force was instantly resolved by the pseudosonic force field. Roger originally intended to use the bullet line to test the defensive Black Bolt's pseudosonic force field, so after witnessing the scene of the bullet line being easily bounced off, he did not feel any surprise. If Black Bolt can't even block such an ordinary move as the bullet line, then he is too unworthy of the title of the strongest inhuman. Just after the bullet line was bounced off, Roger's second wave of attack came in front of Black Bolt. White lines of wild waves. Tens of thousands of black silk threads emerged from the void, attacking Black Bolt like the raging waves in the sea. The surging silk threads from bottom to top instantly engulfed Black Bolt floating in the air. Just as Roger tried to control the silk thread waves, to twist Black Bolt into a twist and crush him, an energy shock wave that could not be detected by the naked eye suddenly erupted. Boom. The silk threads attacking Black Bolt exploded instantly, flying around like scattered leaves. Is this possible? After so many times of strengthening, this was the first time Roger encountered a situation where the silk threads broke. He thought that this situation would not happen again with the awakened thread fruit, but it turned out that he thought too much. Roger ignored the exploded silk threads and casually waved his right hand to turn them into nothingness. At the same time, he landed on the surface of the moon and performed the awakening assimilation of the thread fruit. In just a blink of an eye, the crater with a diameter of several kilometers was completely transformed into silk threads by him. Black Bolt's fighting style is obviously to break 10 skills with one force. As the initiator of this battle, Roger intends to confront Black Bolt head on to see whether his string fruit is better or Black Bolt's pseudosonic waves are more powerful. Chapter 169. 16 Sacred Bullets, God's Killing. Black Bolt knew that Roger could manipulate a magical thread, but he never thought that Roger could completely assimilate the surface of the moon into thread. The awakened superpowers of the Inhumans were already very disrespectful to Newton, but Roger's thread fruit even lifted Newton's coffin. At the moment when the surface of the moon was assimilated into thread, Black Bolt, floating in the air, put away all the contempt in his heart and looked at Roger, who was glowing all over, with a serious face. This earthling is stronger than he thought. After performing the awakening, Roger did not attack Black Bolt immediately. Although they had just fought for a short time, he did not doubt that he would win in the end. The reason is simple. He can assimilate 3 infinite gems. Space gem, power gem, reality gem. If he can't beat Black Bolt like this, then he is too sorry for his identity as a time traveler. After observing Roger with great vigilance, Black Bolt finally made a move. Without using any fancy tricks, he directly detonated the tremendous electronic energy gathered by the pseudo-sound waves. Boom. The orange-red explosion light suddenly appeared around Roger, completely engulfing him. Although the vacuum environment on the surface of the moon limits the propagation of sound, pseudo-sound waves are not sound waves. For Black Bolt, the vacuum environment is more suitable for him to exert his pseudo-sound wave superpower. The electronic energy in outer space is much more than that of a normal planet with an atmosphere. So to a certain extent, outer space, which is like a life forbidden zone, is exactly Black Bolt's home court. Here, he can go all out without any worries. The moment Black Bolt gathered electronic energy around him, Roger noticed something was wrong. Although the observation hacky could not sense the electronic energy that already existed in outer space, after assimilating the power gem, he was extremely sensitive to energy of any nature. The silk thread of the thread fruit is now like a spider web used by spiders to hunt, clearly sensing all the energy around. Any abnormal energy fluctuations cannot be hidden from Roger's current perception. After realizing that Black Bolt was going to bomb him directly with an electronic energy bomb, he immediately controlled the silk thread under his feet. Shield white line full coverage. Without any hesitation, Roger once again used the shield white line that he had used to defend against Thor's amazing lightning. The black silk threads on the ground instantly surged up, intertwining and entwining around Roger's body. It was not until the shield white line full coverage was completely completed that he remembered a very important question. Doflamingo named this move Shield White Line because it is a move that uses white silk threads to resist enemy attacks. However, the color of Roger's silk thread is completely opposite. It is a metallic black. Just when he was considering whether to change the name of this move to Shield Black Line, the shock wave of the electronic energy explosion fell on the black sphere formed by the silk thread. Even through the silk thread, Roger could clearly feel the violent impact and fluctuations caused by the explosion. If the ground under his feet had not been assimilated into the silk thread, he could guarantee that an amazing explosion pit would definitely be born with the explosion point as the center. The amazing explosion came and went quickly. In a few seconds, the orange-red light and impact caused by the explosion completely disappeared. When everything returned to calm, what appeared in front of Black Bolt was no longer the smooth and round black ball, but a black ball with several huge cracks on the surface, which was almost broken into the inside. When using the shield white line full coverage to resist Thor's full strength thunder, Roger would repair the ball during the thunder, so that the ball would appear intact in the end. This time, he did not play these tricks and use the shield white line full coverage to resist the energy explosion caused by Black Bolt. Facts have proved that, even if he doesn't play tricks, Black Bolt's attack still can't penetrate the black ball. However, Black Bolt is not Thor. When he saw that the black ball wrapped around Roger was almost completely broken, he did not hesitate and attacked again. Boom. 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 One after another, electronic energy explosions appeared around Roger again, as if they were going to blow him to pieces. Facing the attack launched by Black Bolt again, Roger acted decisively and quickly manipulated the silk thread to repair the thread ball. At the same time, he performed a thread escape ninjutsu that he had never actually tested in combat since he developed it. In the energy explosions of all sizes, the shield's white thread and the fully covered black thread ball quickly recovered. Along with it, there was a Shukaku sculpture with his hands open and wearing a round hat. Thread escape Shukaku shield. This Shukaku sculpture that rose from the ground, guarded in front of Roger like an ancient giant, blocking all the explosions from the front. At the beginning, Roger only intended to learn from the appearance of the Shukaku shield, that is, the huge Shukaku sculpture guarding in front of him. However, when he really developed this move, he finally decided to copy the original directly. Although thread escape is not a serious ninjutsu, Roger still has some professional pursuits in copying. So, on this surface, that has turned into silk threads, a Shukaku shield that gathers high hardness minerals and sand from the ground was born. Although the Shukaku shield is known as the strongest shield, to be honest, Roger does not trust the defensive power of the Shukaku shield that much. In his opinion, the defensive power of the Shukaku shield is not even as good as the shield white line full coverage. However, he did not dislike the Shukaku shield for this reason. Compared with the black ball of string, the hands and sculptures standing in front of him with open arms are obviously more attractive. Compared with the actual effect, Roger's preference for moves is often more inclined to the moves with gorgeous appearance. People are all face dogs. This is the case when pursuing the opposite sex, and it is also the case when performing moves. This is also particularly evident in anime and movies. If the moves performed by the protagonist do not have gorgeous visual effects, the fans of these protagonists will definitely decrease significantly. After performing the Shukaku shield, Roger did not continue to perform other defensive moves. Compared with the initial energy explosion, the chain energy explosions created by Black Bolt now are much less powerful. If it were not for the continuous attack effect, these explosions can be regarded as useless. Moreover, Black Bolt would never have thought that the black ball of thread that seemed to be about to break completely in his eyes not only did not break as he expected, but was repaired to its original state. What's more, in front of the black ball of thread, there was a Shukaku sculpture that looked like an ancient giant, which completely blocked the explosion in front of it. In this continuous energy explosion, Roger did not repair the Shukaku shield like he repaired the black ball of thread. It was a rare opportunity, and he wanted to see how strong the defense of his thread escape Shukaku shield was. After several minutes of continuous energy explosion, it finally came to an end. When the thread ball stopped vibrating, Roger started his counterattack. Black Bolt's attack just now did look amazing, but he was not a perpetual motion machine, and the pseudosonic wave superpower could not keep these attacks going forever. In the final analysis, Black Bolt's pseudosonic wave superpower is a way to manipulate electronic energy. When all the electronic energy around is consumed, the pseudosonic wave cannot cause an energy explosion, even if it wants to. It is precisely because of this that Roger let Black Bolt attack him just now. As he had guessed, when the surrounding electron energy was consumed, Black Bolt really stopped attacking. In that case, it's my turn. Roger did not remove the shield white liner full coverage, nor did he remove the Shukaku shield in front of him, which had been bombed and had lost its arms and legs. For him, whose observation haki has reached LV5, whether he can see the enemy with his eyes is not important at all. When the continuous explosions stopped, Black Bolt immediately saw the intact black ball of thread and the dilapidated sculpture in front of the ball of thread that appeared at some unknown time. After discovering that his second wave of attack not only failed to injure Roger successfully, but also consumed all the surrounding electron energy, Black Bolt's face became a little ugly. No. According to intelligence, Roger is a very arrogant warrior. How could he stay where he is and let others attack him? Black Bolt's reaction cannot be said to be slow, but Roger's attack is also ready. 16 sacred fierce bullets God's killing. The strongest move of the string fruit that Thor did not enjoy was now regarded by Roger as the deciding factor in this competition. Under the gaze of Black Bolt, 16 huge waves of silk threads wrapped with high density armament haki rose from the black silk thread land. Before these 16 huge waves of silk threads were pierced out, the armament haki wrapped at the top had already demonstrated the superb attack power of this move. Black Bolt's combat experience was not as good as Roger's, but he knew very well that at this time, blindly dodging would put himself in a more unfavorable situation. So he began to strengthen the spherical force field surrounding him, trying to resist Roger's 16 sacred bullets, God-killing. Roger was not surprised by Black Bolt's choice. If he put himself in his shoes, he would basically make a similar choice. The premise is that he did not know the true power of the 16 sacred bullets, God-killing. Otherwise, unless he had a Pacific Ocean in his head, he would never make such a choice. Wake up, it's hunting time. At the moment, when he used 16 holy bullets God-slaying to attack Black Bolt, Roger silently recited a line that was very interesting. The 16 holy bullets God-slaying that were ready to be launched pierced Black Bolt in the air at a speed beyond imagination, showing the domineering power that should be in the awakened state of the string fruit. Although Black Bolt started to enhance the defense field in advance, but unfortunately, he underestimated Roger's 16 holy bullets God-slaying. More importantly, the electronic energy that was originally filled in the air was just consumed, and there was no time to recover. Bang, bang, bang. The first 3 holy bullets were blocked by Black Bolt's defense field. However, starting from the 4th holy bullet, the defense field in front of Black Bolt was completely broken. Roger did not fire all the holy bullets at once like Doflamingo did. Although the scene of 16 holy bullets attacking the enemy at the same time is shocking, if the enemy cannot be defeated, then he will end up like Doflamingo, with glasses broken and Minge kneeling. Roger does not intend to repeat Doflamingo's mistakes, and he does not want to lose to Black Bolt. When the 4th holy bullet penetrated Black Bolt's defense field, the outcome of the battle was basically announced. However, Black Bolt is obviously not a person who will give up easily. When the holy bullet wrapped in armed color was about to hit him, Black Bolt made a resistance that Roger did not expect at all. Pseudosonic wave maximization fusion funeral. Boom. A shocking explosion with the power of a nuclear weapon suddenly occurred. Although the surrounding electronic energy has been consumed and basically has no effect, Black Bolt resolutely detonated the electronic energy stored in his body. Artist Patrick. Although the fusion funeral caused by Black Bolt is not a real nuclear weapon explosion, its power is not weaker than a real nuclear explosion. What's even more outrageous is that when detonating this fusion funeral, Black Bolt actually referred to the nuclear fusion reaction, allowing the electron energy to produce an effect similar to the nuclear fusion reaction of hydrogen isotopes. At this time, Roger was extremely glad that he had not just removed the shield white line full coverage in Shukaku's shield, and at the same time, he was glad that he did not throw out all 16 sacred bullets like Doflamingo. A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky with the orange flames of the explosion. The ground assimilated by the silk thread seemed to have ushered in an unprecedented extinction level 12 magnitude earthquake, and huge spider web-like cracks emerged. Although he had the protection of Shukaku's shield and shield white line full coverage, Roger still did not dare to underestimate it, and directly activated the power of the Power Stone. He wanted to use a Power Stone to dissolve the oncoming terrifying energy impact in the void, being hit like a golf ball. The black thread ball and Shukaku's shield emerged with purple light. After the energy shock that came at high speed came to the front of the Shukaku shield, it was split to both sides by the faint purple light, and 2 terrifying gullies tens of meters deep were drawn on the silk thread land. The next few seconds were the longest seconds since Roger came to the moon. When Black Bolt's fusion funeral completely dissipated, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. In order to resolve the terrifying energy coming from the front, he didn't even have much spare energy to repair the black thread ball wrapped around him. As for the Shukaku shield, formed by high hardness minerals and sand high pressure, under the blessing of the power gem, it stubbornly persisted for a second or two, and then completely turned into nothingness. Although the Shukaku shield failed to block Black Bolt's fusion funeral, Roger was already very satisfied. How could a shield mainly formed by sand block a nuclear explosion? Even if Newton was too lazy to care about this world, at least the basic laws must be followed. Chapter 170, First Time Travel. It was just an ordinary sparring match, so what? Roger complained in his heart. He knew that Black Bolt was not a person who would easily admit defeat, but he did not expect that Black Bolt would use such a move. That was almost both sides would perish in the sparring match. At this time, he still had not removed the shield white line that was wrapped around his body. He used his observation haki to sense Black Bolt's state. Unlike the first time he sensed Black Bolt's life breath, Black Bolt's life breath now decreased by more than a little bit. When he sensed it for the first time, Roger sensed a life breath that was 100 times stronger than Medusa's. Now, his life breath was so weak that it was not even as strong as Medusa's. Although his breath was extremely weak, Black Bolt was still alive. And from the state, except for the exhaustion of his energy, he was not in any danger of life. At this time, Black Bolt could not even maintain his floating posture. He knelt on one knee on the ground, composed of black silk threads, gasping for breath. Now he no longer had the strength to launch any attack, and even the pseudosonic force field around him was only maintained at the lowest level. After confirming Black Bolt's status, Roger sensed the status of the 16 sacred murderous bullets. Excluding the sacred murderous bullets that had been used and destroyed by the fusion burial, there were about 6 sacred murderous bullets that still maintained their complete form. However, compared with when they were just born, these 6 sacred murderous bullets now seemed much more low-key, without the previous breath of penetrating everything and destroying everything. After thinking for a few seconds, Roger removed the scarred shield white line and sacred murderous bullets. At this point, there was no need to continue fighting. On the surface, Black Bolt lost, but Roger also used the power gem in the battle. So from his point of view, he did not win this time, and it could only be regarded as a draw at most. When removing the shield white line and the sacred murderous bullets, Roger also removed the assimilation of the earth, allowing the earth to return to its original appearance. Then, he performed the razor, and came to the front of Black Bolt. Let's call it a draw this time. We'll fight again next time we have a chance. A vacuum environment is not suitable for transmitting sound, but this is not a problem for Roger, who has assimilated the reality stone. After saying that, Roger stretched out his right hand to Black Bolt, and pulled up Black Bolt, who was kneeling on one knee. Black Bolt looked at him with a complicated expression and nodded silently. Attilan City, the Palace Hall. After the competition, Tetanus, who received the notice from Black Bolt, rushed over as soon as possible, and took the two of them back to Attilan City. When the two of them returned to the Palace Hall, Medusa and Daisy, who had been waiting in the hall, quickly came to their side, and asked them respectively. A few minutes later, under the leadership of Tetanus, Roger and Daisy left the Palace Hall, and came to the residence arranged for them by Black Bolt. They stayed in Attilan City for 3 days, before returning to Wakanda. This time, Black Bolt did not prohibit them from leaving the palace, and even took the initiative to arrange a guide for them to take a good look at Attilan City. It must be said that Attilan City is indeed a very developed city. Although the architectural style and cultural history all originated from the Earth, in Attilan, Roger actually had the illusion of returning to Xandar. The advanced technology has allowed the people of Attilan to enjoy a very high quality of life. In addition to the feudal royal hierarchy, Attilan has the style of a future city on Earth. During these 3 days, in addition to touring Attilan with Daisy, Roger also had several secret meetings with Black Bolt. It was said to be secret, but in fact, in addition to the two of them, Medusa was also present. After these several communications, Roger figured out why Black Bolt had a completely different attitude towards Jiraiya and others before. The reason is very simple: the huge gap in strength. In the eyes of Black Bolt, Jiraiya and other Earth aliens can only be regarded as the appendages of the Moon aliens. Although Jiraiya and others now have their own country, this still does not change Black Bolt's view. When Attilan left the Earth, the reason why Jiraiya and others' ancestors were not taken with them was because the Attilan royal family felt that the aliens on Earth were not qualified to go to the Moon. Even though Attilan City and Dressrosa reached a certain level of cooperation, Black Bolt still did not change his opinion. However, these opinions of Black Bolt completely disappeared after fighting with Roger. It doesn't matter whether Roger is an inhuman or not. What's important is that he firmly stands on the side of the Earth and humans. Of course, it's okay to say it another way. For example, he is the real leader of the Earth and humans. After personally confirming Roger's strength, Black Bolt put the Earth Inhumans on the same level as the Moon Inhumans, instead of treating the Earth Inhumans as the subordinates of the Moon Inhumans as before. In addition to treating the Earth Inhumans as subordinates, Black Bolt even had the intention of completely occupying Dressrosa. If Roger lost to him, or Roger failed to show the strength to compete with him, his plan would most likely become a reality. Before fighting with Black Bolt, Roger had some rough guesses. So after hearing Black Bolt's explanation, he was not too surprised. From another perspective, if he were Black Bolt, he might have similar ideas. It would be fine if Jiraiya and others had established a country somewhere else, but the problem is that the place Roger arranged for them happened to be Wakanda, the only country on Earth that has vibranium. Black Bolt was more or less tactful. Several other countries on Earth, such as the United States, had sent aircraft carrier fleets to test them a long time ago. After returning to Dressrosa from Atalant City, Roger was unusually comfortable. He did not continue to practice the devil fruit, nor did he plan to hang out outside to activate the bounty mission, but thought about his next life plan. Yes, it is a life plan, not a practice plan. In terms of strength, although his current strength is not enough to dominate the universe, there are not many people who can be his opponent. With full strength, even if Thanos and the Black Five join forces, he is confident of winning the final victory. In terms of life, he now has 3 fairly good territories, with no shortage of resources, equipment, and subordinates. If he wants, he can even consider learning from Hydra to conquer the Earth, and become the master of the Earth. But the problem is that this is not the life he wants. This is just like when people have no money, they will frantically try to make money, and when they have enough amazing wealth, they will feel that money is just a number. Of course, some capitalists will try to go further after they have enough capital, trying to reach out to places that do not belong to them. But Roger does not have such great ambitions. Compared with controlling everything and becoming the supreme master, he prefers a colorful life, or more exciting. After thinking carefully, he opened the system and set his sights on the time and space key in the mall. Time and space key, exchange price. 50 million berries. After thinking for a few seconds, he made a plan to exchange the time and space key. Isn't it just that after using it, there is a possibility that the time mutation administration will be wanted? This is completely a trivial matter. The female Loki can play the time mutation administration around, and he is several levels higher than Loki. He is even less likely to be afraid of the time mutation administration's wanted. After exchanging the time and space key, he did not choose to use it immediately, but silently looked at the golden and simple time and space key in his hand. If you only look at the appearance, you can't imagine that such a key actually has the ability to travel to parallel time and space. If this thing is not a system product, Roger would suspect that this key is a tool made by a liar. After throwing the golden time and space key into the different space in his body, he left his elder's mansion and came to Jiraiya's palace. Before embarking on a time and space journey, he must first arrange his subordinates and forces. The Dressrosa matter was still handed over to Jiraiya for full responsibility. At the same time, he told Jiraiya that he had reached a new cooperation agreement with Black Bolt and asked Jiraiya to arrange personnel for docking. The matter of Svartalfheim was handed over to Bucky the Winter Soldier and the Artificial Intelligence Sunday to deal with. With the Sky Yaksha Legion that has been formed, he does not need to worry about Malekith doing anything during his absence. As for Zinda, he handed it over to the Super Life Computer Heart of the World and Dr. Connors. Ronan the Accuser is now having fun at the border of the Kree Empire, and there is no need to notify him specifically. As for the Plundering Corps that Yondu was in charge of, he also did not notify them. Although Yondu and other plunderers are now very law-abiding, they are plunderers after all, and there is no guarantee that they will not cause any trouble. The day before using the time-space key to travel through time and space, he specially held a small private party in his elder's mansion. Nami, Daisy, Cora, Sharon Carter, Jessica Jones, Erica. He originally planned to invite Jiraiya by the way, but after seeing the eyes of Daisy and Cora, he decisively gave up this idea. Last night's crazy and unbridled night almost made Roger unable to get up from the bed the next day. After taking a comfortable hot bath in the bathroom, he did not wake up the smooth and attractive body lying in his bedroom, and came to the private training room in the basement alone. After taking a deep breath for a few seconds, he took out the time-space key from the alien space in his body. Do you want to activate the time-space key? The system's prompt appeared in front of him like a holographic projection. Without any hesitation, he directly pressed the confirm button. The moment he pressed confirm, the golden key in his hand turned into a ball of golden light. The soft golden light instantly enveloped his whole body. The next second, he disappeared into the practice room along with the light. Time travel is simpler than Roger imagined. In just a blink of an eye, the scene in front of him was no longer his pure white practice room, but a scene with a familiar feeling. Is this New York? Looking at the Empire State Building in front of him, he immediately confirmed his location. Without any hesitation, he turned on the system and found the corresponding prompt in the system. Current time and space, June 14th, 1943, New York, USA. Longest stay time, May 5th, 1945. Wanted index 5%. After seeing the time prompt given by the system, Roger reacted immediately. Judging from the current time and the longest stay time, the world he is in now should be the world in the movie Captain America 1. May 5th, 1945 was exactly the time when Captain America Steve Rogers disappeared. After confirming the world he had traveled to, Roger smiled with satisfaction. The nearly 2-year stay allowed him to spend a pretty good vacation here. More importantly, it was not yet the period when superheroes and supervillains could be seen everywhere. The only superhuman beings in this world were Red Skull of Hydra and Captain America. Of course, whether there were really only 2 superhumans in this world remained to be verified. Although this seemed to be the world where Captain America 1 was located, it was hard to guarantee that the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One and other big guys would not appear. These 50 million berries seemed to be worthwhile. Although the system has not yet given a bounty task, judging from the state time, his 50 million berries were worth it. Next, he checked his status. The devil fruit was normal. The infinite gems were normal. The domineering was normal. The supernatural physique was normal. This time of time travel did not cause any impact on him, let alone the so-called world suppression. After confirming his current state, he began to think about the next action. The bounty mission has not appeared yet, so he does not need to rush to complete the mission for the time being. After taking a look at New York in the 1940s, he remembered a very important question. He has no money now. Although there are some US dollars in the space in his body, it is obvious that the US dollars in the 21st century are not suitable for use at this time. As a traverser with rich experience, he quickly found a solution. Although the United States is now in a period of war, it cannot be denied that there is no shortage of gangsters at any time. More than half an hour later, he walked out of an alley full of garbage on the ground and threw his empty wallet into the trash can. Behind him, there were several gangsters lying in pain and wailing. 5 gangsters provided him with an income of about $300 US. Although this amount is not much, considering that the average income of the United States during this period was only more than $1,000 US, this is already a good startup capital. With money, the next thing to do is, of course, spend it. P.S. Thanks to Booling, Bayi ZHU, Ing Menger, and ZHI for the rewards. Thank you for your support. Chapter 171 Human Fruit, Mythical Beast Species, Devil Form. 1940s was far from being the megacity of later times. Apart from other things, just looking at the current traffic conditions, you can have a very obvious feeling. Although the automobile industry of this era has been completely formed, it is far from the exaggerated level of later times. After wandering on the street for more than 10 minutes and appreciating the New York style of this era, Roger met the first taxi. Go to the bar you think is the best. After getting in the car, Roger said to the young driver who looked to be in his early 20s. In this era, young people in the United States, especially young men with no background, basically choose to join the army as their first choice. This also leads to a very interesting phenomenon, that is, the number of young men on the street is obviously less than that of women. Okay, sir. The young driver looked back at Roger, looked at his dress curiously, and then started the car and drove towards the bar. Roger ignored the driver's gaze and silently thought about the next trip. Nearly 2 years is enough for him to do a lot of things. If he wants, he can even promote the development of science and technology in the whole world with his own strength. But he quickly rejected this idea. He is not here to lead the development of the times, and he will not stay in this era for too long. When the last stop time comes, whether he likes it or not, he will return to the original era. The car shock absorbers of this era are really bad. Roger silently complained about the automobile industry of this era. Fortunately, New York in this era is not the extremely terrible city with traffic jams in the future. More than 10 minutes later, Roger came to the door of the best bar in the young driver's mind. After leaving the driver $10 for the fare, he opened the car door and walked down, looking at the bar in front of him. That didn't look very good. For him who has traveled to Xander and Attilan, let alone a bar in the 1940s, even a bar in the 21st century, would look a bit backward. However, when he stepped into the door of the bar, he found that he had underestimated this bar. Although the decoration of the bar is very 1940s, the service staff inside, especially the waitresses, have a different flavor. Not to mention that there are not many clothes on her body. The bunny girl shape alone is very praiseworthy. Roger had seen hot bunny girls in the bar before, but it must be said that, although they were all bunny girls from different eras obviously had different charms. More importantly, because of the production process and the aesthetics of the times, the bunny girls of this era gave him a different feeling. I began to like time travel. Although some so-called retro styles appeared from time to time in later eras, no matter how good the retro styles were, they could not compare to the real original flavor. I don't know why, after seeing these bunny girls in the 1940s, Peggy Carter, who was wearing a military uniform, heroic, and had beautiful brown curly hair, unconsciously emerged in Roger's mind. Judging from the time, Peggy Carter should be only 24 years old now, which is the best period of a woman's life. Give me a bottle of vodka, and tell me what interesting things have happened in New York recently. Roger sat at the bar, and handed the bunny girl inside $100. What interesting things do you want to know? The bunny girl with golden curly hair took out a bottle of vodka from the wine cabinet behind her, and placed the vodka in front of Roger with her upper body bent. The thick bottle body could not block the deep ravine on the bunny girl's chest, which showed with practical actions what it meant to when you stare into the abyss. The abyss is also staring at you. Roger's eyes stayed on this bottomless ravine for a few seconds, and then continued. Anything is fine, as long as you think it's interesting. The Tomorrowland Expo hosted by Howard Stark will be held tomorrow night. Does this count? The bunny girl said slowly in the charming voice of a mature woman. Yes. Are there any others? Perhaps it was because of the charm of the US dollar, or it might be Roger's own charm. After more than 10 minutes, he roughly understood some recent situations in New York and the United States. By the way, he knew the time when the bunny girl in front of him got off work. Although these were just some well-known information, they were still of great reference significance to Roger, a newcomer. If he remembered correctly, Steve Rogers was spotted by Dr. Abraham Erskine at Howard's Expo, and was eventually injected with a super soldier serum, turning from a skinny and weak chicken with diseases into the well-known Captain America in later generations. I still have half an hour to get off work. The bunny girl took the opportunity to pour the wine and gently stroked Roger's palm with her fingers. Roger didn't say anything, silently retracted his right hand, picked up the glass, and drank it all. Under the expectant eyes of the bunny girl, he left a $20 tip, and then left the bar without looking back. From the perspective of an ordinary man, this bunny girl is indeed very attractive. But for Roger, this bunny girl obviously has not met his minimum dietary standards. More importantly, he didn't want to get sick just after coming to this world. Oh, it's nothing. What's a nothing big? The chance of winning is stranguria. Whoever believes this kind of words is an idiot. What's more, the concept of safety measures in this era is far inferior to that of later generations. Even if he really wanted to experience the beautiful women of this era, at least it would be Peggy Carter, a female character who was difficult to conquer. After leaving the bar, Roger booked a room in a nearby hotel and spent all the US dollars he had. Although he became a pauper again, he was not worried about his future life at all. After nightfall, he left the hotel and went out for a stroll, bringing back a box of loot. Although the United States is now at war, the gangsters will not give up their jobs because of the war. With the friendly sponsorship of these gangs, Roger quickly got the Second Living Fund. In order to make himself look less alternative, he also specially customized several suits and clothes that were in line with this era. The first night after the time travel was safe and sound without any accidents. Before going to bed, Roger opened the system and took a look at his current wanted index. Wanted index 5%. Just like when he just traveled here, his wanted index did not change at all. This means that his series of actions today did not attract the attention of the Time Variance Administration. This is a good sign. The next morning, after enjoying a breakfast in the hotel that was incomparable to the 21st century, he left the hotel and continued his wandering. The wandering now was completely different from the wandering last night. He had no intention of targeting gangsters at all. He was admiring New York of this era like a real tourist. In an alley near a movie theater, Roger stood on the roof of a nearby building, looking down at Steve Rogers, who was being beaten in the alley. Although Rogers was only 160 centimeters tall and weighed only about 90 kgs, Roger recognized him at a glance. His thin stature did not affect Roger's appearance too much, but made his face look a little smaller. If he remembered correctly, after injecting the super soldier serum, Roger's weight reached more than 210 kilograms and his height increased to 188 centimeters. One dose of serum turned Rogers from a weak chick invisible to the naked eye into a tall and strong man. Dr. Abraham Erskine was worthy of being the top biochemical scientist of this era. Unfortunately, Dr. Abraham Erskine was assassinated before he could see Rogers become a superhero. After being knocked down again and again by the rogue in front of him, Rogers still did not give up and picked up the trash can lid beside him. However, the trash can lid did not bring him any help. The next second, he was hit in the head by the rogue again and fell to the ground with a bang. Courage is commendable, but the brain is not very good. Roger witnessed the whole process of Rogers being beaten, but he had no intention of helping Rogers. He came to this era specifically not to help Rogers. You just won't give up, right? When Rogers stood up again, the rogue in front of him said viciously, "I can spend the whole day with you." Rogers raised his hands and said in a boxer's posture. When he said this classic line that Roger had already known for a long time, Roger finally received the bounty task given by the system. Bounty mission: Captain America's Blackening. Mission reward: Human fruit mythical beast species devil form. Mission progress: unfinished. The moment he saw the bounty mission, Roger was slightly stunned. Human fruit mythical beast species devil form? What kind of fruit is this? Human fruit. In his memory, only the ordinary species human form eaten by Chopper and the mythical beast species Big Buddha form eaten by Sengoku. Has the current system evolved to the level of the original fruit? If it was before the system upgrade, Roger would definitely think that the system had a bug. But now, his first reaction is that the system is getting more and more advanced. Although he still doesn't know what kind of fruit this devil-shaped human fruit is, he has to admit that this fruit has completely aroused his curiosity. After taking his thoughts back from the devil-shaped human fruit, he browsed the details of the bounty mission called Captain America's Blackening. In order to make it easier for him to understand the mission, the system gave some hints very considerately. Captain America symbolizes the absolute justice of the United States and is the embodiment of American justice to a certain extent. The requirements of the mission can be said to be very simple or very complicated. That is, to make Captain America completely blackened. As for the degree of blackening, the system did not say it clearly, but from the description of gaining the absolute trust of Captain America and then giving him despair, this should be a task that makes Captain America Rogers fall from heaven to hell. Simply put, it is to let him experience the feeling of being betrayed by the person he trusts the most. It has to be said that this kind of task matches the reward given by the task very well. First, help the target to fulfill his dream, and then destroy the target's dream with your own hands when the dream is about to be achieved or just achieved, giving the target the most tragic and extreme pain. This is completely the devil's routine operation. Although the task appeared, Roger still had no intention of going down to help Rogers. How to gain the trust of the target is a science. Appearing and helping without any preparation will not only fail to gain the trust of the target, but will instead arouse the target's vigilance. If I remember correctly, after Roger said the famous saying "I can spend a whole day with you," his good friend Bucky will appear and save him like an angel. Sure enough, just when Rogers was about to be beaten again, Bucky in military uniform came to the alley and grabbed the scoundrel who was trying to continue to educate Rogers. Don't bully the weak. Bucky shook his head hard and pulled the scoundrel who was beating Roger away. Then, He hit the scoundrel in the face with a simple hook. Sometimes I think you just like to be beaten. After driving away the scoundrel, Buggy came to Rogers, who had just climbed up with a newspaper. "I'm going to beat him," Rogers said unyieldingly. "How many times has this happened?" While talking, Buggy picked up Rogers' enlistment physical examination card from the ground. When Buggy appeared, Roger used the flash of the door-to-door fruit to leave the roof. The show has been watched, and the mission has been obtained, so the next step is naturally how to complete this devilish mission. If he remembered correctly, Bucky would take Rogers to Hogwarts Expo tonight, to let Rogers meet the destined Dr. Abraham Erskine. Since he knew where they were going, there was no need for him to continue following them. He didn't need to stop Rogers from meeting Dr. Abraham Erskine. This was destined for Rogers. He didn't need to attend the training camp like Rogers, which was ostensibly an assessment, but actually had candidates already decided. What he needed to do was to join the Strategic Scientific Corps, the predecessor of S.H.I.E.L.D., so as to create an impeccable and perfect background for his meeting with Rogers. For ordinary people, joining the Strategic Scientific Corps, which did not exist on the surface, was not an easy thing. But this was not a big problem for Roger. Although he didn't know Loki's illusion magic, or mind magic that controlled people's hearts, he had his own advantages. That was the unquestionable absolute force. For the US government, which was in the midst of a war, he was a talent that was definitely worth winning over. When night fell, Roger came to the expo with a lady he had picked up on the street. He would not stop Rogers from meeting Dr. Abraham Erskine, but that did not mean he would not attend the expo. In addition to Dr. Abraham Erskine, there was another person at the expo who could help him get in touch with the Scientific Strategic Corps. The father of Iron Man, Tony Stark, the founder of Stark Industries, and the absolute protagonist of this expo, Howard Stark. Chapter 172, Becoming Howard's Assistant. Ladies and gentlemen, if I tell you that in just a few years, your car will never need to touch the ground again. Howard, with a sexy mustache, stood on the exhibition stand and spoke slowly with a controlled tone. Below the stage, a large number of curious audiences, including Rogers and Bucky, gathered. Roger was also at the scene at this time. However, unlike Bucky and others who gathered in front of the stage, he was standing far away at this time, with his right hand around Jennifer's waist, answering Jennifer's questions nonchalantly. Jennifer is a typical American white woman, with blonde hair and blue eyes, and a proud bust. What is more eye-catching is her slender waist and the seductive curves that gradually bulge from her waist. Jennifer just turned 20 this year. She originally attended the exhibition with her boyfriend, who had just joined the army. It was similar to Bucky's double date with Rogers, before joining the army to bid farewell to his daily life. This was Jennifer's normal schedule tonight, but after she and her boyfriend met Roger, the situation changed. After just a few minutes of enthusiastic communication, Roger became Jennifer's male companion tonight. Roger answered Jennifer's curious questions while observing Howard and Rogers. Seeing Rogers handing snacks to the female companion in front of him like a dog, but received a disdainful roll of the eyes, Roger sighed slightly. Who would have thought that Captain America, who would cause a global sensation with a photo in the future, would have such a loser moment? Bang. Just as Roger was lamenting Roger's pitiful treatment at this time, the anti-gravity car on the exhibition stand fell with a bang. I just said it would take a few years, right? Howard continued to say with the same demeanor. The failed display of the anti-gravity car did not affect him, and the anti-gravity car from receiving applause. Even Jennifer, who was hugged by Roger's thin waist, also gave her applause. Roger did not applaud. Not to mention that the anti-gravity car that Howard is showing now is not even a prototype. Even if Howard really made an anti-gravity car, he would not be amazed. The reason is very simple. In the different space in his body, there are several suspended cars produced by Xander. Although from his perspective Howard's anti-gravity car still has a long way to go, it must be admitted that in this era, when ordinary cars have not yet been thoroughly popularized, Howard's design concept is hundreds of years ahead of the times. He is worthy of being a top scientist who can still teach Tony after more than 20 years of death. If it weren't for the restrictions of the times, Howard's achievements would not necessarily be lower than Tony. After watching Howard leave the exhibition stand with a little regret, Roger patted Jennifer's firm and elastic buttocks and said silently, "Wait for me here, I'll buy you some snacks." After that, he ignored Jennifer's blushing face and walked straight to the backstage of the exhibition stand. The backstage of the exhibition stand is not open to the audience, but this is not a problem for Roger. It didn't take long for him to see Howard backstage. "Hello, my name is Roger." Roger came to Howard and introduced himself. "Sorry, do we know each other?" Howard frowned and answered, "Of course, we have known each other for 3 seconds now." Roger knew very well how to deal with people like Howard. Or rather, he knew very well how to deal with playboy type geniuses. In this regard, Tony provided him with a lot of experience. "Hello, Roger," who has known each other for 5 seconds. As expected, Howard accepted Roger's current speaking style. "Are you here for the anti-gravity car?" Howard continued. "To be precise, I'm here for you." While speaking, Roger took out 2 small balls the size of eggs from his pocket. These 2 small black balls are a bit similar to the Chimoya beads of Wakanda. However, these 2 black balls are not from Wakanda, but from Zenda. These are some gadgets I got by chance. You can think of them as anti-gravity baseballs. As soon as he finished speaking, the black ball in his palm slowly floated up and began to move in a circle around Howard. Things went more smoothly than Roger had imagined. When he took out the anti-gravity baseball produced by Zenda, Howard was immediately attracted. More than 10 minutes later, he and Howard sat in a bar outside the expo. Next to them were their respective female companions tonight. Although Roger was not a professional scientific researcher, with his insights far beyond this era and the top scientific knowledge he obtained in Xander and Wakanda, his scientific research discussion with Howard went very smoothly. As the conversation deepened, and under the influence of alcohol, his relationship with Howard quickly became closer, even causing a little dissatisfaction among the female companions around them. The next day, Roger woke up in Howard's mansion. Of course, the place where he woke up was the guest room in Howard's mansion. The person lying next to him was not Howard, but his female companion Jennifer, who he had just met last night. Last night, he drank with Howard in the bar until the early morning, and then Howard invited him to his home, and the two drank in the wine cellar. After he handed Howard, who was drunk, to the butler Jarvis, he came to the guest room arranged by Jarvis. Looking at Jennifer, who was still sleeping soundly, Roger began to like this era more and more. A few days later, in Howard's laboratory, wouldn't it be better to speed up the speed, to stabilize the power of energy passing through the plasma pipeline? After reading the research data and design drawings provided by Howard, Roger gave his own suggestions. In order to keep up with Howard, the genius inventor, Roger has been cramming his scientific and technological knowledge these days, and by the way, he cheated a little with the scientific and technological data of Zenda. The line pipeline can't withstand the doubled speed, the temperature is too high, and the entire line will be burned directly. Howard frowned and said, "Give up the traditional air cooling, and try water cooling." Water cooling? When Howard looked at him in confusion, Roger realized that he was not in the original era. It is to absorb heat with liquid to obtain a higher cooling efficiency than air cooling. Roger roughly explained what water cooling is. Why didn't I think of this? Roger, you are indeed my biggest gain during this period. For people like Howard, there is no need to provide them with too much specific advice. What they need is often an inspiration or a hint. And this is exactly what Roger, an amateur, is best at. At the beginning, he relied on providing Tony with the design inspiration of the Iron Man suit that originally belonged to Tony, and thus gained Tony's recognition. Now, it's just that the deception target has changed from Tony to Howard. After successfully establishing contact with Howard, Roger finally appeared in the sight of the Strategic Science Corps. However, unlike Howard, the chief technical expert, the Strategic Science Corps only evaluated him as Howard's assistant. Yes, Howard's assistant. He didn't have any big opinions on this. He was not originally here to be a technician. As long as he could appear in the sight of the Strategic Scientific Corps and have a reliable identity background, it would be fine. As for showing force, that would be something he would need to do in the future. Although he had only been to the Strategic Scientific Corps laboratory once so far, this was enough for him. There, he saw the instrument that turned Rogers from a weak chicken into a strong man, and he also met Dr. Abraham Erskine and Peggy Carter there smoothly. As for the current chief of the Strategic Scientific Corps, Colonel Phillips, this was not a problem. If he guessed correctly, the Strategic Scientific Corps should have been investigating his background intensively to investigate whether he was a spy from Hydra or Germany. Roger did not intend to forge his background, but he did not intend to expose his origins. He did not care how the Strategic Scientific Corps investigated. Anyway, he did not intend to actively expose his origins. As for whether the Strategic Scientific Corps would be wary of him because of this, he did not care at all. When the Strategic Scientific Corps was beaten by Hydra and could not raise their heads, they would naturally desire all power. As time went by, the human enhancement device designed by Howard for Dr. Abraham Erskine was getting closer to completion. When Roger helped Howard improve one of the minor problems again, Howard, who was checking the operating data, turned his head and looked at him and slowly said, "Agent Carter is an English rose with thorns. You can't pick it off. It's just that you can't pick it off." "Did I show it very obviously?" Roger asked back. "It's more than obvious. You're almost writing the words you want to eat are on your face." Howard rolled his eyes at him. "It's not a bad thing to take the initiative. As far as I know, someone asked her out for dinner last time, but ended up having a cheese and bread meal." The person Roger was talking about was none other than Howard. As a normal man with money, good looks and a decent IQ, Howard would of course be interested in Peggy Carter. However, his results were not much better than Roger's. At least he had obviously failed, and Roger hadn't officially made a move. This is similar to confessing love in a relationship. As long as you don't confess, you will never be rejected. "That's better than someone who doesn't even dare to invite me," Howard replied dissatisfiedly. "You're wrong. Although I'm not as good as you at inventing things, I'm a little better than you at establishing super friendships with women." Just as Howard was about to continue to refute Roger, Peggy Carter, who was dressed in a straight military uniform, walked down from the control room and gave them a slightly dissatisfied look. In the Strategic Science Corps, only Howard and Roger dared to joke with her openly. More importantly, she heard from some people that Roger and Howard seemed to be using her as a challenge target. During this period, there were 3 men she had the most contact with. Howard and Roger were 2 of them. As for the last one, it was the short Rogers who was undergoing tests in the military camp. "How is your progress?" After coming to Roger and the others, Carter said slowly, "It should be completely completed tomorrow. Agent Carter, if you are not in a hurry to return to the military camp, we can go to Manhattan to enjoy cheese fondue." Howard invited Carter again. "Let's talk after the experiment is completely over." After saying that, Agent Carter left the laboratory without looking back. When Carter's attractive back completely disappeared in the laboratory, Roger slowly said, "Your results are getting worse and worse, and even invitations are starting to fail." After waiting for a while, Dr. Abraham Erskine's super soldier plan finally came to the time for formal testing. On this day, Colonel Phillips, the chief officer of the Strategic Scientific Corps, and a large group of government officials came to the laboratory. After so many days of absence, Roger finally saw Rogers, who was still a small man, again. Although he hadn't seen him for a while, Roger still looked the same. Senator Brand in the control room couldn't help but sigh after seeing Rogers take off his shirt. "Oh my god, give that kid something to eat." Rogers was originally thin, and after taking off his shirt, his thin body like ribs was exposed. Watching him slowly lie down in the enhancement activation device that was obviously not suitable for his body size, Rogers said to Howard beside him, "Do you think the experiment can succeed?" "The instrument is definitely fine. I have checked it with you so many times. But whether the experiment can succeed has little to do with the instrument. It mainly depends on Dr. Erskine's serum. By the way, except for Dr. Erskine, no one knows how these serums are made. There is not even the most basic generation data and information. This is not a normal process for biochemical enhancement experiments." Howard's rank in the Strategic Science Corps is not low, but his higher rank is limited to scientific and technological logistics support. He has no access to useful information about the highest level of existence such as super soldier serum. "Do you want to take a gamble?" Roger said. "What are you betting on?" Let's bet on whether the experiment will succeed. Whoever loses will be the other's wingman. After a few seconds of silence, Howard slowly said, "Okay, I bet the experiment will fail. It's not that I don't believe Dr. Erskine, but I don't have much confidence in this kind of experiment that starts human testing without any testing. Even the most basic drug experiments should start with mice, not to mention that this is a related experiment on human enhancement." Howard made a judgment from the perspective of a scientist. "Then I can only bet that the experiment will succeed. Don't you think this guy named Rogers looks like a little white mouse?" Hearing this, Howard snorted disdainfully. At this moment, Dr. Abraham Erskine picked up the microphone and began his routine speech before the experiment. "P.S. Thank you for the reward from me, Huang, who is incompatible with gambling and drugs. Thank you for your support." Chapter 173 Superhuman Roger. Today we are not heading further towards extinction, but taking the first step towards peace. First, a series of minimally invasive injections will be performed to inject serum into the muscles. After the serum is injected, it will cause rapid changes in the cells, and then stimulate growth. Then, through the life ray, it will penetrate the main body. Dr. Abraham Erskine briefly explained the principle of this experiment to the guests in the control room. While Dr. Erskine was explaining the principle, his laboratory assistant pushed up a refrigerator containing 7 super soldier serums. When the assistant finished loading 6 of the serums, Dr. Erskine ended his explanation, came to Rogers, and asked him quietly about his current feelings. Injection begins. After confirming that Rogers had no problems, Dr. Erskine gave the order to officially start the experiment. Although Roger is now Howard's assistant, he does not need to be responsible for the operation of the experiment. The only thing he can do now is to stand in the laboratory and witness the birth of Captain America Roger's 6 super soldier serums, 1 life ray instrument that consumes half of Brooklyn's electricity, and 1 suitable injector. This is all that is needed for the super soldier experiment. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended, and the 6 serums were injected at the same time. At the same time as the injection ended, the life ray machine, which looked like a steel coffin, began to rise slowly, and the hatch began to close. When the life ray machine stood up, Dr. Abraham Erskine came to the machine again, and checked Roger's condition. "Mr. Stark, continue." After Dr. Erskine finished speaking, Howard and Roger and other experimenters took out the sunglasses they had prepared and put them on. The machine started, and the life ray machine began to shine. As the power continued to increase, the light became more and more dazzling, like a real sun. When the power was increased to 70%, Rogers and the life ray machine suddenly screamed in pain. The huge scream even overwhelmed the noise of the machine. Roger's scream made everyone except Roger nervous. "Turn it off." Peggy Carter, who was sitting in the control room, came directly to the laboratory and shouted to Dr. Abraham Erskine. After hearing Peggy Carter's reminder, Dr. Erskine finally reacted and shouted to Howard, who was operating the instrument, "Turn back, Mr. Stark, turn it off immediately, turn back." Although Dr. Erskine was the inventor of the serum, he did not have much experimental experience, just as Howard had just worried. Except for the Red Skull John Schmidt, the doctor had never injected the serum into anyone else. What's worse, the Red Skull's injection also showed obvious rotten face sequelae. Just as Rogers said, Rogers is now a little white mouse. Whether he can become a super soldier through the serum, even Dr. Erskine can't say for sure. Just when Howard was about to turn off the instrument, Roger's voice rang again. "No. Don't turn it off. I can handle it." Roger's voice made Howard give up turning it off and continue to increase the output power of the life ray. In a few seconds, the output power of the life ray was increased to 100%. The dazzling light bursting out of the life ray instrument became the only color in the laboratory. However, this scene did not last long. Because of Roger's extra help, the life ray machine Howard built this time was not overloaded, like in the original timeline, and the whole process was completed safely. When the dazzling light completely disappeared, the coffin-like life ray machine slowly opened the hatch. Enveloped by white-hot air, Rogers appeared in front of everyone like a freshly roasted barbecue. The small Rogers, who was 1.6 meters tall and weighed 90 kilograms, disappeared completely. Instead, there was a brand new Rogers with developed chest muscles and perfect abdominal muscles. To be precise, it was a brand new Rogers who was nearly 1.9 meters tall and weighed 200 kilograms. All physical functions such as strength, senses, and reaction ability reached the potential limit that humans can achieve. Success. Rogers became the first super soldier in American history. Dr. Abraham Erskine helped Rogers, who had not yet recovered, down and looked at him with satisfaction. The guests in the control room came to the laboratory one after another and began to congratulate Dr. Abraham Erskine. When everyone was immersed in joy, Rogers' eyes were on the official who came to the laboratory last. Although he didn't remember the name of this man in a grey suit and glasses, he knew that this guy was from Hydra. It was he who snatched the only remaining serum and shot Dr. Abraham Erskine, making the formula of the super soldier serum used by Rogers an unsolvable puzzle. Although this Hydra undercover was about to shoot Dr. Abraham Erskine, Roger did not stop him. The death of Dr. Abraham Erskine was something Rogers had to go through to become Captain America. In other words, this was the fate of Dr. Abraham Erskine. Dr. Erskine also noticed this suspicious guy, but before he could say anything, a violent explosion broke out in the control room on the second floor. Boom. At the same time as the explosion sounded, this seemingly gentle Hydra undercover came to the refrigerator and took away the last serum. Stop him. Dr. Abraham Erskine shouted. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as he finished speaking, he was hit in the chest by a bullet and slowly fell down. The guards and Agent Carter tried to stop the Hydra undercover from leaving, but their efforts did not work as they should. In a blink of an eye, the Hydra undercover rushed out of the laboratory with the serum. Roger did not interfere with Roger's first heroic performance. The development of things was the same as in the original history. Roger successfully stopped the Hydra undercover from taking the serum, but failed to bring back the last serum. When Roger saw Rogers again, Rogers had completed the meaningless blood draw and came to the Strategic Scientific Corps laboratory with Agent Carter. Dr. Erskine died, the formula of the serum was not left, and the only finished serum was destroyed. This was undoubtedly extremely bad news for the Strategic Scientific Corps, which was trying to build a team of super soldiers. At this time, they could only put their hopes on Roger's blood to see if they could reverse the formula from Roger's blood. From a scientific point of view, their idea was correct. But what they didn't know was that this was simply impossible. Not to mention using the technology of this era to reverse the formula. Even in Roger's era, those scientists couldn't do it. This morning, I called the president. Starting today, the Strategic Scientific Corps has a new mission. We are going to fight Hydra to the death. Pack your bags, Agent Carter, and you too, Stark. We will fly to London tonight. Colonel Phillips said to Carter and Howard after sending Senator Brand away. After saying that, Colonel Phillips was about to leave the laboratory, but at this time, Roger and Roger's voices sounded at the same time. Sir, if you want to deal with Schmidt, I want to join too. Roger said seriously. I think you should take me with you to London. Roger also gave his opinion. If Roger suddenly proposed to join, Colonel Phillips and Carter and others could understand it. Then when they heard that Roger also wanted to join, their expressions became very puzzled. Colonel Phillips first glanced at Roger, then turned to Rogers and said, "You are an experiment. You have to go to Alamo." The serum worked. Rogers asked puzzled. "I want an army, but you are the only one, which is far from enough." Colonel Phillips rejected Rogers mercilessly. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Rogers' voice rang again. "Colonel, I can give you an army." Colonel Phillips's face became a little ugly after being interrupted, and left one after another. "Mr. Wayne, I hope you understand what you are talking about." Colonel Phillips' tone contained an undisguised threat. If Roger had not appeared here as Howard's good friend and assistant, he would have had Roger driven out long ago. "I know exactly what I'm talking about. Colonel, what you want is not an army, but a force that can defeat Hydra. And I'm such a force." As he spoke, Roger came to Colonel Phillips and said with confidence, "Just you?" Colonel Phillips said disdainfully. This time, even Howard felt that Roger was a little too arrogant. "We'll know if I can do it after a try. Roger should be the super soldier in your mind. I can defeat him in just 3 seconds. Roger pointed at Rogers and raised 3 fingers on his right hand. 3 seconds? Okay, I'll give you 3 seconds. I want to see how you can defeat Rogers. Colonel Phillips didn't have much good feelings for Roger, who came from an unknown background. At this time, Roger's arrogant attitude directly aroused his dissatisfaction. I refuse. Rogers refused without thinking. He didn't think he would lose to Roger, but he just didn't want to become a test prop for no reason. Sorry, your refusal is rejected. As soon as he finished speaking, Roger attacked Roger. He didn't use any extraordinary physical skills, and he didn't even use his full physical strength. However, even so, his movement speed and punching speed were still far beyond the imagination of Colonel Phillips and others. His figure flashed, and before they could see clearly, he came to Rogers. Although Rogers, whose physical fitness was enhanced to the limit of human beings by the serum, saw Rogers' movements clearly, he had no time to resist Rogers' attack. Bang! A straight punch without any fancy moves hit Rogers' chest like a cannonball, knocking him away and hitting the brick wall behind him. The terrifying force from Rogers' fist even penetrated Rogers' body and hit the brick wall hard, causing visible cracks on the brick wall. Although Rogers gritted his teeth and endured the severe pain in his chest, his will did not weaken his body's instinctive reaction. Under the gaze of Colonel Phillips and others, he instinctively spit out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person half knelt on the ground powerlessly. I shouldn't continue. Rogers' voice sounded faintly. It was not until this time that Colonel Phillips and Agent Carter and others finally reacted. However, their first reaction was not shock, but pulling out the guns from their waists and pointing them at Roger. Who are you? Colonel Phillips shouted. A superhuman who can meet your needs. Roger opened his hands and said casually, superhuman? Obviously, Colonel Phillips and the others did not know what superhumans were. Superhumans are humans who have mastered superhuman powers. Rogers is now a superhuman. Roger explained briefly. However, his explanation did not make Colonel Phillips and others put down their pistols. It seems that you still don't believe it. Shoot, I will open your eyes again. Roger asked them to shoot. Shoot. You don't even have concerns about shooting. You have been thinking about shooting for so long. No wonder you can't beat Hydra. Bang bang bang. Under his stimulation, Agent Carter finally shot. However, Agent Carter did not shoot his heart and brain, but shot the bullets at his limbs. However, after Carter shot, they saw an even more incomprehensible scene. Roger's right hand swiped quickly at a speed beyond their human eye's ability to capture. Then, he caught the bullet flying towards him. Colonel Phillips and others couldn't see what he did at all. When he opened his palm, they could see the bullets that should have hit him. This scene was completely beyond their comprehension. Colonel Phillips and Carter, who had rich combat experience, were better off and didn't behave too badly. But Howard, Senator Brand and others widened their eyes with incredible expressions on their faces. How is this possible? How can a human catch a bullet with bare hands? After showing off his skills, Roger successfully boarded the plane to London and became a temporary agent in the Strategic Scientific Corps. As for Captain America Rogers, he started his touring career just like in history. London, the headquarters of the Strategic Scientific Corps. How did you do it? Ever since he witnessed Roger catching the bullet with his bare hands, Howard has become very interested in this question and asked Roger again and again. It's very simple. Just look at the direction the bullets are coming from and catch them when they hit you. Roger explained calmly. That's impossible. The speed of human nerve reaction and eyes can't do that. And even if you can see the trajectory of the bullet, the human body can't make such a quick move. Howard shook his head and said, that's why I say I'm a superhuman. Superhumans are humans who surpass normal humans. What humans can't do, superhumans can do. If you like, you can call people like us superhumans. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 174, Sudden Assassination. Time flies, and before he knew it, Roger had been in the military camp in London for 3 days. Compared with New York, The war atmosphere in London is more obvious now. After all, the German army is on the other side of the channel, planning to land on the British Isles at any time. During these 3 days, Roger basically did nothing serious. The only thing that could be considered serious was to take a so-called military quality test at the request of Colonel Phillips. Although Roger was not a professional soldier, these so-called military quality tests were no problem for him at all. Fighting, shooting, battlefield command, infiltration behind enemy lines, driving of war tools, spy and counterintelligence skills. When his test results came out, Colonel Phillips's face became more complicated. If he didn't look like he was in his 40s or 50s, Colonel Phillips almost thought that he had a test report from an elite veteran. Agent Roger, your test results are very impressive, but can you tell me why you want to participate in this war? Colonel Phillips asked, holding a cigar. Do you need a reason to fight the German devils? Roger answered indifferently. If it weren't for the mission and Peggy Carter, he wouldn't bother to come and fight Hydra. Of course, it's enough for him to know this kind of thing. We will go to the front tomorrow. Is there anything else you need to know? Colonel Phillips asked helplessly, looking at Roger, who had a lot of plans, but didn't intend to reveal them at all. Will Agent Carter go with us? Roger asked directly. Of course, we need all the power that can help us now. After getting a confirmed reply from Colonel Phillips, Roger left the office and began to return to his barracks. Just as he was about to return to the barracks, he met Howard driving a military jeep on the way. Roger, get in the car. Let's go to a bar outside to relax. Howard lived in the same barracks with Roger at first, but the next day, he moved out on the grounds that the living environment was too poor and moved into a manor near the station. That was the manor he had just bought, with a price that the owner of the manor could not refuse. No, I'm going to the front tomorrow. Roger thought about it and finally rejected Howard's invitation. He refused Howard not because he really followed the so-called rules and regulations, but because he had secretly been to London bars several times, and each time he was not so satisfactory. Perhaps because of Peggy Carter, he now lost interest in ordinary European and American women in the 1940s. The excitement of coming to this era also slowly faded with the passage of time. When did you become a model soldier who is obedient and obedient? Stop talking nonsense. Get in the car quickly. I still have to pick up the heroine tonight. Howard urged again. Heroine? Agent Carter? You will know when you see her. Roger finally got on the military jeep and left the barracks with Howard. Howard's heroine tonight was not Agent Carter, but she was not a stranger. The person he made an appointment with was none other than Lorraine, the blonde secretary of Colonel Phillips. Roger did not meet Lorraine many times, but he was very impressed by Lorraine. Lorraine was the woman who took Captain America Roger's first kiss, and it was in front of Agent Carter. Although this incident has not happened in this world yet, it is enough to remind Roger who Lorraine is. He thought Howard had already dealt with Lorraine, but after going to the bar, he found out that Howard had only asked Lorraine out for the first time. Roger had planned to just drink tonight. However, it turns out that the more you don't want trouble, the more trouble will come to you. Not long after they sat down, several soldiers in British uniforms surrounded their table, ignored them, and invited Lorraine to dance. If you drink too much, the toilet is over there. Although Lorraine was not his girl tonight, he was still a little uncomfortable with someone coming up to poach her. Sir, this is not New York. Your uniform is useless here. After saying that, the soldier flicked Roger's shoulder with his finger in disdain. Roger was now wearing the officer uniform of the Strategic Scientific Corps, and it was a captain's officer uniform. However, just as the British soldier said, this is London, not New York. The officers of the US military didn't have much authority here. Not to mention, he wasn't even a US military officer. Howard tried to use money to get rid of the soldiers, but before he could take out his wallet, Roger's voice rang out again. Get out, while you can still walk out by yourself. Damn, do you think you... Bang. Before the drunken soldier finished speaking, the wine glass in Roger's hand came into close contact with his head and exploded. There would be disputes in the bar from time to time, especially at this time of war. But no one expected that Roger would start fighting as soon as he said so. More importantly, he was still wearing a bright US military uniform. An American officer smashed a British soldier's head with a wine glass in a bar in London. Unsurprisingly, Roger successfully attracted the hostility of all the British soldiers in the bar. In a few seconds, a completely unequal fight broke out in the bar. A few minutes later, Roger was the first to walk out of the bar. Behind him were Howard and Lorraine, whose mood had not yet calmed down. They were not excited because Roger was fighting with the British soldiers, but they had never seen such a one-sided bar fight. Although there were dozens of British soldiers in the bar, they could not even make a decent counterattack and were knocked to the ground one by Roger. Some of the British soldiers were overwhelmed by the scene in front of them and took out the guns they carried with them. However, this did not change their ending. They had no chance to shoot at all, and Roger easily broke their arms. Although Roger's approach seemed cruel, he controlled his strength very well and did not completely disable their arms. Of course, it was inevitable to recuperate for a few months. Just as they were about to drive back to the barracks, Roger, who was sitting in the co-pilot, suddenly felt a strong killing intent. Without any hesitation, he immediately activated his observation haki to confirm the source of the killing intent. Almost at the moment when he confirmed the source of the killing intent, the attack occurred. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. A man in a grey long windbreaker rushed out of the alley, raised his rifle, and fired at the three of them. To be precise, he fired at Howard, Tremor Fruit, Air Tremor. Roger, who was sitting in the passenger seat, threw a punch, and a terrifying vibration that could not be detected by the naked eye struck the man at the entrance of the alley, and at the same time shook off the bullets flying towards Howard. Boom. The man who was responsible for assassinating Howard was hit by the air shock without noticing anything, and the whole person hit the wall heavily and died on the spot. It seems that you are a little more hated than me. Only at this time did Howard finally react. It was obvious that the assassination just now was specifically aimed at him. If Roger was not in the car, he would have been shot into a hornet's nest by now. What are you doing? Drive. After being patted on the shoulder by Roger, Howard started the car and drove towards the military camp. Howard was not without attacks, but he had never felt that he would be so close to death. Fortunately, he brought Roger with him. Howard felt extremely fortunate at this time. On the way back to the military camp, they did not suffer any more attacks. As soon as they returned to the military camp, Colonel Phillips and Carter appeared in front of them. Although this is not the United States, Colonel Phillips still received the news of Howard's attack as soon as possible. As the chief scientist of the Strategic Scientific Corps and the largest weapons sponsor of the US military, Howard's importance is no less than that of Colonel Phillips. In a way, he is even a little higher than Colonel Phillips. After all, in addition to the previous two identities, Howard is also a well-known rich man, inventor, scientist, and philanthropist. Now is a wartime. Hydra is now assassinating important people all over the world. Can't you two be more quiet? Obviously, the news Colonel Phillips received was not only the news of Howard's attack. After he finished speaking, he realized that the person standing behind Roger and the others was actually his secretary Lorraine. What made him even more annoyed was that he had no way to punish Roger and Howard. Not to mention Howard, even Roger was just his subordinate in name. After arriving in London, Roger had a very straightforward conversation with Colonel Phillips. Roger could help Colonel Phillips solve some problems he needed help with, but he would not obey all his orders like other soldiers. Whether to execute the order was entirely up to Roger himself. This was a very helpless thing. But after seeing the power displayed by Roger, Colonel Phillips had no choice but to accept it. If he accepted it, at least he could borrow Roger's power. If he didn't accept it, then he would really have nothing. After saying a few irrelevant words to Roger and the other two, Colonel Phillips left. His secretary Lorraine also left with him. Just when Roger was about to return to his barracks, Carter suddenly stopped him. The people from Me6 told me that the attacker was killed by the huge shock, and the warhead left at the scene was also very strange. No matter how many times you see it, Peggy Carter in military uniform can give people a bright charm. Yes, that is also my extraordinary ability, an ability to create vibrations. When performing air shock, Roger knew that this would arouse suspicion from others. But this is not something that needs to be kept secret. According to his plan, the power of the Tremor Fruit will be known sooner or later. It's just a matter of time. How many unknown abilities do you have? Carter asked. You can guess. The next day, Roger went to the front line in Italy with Colonel Phillips and others. As for Howard, he also came to Italy. However, he did not come to the front line, but went to the safer Legion base. What the front line needs is soldiers, and scientific and technological talents like Howard can play a greater role if they stay in the base. When they parted, Howard handed Roger a backpack full of his own inventions. Here are some gadgets I made for you. You may need them. Also, don't die. If you die, Agent Carter will belong to me. Howard expressed his concern for Roger in his own way, and then boarded the plane to the Legion base with other technicians. After arriving at the front line, Roger did not disappoint Colonel Phillips, and proved with practical actions what is a real high-level combat power. Rescue trapped troops, lead the team to break through the enemy's defense line, carry out decapitation missions, go deep into the enemy to spy on intelligence. Roger's number of deployments is not particularly large, but every time he is deployed, he can complete the mission without suspense. As time goes by, more and more people know his existence. In the end, even the soldiers of the German army and Hydra know his appearance and name. The reason for this situation is that a certain leader who likes Terror knows his existence and has issued an order to kill him at all costs. Italy, Strategic Science Corps front camp. Schmidt has sent another troop over. What do you think, Roger? Colonel Phillips said to Roger. Nothing special, it's just to regain control of this area. You won't ask me to do even this kind of thing, right? Since Roger showed his unparalleled super strength on the battlefield, Colonel Phillips has become more and more accustomed to assigning him tasks. However, most of these tasks assigned by Colonel Phillips were rejected by Roger. Roger will only carry out tasks that he is interested in, or tasks that can be spent alone with Carter. As for the rest, whoever wants to do it can do it. Since you are not interested, then this mission will be given to the 107th Infantry Regiment. Colonel Phillips did not say anything, and immediately made arrangements. I have to go out for a few days. It's nothing important, so don't contact me. After saying that, he left Colonel Phillips' office tent, and came to Carter's tent. After these few months of contact, his relationship with Carter has improved like a rocket. Although the final base has not been completed, the distance is not particularly far. This is mainly because the environment of the front line is really not suitable for picking up girls. Otherwise, his progress can be a little faster. When are you leaving? Roger asked Carter, who was preparing his equipment. At this time, Carter took off his common military uniform and wore a casual suit. I'll leave soon. What's wrong? Carter looked up at Roger. Nothing, I just think your action this time may be a little risky, so I plan to go with you, Roger said with a righteous face. Does the colonel agree to let you leave? I don't need anyone's consent to leave. Thank you for your kindness, but this is my mission. I can complete it by myself. You can only play the greatest role if you stay here. Carter certainly knew that her actions were dangerous, but she still rejected Roger's kindness. I'm not here to discuss with you. To me, you are much more important than the Strategic Scientific Corps. Looking at Roger's expression, that could not be refused, Carter finally agreed. But how are you going to follow me? You are now a big star in Hydra. You will be recognized as soon as you appear. That's not a problem. I have special camouflage skills. After saying that, Roger left the tent under Carter's gaze. He did have special camouflage skills, but he didn't intend to use them in front of Carter. A long time ago, he mastered the skill of using silk threads to disguise himself as other people. Although he didn't use it many times, he remembered that he had given this trick a name: partial camouflage. After a few seconds, he came back to Carter with a new look. Chapter 175. This base is now ours. The person Roger disguised himself as was none other than Doflamingo, whom he had disguised himself as before. Of course, this time he did not change into Doflamingo's red suit, but just borrowed Doflamingo's appearance. Roger? Carter looked at the completely unfamiliar blonde man in front of him with some disbelief. How about it? My disguise skills are not bad, Roger said lightly. Although Roger's voice did not change at all, Carter still couldn't believe that the man in front of him was Roger. This was no longer a matter of disguise or not. This was completely a change of head. More than good. Even if Howard was here, he would definitely not recognize you. Carter was now more and more curious about how many unknown special abilities Roger had mastered. Whenever she felt that she had known Roger well enough, Roger could always give her a new surprise. The reason why she felt this way was purely because Roger had specially arranged it. Women are a kind of creature full of curiosity. When she becomes more and more curious about a man, it is often the time when she is most likely to sink. Half an hour later, Roger, who was also dressed in daily clothes, drove a jeep and left the military camp. Carter, disguised as a civilian, sat in the co-pilot. They were now going to a city dozens of kilometers away, a city that was temporarily under the control of the German army. Carter had an informant in that city. According to the informant, he had found out the specific location of the Hydra headquarters. However, the informant was unwilling to tell Carter the information directly, but asked Carter to come in person and escort him out of the city. According to the informant, he was being hunted by Hydra soldiers and was trapped in the city and unable to leave. Although it had not been confirmed whether the information in the informant's hands was correct, Carter agreed to the informant's request and decided to go there in person and escort the informant out. So there was this scene of her going out on a mission. At this time, Carter was wearing dark brown trousers and black boots, which perfectly outlined the outline of her slender and straight legs. She wore a black jacket similar to a pilot jacket on her upper body and a grey shirt inside. I don't know if it's because the jacket and shirt are one size smaller. The flat jacket and shirt are not very flat now, and the chest looks extremely majestic. When driving to the city where the informant was, Roger roughly asked about the informant's situation. He was not surprised that Carter had an informant. He just couldn't understand how this informant who could find out the location of the Hydra headquarters could be trapped in the city by Hydra soldiers. If the informant's vigilance was really so poor, how could he find out the location of the Hydra headquarters? That was something that the entire Allied intelligence department combined had not done. So he always felt that something was wrong with this matter. Either the informant was wrong, or the intelligence was wrong. This might be a trap specifically for Carter. It was precisely because of this consideration that he decided to go there with Carter in person to see what was going on. If it was really a trap, he could bring Carter back safely. If the intelligence was true, he would treat it as a solo trip with Carter. Anyway, it was not a bad thing to follow him. The only one who might have some small opinions about this was probably Colonel Phillips. Under normal circumstances, a distance of tens of kilometers is not very far. But in the current war environment, especially when the main roads have been bombed, it is not easy to get through smoothly. Not to mention the enemies that may be encountered on the road. The terrible dirt road alone is enough to make people feel upset. It took more than 2 hours for Roger and Carter to finally arrive at this unknown small city. The jeep that came out of the military camp was left in the nearby forest. They followed the refugees they met on the road into the city. Because there is still a distance from the front line, the security loopholes in the city are more than they imagined. Although Carter looks like a weak chicken, she will know what professionalism is when she really takes action. The infiltration method chosen by Carter is completely different from the infiltration method chosen by Roger. Her method is to disguise herself as a harmless civilian and sneak into the city openly. Roger likes the perfect infiltration that kills all witnesses. It's not that Carter's choice of disguised infiltration is bad, but it is a little less efficient than Roger's method. But the advantage is that this basically will not arouse the vigilance of the soldiers in the city. After sneaking into the city, Carter led Roger to move quickly in the city, as if they were local residents who had lived in the city for many years. After walking for a while in the streets and alleys of all sizes, they finally came to the house where the informant was hiding. There are no hidden enemies nearby, and there is only one person in the house. Roger said to Carter, after sensing it with his observation haki. How do you know? Intuition. Roger was not interested in explaining to Carter what observation haki was. After looking at Roger in confusion, Carter came to the old two-story house and knocked on the door as agreed. Knock knock, knock, knock. Roger was always using his observation haki to sense the situation in the house. He could even sense the nervousness of the informant in the house. After waiting patiently for more than 10 seconds, the old wooden door opened a crack. "It's me, I'm here." After confirming that the person coming was Carter, the informant slowly opened the door and let them in. The house was a little dim and the air was a little dull. It seemed that no one had lived there for a long time. Carter's informant was a bald middle-aged man, with a hunched body, that gave people a submissive feeling. "Who is he?" the man asked vigilantly. "He is my companion," Carter answered quickly. Roger didn't say anything, and didn't even look at the man. When he used his observation hacky to sense a man outside, he had already figured out the man's strength. An ordinary person with poor physical fitness. "Where is the headquarters of Hydra?" Carter didn't waste time and directly asked for the most critical information. I don't know." The man's answer made Carter stunned for a moment. "What a joke. I'm here, and you tell me you don't know." If Carter hadn't been working with this man for a while, he would have wanted to punch him now. "Albert, what is going on?" Carter's tone was as gentle as ever. Albert did not speak. Under the gaze of Carter and Roger, he knelt down with a plop and said in a begging tone, "My son was captured by Hydra. I only have this one son. Please, help me rescue my son, please." Looking at Albert kneeling on the ground, Carter didn't know what to say for a moment. Emotionally, she wanted to help Albert and rescue his son from Hydra. But her reason told her that this was not a wise decision. Not to mention Hydra, even ordinary German armies now forcibly recruit young men to join the army. In some places, even minors are forced to join the battle. "Sorry, Albert, we can't help you." Carter shook his head helplessly. More than half an hour later, Roger and Carter returned to the jeep in the forest and began to return to the frontline camp. "Will you be disappointed if you don't get the intelligence?" Roger asked Carter. "It's okay. Actually, I should have thought of this at the beginning. How could the information of Hydra headquarters be so easily found out?" Although Carter acted very calm, it can be heard from her tone that she was somewhat disappointed. "I don't know where Hydra's headquarters is yet. However, I know that about 50 kilometers north of here is a Hydra base." At this point, Roger cleared his throat and said in a very serious tone, "Agent Carter, are you interested in joining me to capture that Hydra base?" Hearing Roger's serious tone, Carter laughed and revealed a charming smile that made people's hearts flutter. "Agent Roger, you are not planning to capture that base with just the two of us, are you?" Carter asked in the same tone as Roger. "It's just a Hydra base. It's completely enough for two of us elite agents to take action. How about it? Do you want to go and take a look?" Roger asked again. "Are you sure we can do it?" As an agent in charge of intelligence, Carter certainly knew that Hydra had a base in the north. And she also knew that there was at least a whole regiment of Hydra soldiers in that base. Colonel Phillips had wanted to capture this base a long time ago, but he never succeeded. It depends on human effort. I don't think it's a big problem. Carter didn't know that Roger had been there several times without anyone noticing. She didn't know that Roger had the absolute strength to easily capture this stronghold. "Since you want to go so much, then go." Carter thought for a few seconds and said lightly, "Then sit tight, I'm going to start racing." Roger had no intention of using the silk thread portal or the door fruit. He was not in a hurry now. Moreover, he planned to let Carter experience his racing skills. On the muddy forest road, a light yellow military jeep seemed to be running wildly at a high speed, as if it was out of control. The bumpy road and huge inertia made Carter unconsciously grab all the handrails in front of him. "Slow down, slow down, Carter's voice kept ringing in Roger's ears. However, Roger had no intention of slowing down and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Carter began to regret why he agreed to Roger. Just when the military jeep, which was characterized by durability and reliability, could not withstand Roger's crazy driving, Roger finally decided to slow down. Swish. After a beautiful drift between out of control and stability, the jeep stopped steadily, and the engine at the front of the car emitted a stream of white hot air visible to the naked eye. "How about it? My racing skills are not bad," Roger said confidently. At this time, Carter completely ignored his plan, opened the door directly, got out of the car and vomited. "You did it on purpose." Carter rolled his eyes at him in dissatisfaction. "Don't say anything nonsense. As an agent, you should get used to this kind of intense riding experience." While speaking, Roger handed the military water bottle in the car to Carter. A few minutes later, when Carter completely recovered, they walked out of the forest and looked at the Hydra base in the distance. How do you plan to get in? Are you going to force your way in? Carter asked doubtfully after carefully observing through the telescope. Although she agreed to come with Roger to take a look, she had no idea how Roger was going to get out of this base. I have two plans now. One is to force my way in through the main gate, and the other is to fly in from the sky. Fly in? Carter was even more confused. Yes, fly in. By the way, you haven't seen me fly before. At this point, Roger remembered that he had never shown any flying ability in front of Carter. If the person who said this now was not Roger, Carter would definitely think that this person was a lunatic. Can you really fly? Carter asked unconvinced. You'll know in a moment. I'll go in and deal with the enemy first. When the danger is over, I'll send you a signal. You can come in then. You should be able to find some valuable information inside. After saying that, Roger moved his limbs and neck and looked up at the sky. Without the help of equipment, such as the anti-gravity boots of Zinder or other flying props, the flying methods he mastered can be roughly divided into three types. The first is the air path and line escape of the string fruit, the second is the elementalization of the magma fruit and the sparkle fruit, and the third is to borrow the power of the reality stone. Now, he plans to use the flying method he first mastered. Air path. Under Carter's gaze, he flew directly into the air under the traction of the transparent silk thread. In order to increase the sense of mystery, he also deliberately changed the color of the silk thread from black to translucent white. Watching Roger fly into the air and fly towards the Hydra base in the distance, Carter's expression became extremely complicated. As he showed more and more extraordinary abilities, Roger's image in her mind deviated more and more from the concept of human beings. Just when Carter was full of random thoughts, Roger had already arrived above the Hydra base and swooped down to the ground like a predatory bird. Although the Hydra soldiers in this base were also equipped with the latest developed energy weapons, their threat to Roger was not higher than that of soldiers equipped with ordinary gunpowder weapons. To a certain extent, the energy beams they fired were easier to dodge than metal bullets. There weren't a lot of Hydra soldiers in the base, only about 1,000 or so. A large part of them were still under repair. Boom. 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 Dada 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 dada. Although the distance was a bit far, Carter could still clearly hear the explosions and gunshots coming from the base. Amid the flashing flames of the explosions, there were deafening vibrations from time to time. It took about half an hour for Roger to successfully capture the entire base before the guards activated the self-destruct device that would kill both of them. After confirming that there was no living Hydra soldier in the base, he sent a message to Carter in the forest. A few minutes later, he saw Carter driving a jeep in front of the horrible gate of the base. It's done. This base belongs to us now. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.